Welcome to Cranky Live Sports Talk, where passion meets action.
Hey sports fans, I am Cranky, and this is the Cranky Live Sports Talk, the podcast where we dive deep into the hottest topics, the biggest games, and the most controversial moments in sports.
Whether it's football, basketball, track and field, cricket, or soccer, we've got you covered with expert analysis, insider interviews, and unfiltered opinions.
Join me as I chat with the biggest names in sports, get exclusive insights and stories you won't hear anywhere else.
Cranky Live Sports Talk is where you can hear the real talk, the hard-hitting questions, and the hottest takes.
So, if you're a true sports fanatic, you don't want to miss out? Subscribe now to the Cranky Live Sports Talk on YouTube and hit that bell icon to never miss an episode.
Cranky Live Sports Talk, where sports come alive. Subscribe today. Cranky Live Sports
Hello.
Talk.
You hear my stuff playing in the background? How's everyone doing? How are you doing? We are live. It is finals day, and we are live for the Watchalong Jamaica versus Nigeria, which should be a great game. I hope, actually. After seeing the debacle this morning in the game between Trinidad and Ghana, I'm having some challenges. It's an unchanged team, which I'm not totally surprised about. It's an unchanged team. I'm trying to see who else has come into the team. It's an unchanged team for this game, which I had put up. So I'll probably just share it. I had actually gone through this morning and put the team up on FOTMAB. So it's not surprising, actually. It's not surprising. It's an unchanged team. Thought we may have reconsidered Davis in goal. He was nervous the last game. But the coach is sticking with what he has. I apologize. I'm using a new computer. The one I bought for travel was not working well. And I decided to send it back, and I borrowed a computer, and it's not working as well as I would like. So you have to see with me. But we are here for the game. Should be a good game. At least we hope it's a good game. Given how Ghana destroyed Trinidad this morning, it doesn't give us the best comfort, actually, about this game. But we're not Trinidad. If you're Trinidad, don't be upset with me, but we're not Trinidad. We're not Trinidad. So I expect us to be better. I say the Jamaica team, they walk into their changing room. It's a lot of support staff. A lot of support staff, actually. Quite a bit of support staff with the team. It seemed like it's one big party, actually, in London. One big party, because if you watched the game previously, and then you saw the aftermath, if you're on like JFF Live, then you see that they're playing a lot of calypso. Oh, Conflict's boss is there. Whoa, I didn't know Conflict's boss traveled with the team. Whoa, I said, I didn't know Conflict's boss was there. I missed something. Maybe he's there to assess the coach's performance and the team's performance and how they're doing. That's an interesting one. I didn't know he was there. And you guys who follow my program know who I'm talking about. So it's a good thing. Looking forward to the game. They're just showing you on the screen here a bunch of different things leading up to the game, inclusive of the buses, which are really nice. I saw some pictures of White Yardy and some people in the hotel, and the hotel looked really nice also. So it's a good thing. It's a really good thing to see the team, the players. I see the psychologist there. I met him actually. He's a really nice person. I think he's from Florida actually. So they're showing you behind the scenes of the delegation. I'm mainly seeing the Jamaica delegation, and I guess it's the JFF Live. So they must have their own cameraman and their own personnel, media personnel, who are recording much of this. But it's good. But this is the team. It's the same team that played the last game. Not surprised. And we'll go through this, and is this the right approach to undertake, given how the game went, right? Um, so let's talk about a few things. One is the game this morning. It wasn't really a competition actually, and you always hear me say this, that there are levels to this thing, levels, and boy, did Ghana show Trinidad what the levels are, because they had 2 goals in no time, and then just run out the rest of the game. It could have been more. They made Ayu look like he was Ronaldinho. And it does show you the difference in level. Now, to be fair to Trinidad, Trinidad is missing a lot of its players, right? I think they had 3 personnel who started the World Cup qualifier against Cuba in this team that started. And they have some new kids who come in. The what's his name? Cardin's kid, who plays for Crystal Palace under 21 team. I thought he looked really, really good. And I thought he played excellent. I thought he played really, really well, looked good, played well. And that's a potential one for the future. Bless up, man of God. One love. I'm trying to see my comments here. I tell you, I have a computer here, which is just not the best. It's messing up. It's messing up, not showing me everything. Yeah, Trini got cooked, man of God. They got really cooked actually. It was a little bit embarrassing, frankly. It was embarrassing. I hope we don't get cooked like that, because it does show you that there are levels to this. You know, we always talk about levels. There are levels to this. And my Trini show is that them already. No, I think I do have even though I'm not going to put it up, I do have the Nigeria team. I have both teams. They sent it to us so-called media personnel. Not sure if I'm in that list. Trying to find it here. Jamaica 11, Nigeria 11. Trying to pull it up. Nigeria 11 is it's interesting. Let me not mess up people's name. Stanley Bobo, Sadiku Akinola, and Didi's there. Okbu Igu. Onyeka is starting. I think he came on the last game. Dessers, who scored in the last game. Chukwueze is also there. Simon is there. Tella is there. Agu and Frederick. I don't see even Iheanacho is not starting actually, which is interesting. He scored last. Oh well, he looked dangerous last time, but Iheanacho is not starting. So they have a lot of players to pick from. They're one of those countries who just have a lot of players, like just a lot of players. The game is at 11 Jamaica time, 12 US time. I'm not going to say man of God, the show local not good enough. What I will say is that we have to realize that the football has moved on and we have not moved with the football. Right? I'm not sure people realize that. The football have moved on. We have not moved with the football in terms of having the leadership. And you hear me preach leadership. And by the way, I'm going to digress by saying, because you guys know I always digress. I see where Dennis Chung is now. Dennis is now going to be the technical director for the Financial Investigation Division. Good luck, Dennis. Good luck. I'm not sure you know what you took on, but good luck. I hope it works out well. That's all I can say about that. But he's in a different role. I think his role with the JFF ends today, actually. But it's going to be very interesting, actually, going forward, how things work for the football. But the people who don't do well gets to stay on, and the people who come in and do well leave, which is contrary to anything that's deemed to be rational, frankly. So this is the starting team. It's the same team. I won't spend a lot of time on this. I'm going to take it down. It's the starting team, people. Team hasn't changed. It's the starting 11 for the Reggae Boyz. It's going to be an interesting game, given that I think Ghana were good against Nigeria in the second half. Thought Nigeria was somewhat better in the first half. Ghana's a good team, but they also didn't have a lot of their starting players, right? There was no people like Partey weren't there. They didn't have a lot of their starting players. So we have to realize that there are levels to this thing. And the question for us is, when we're going to get to the levels that we need to get to. So love to see your guys' comments. I'm having some technical difficulties here, which is not good. I'm trying to do something a little bit different, and it's not working for me. Because I can't see your comments to post them, which is frustrating for me because my system is messing up. Let me do this. Let me just take on a bunch of stuff and see if it makes any difference. Any difference. So what's your prediction for the game? I'm curious. So Dr. Dan said 3-1. 3-1 to who, Dr. Dan? Is it 3-1, Dr. Dan? Which team you're picking? We can say 3-1. Who are you picking? I hate this computer I'm using. I don't use Windows computers, people. And I have a Windows computer I borrowed, and it's just a buggy, not good. I'm trying to figure this damn thing out that it's not figuring out. Anyway, so I have to read the comments from my phone since it's not showing up on my computer. Gavin saying, Dennis is the Sam Allardyce of Jamaica. He goes into a troubled organization and steady the ship. That's interesting. Dr. Dan says, CFAS will not do anything today. Really, Dr. Dan, you think so? Well, we're looking for CFAS to do something, right? If he doesn't do anything, then he's the most dangerous of all the forwards, isn't he? We need CFAS to turn up and to play well. That's what we need. If he doesn't turn up and play well, he'll not be good. Ricardo says 5-1 to Nigeria. By the way, people in the right-hand corner, since I can't see the comments in my further out to put them on the screen, you can see I try to test this beta thing that StreamYard is using. Ricardo says 5-1 to 5-1 to Nigeria. That bad? You think Jamaica is that bad, Ricardo? Or you think Nigeria is that good? Which one? Is Jamaica that bad or Nigeria that good? 5-1 is not I don't think we give up 5. Here's the thing, people. If you look at the last game, so we should talk about that. We played Trinidad. We could have lost that game. Remember that breakaway that Trinidad got over Lambert, he's the side of the field. We could have lost that game. So the question that arises is are we a good team? Are we an okay team? Because we have a lot of frontline players in the team. That whole midfield could be the starting team for Jamaica. The forward line would probably maybe 2 of the 3 could start. Cephas and Burrow could start. The defense, I don't expect the 2 center halves to start. I expect Holgate and King to be replaced by Lowe and Pinnock if Pinnock is healthy. But and then in the right back here and left back, those are the starters. So it's interesting actually that we have a lot of players who are there who are part of our frontline team, more than Trinidad did actually. Dr. Dan says the speed will not work. They are just as fast and strong. No, I disagree. CFA speed works any place, anytime, anywhere. I can't agree with that one, Dr. Dan. I watch CFA play in different games. His speed works. He's just that quick. He's just that quick. I think his speed works. So Dr. Dan, I can't agree with you that his speed won't work. Dr. Dan said, cranky, we'll see. Now, I mean, if you look at what game was I watching? And I thought the Trinidadian left winger today, I thought he had his man on toast a few times, right? I see Ghana as athletic as Nigeria. I thought he's had his man on toast a few times. So I'm not gonna say that CFAS won't get by people. Not only get by people. Ricardo said Trinidad could have scored 4 on us easy, so I don't see why Nigeria can't score 5. I'm not gonna predict a score yet. I'm not gonna predict a score yet. Not gonna predict a score yet. I don't think we're getting 5. I think it's gonna be a tough game. I don't think we're gonna embarrass ourselves though. Look, these kids, a lot of these kids from Jamaica team play in England, right? They're playing them. They have pride is on the line for them, you know. They're playing in front of family and friends. You know, they have to show up. They have to show up and show out, basically. They can't just show up. They gotta show up and show out. So, yeah, I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be okay. They will have to show up and show out. So I don't think they're gonna embarrass themselves, like some people think. Tito, it's the same starting 11 like the last game. I had up on the screen. It's the same starting 11. No changes to the starting 11. So if you come and expect Ravel to start, he's not starting. Yeah, it's the same starting 11. I can put it up again as the last game. Damn thing is a pain. No change to the team. As I said, I'm using a new computer here, and it's just annoying the hell out of me because so here's the starting 11. It'll come up. That's the starting 11. Let me try to remove this. That is the starting 11. It's the same starting 11 like the last game. Nothing new. That's why I didn't really put it up. Nothing to see here. Ricardo raised a great point, actually. Since Grimmer left, we look better on offense, but on defense, we are horrible. Yeah, I think, look, Grimmer is a very defensive coach, as you see, you know, as he did when he played. He did really well in the Euro in what, 2018, somewhere around there. Bless up, Conrad. Thanks for joining. Yeah, Ravela super sub. I actually believe, so here's my view on this. If I was a coach, I would find a place for Ravel. And the rationale is that you got to understand, guys, the difference in Ghana and Trinidad today, especially in the early part of the game, Trinidad didn't have the room and the ability to just play comfortably until they get to almost the final third, right? Or in the last 40% of the field. They didn't have that ability to do so. So in essence, what transpired was because they're under pressure, they had to go long a number of times. Or when they try to play through, they got dispossessed. And Trinidad had much more possession against us. SofaScore didn't have the possession stats, so I couldn't find them. Not sure if anybody had them, but if you look at the game, even though our midfield is good and we were good on the counter, and I think we got to play on the counter today. I wasn't overly impressed because I was saying this is Trinidad. We should be at least be able to play up until the 18, possess the ball. And even though we did really well on the counter, I don't think we should be playing cut attacking football against Trinidad. We should be dominating Trinidad, at least this Trinidad team, because they're missing 8 of their regular starters. Because as Dwight York says in his post-match interview, a number of the players are being released by their clubs because it's not an official international window. So, given that's the case, I would expect us to do better, at least offensively against Trinidad, and even defensively. They got behind us quite a bit. Right? So, look, if we think you can't really try to approximate 2 games as the basis to determine the outcome of this game, right? We could say, well, Ghana got beaten by Nigeria, Jamaica barely beat Trinidad, Ghana destroyed Trinidad, so therefore Nigeria would destroy Jamaica. That may seem logical, but that's not how football works. It would depend on what strategy the coach employed. Would he go full out and try to they seem to have been a big party there. Some DJs seem to be there, DJ. And would they go full out and try to attack and play possession football? Or will he soak up pressure and then counter? Because when you have a player like Cephas, I don't care what anybody says about who's fast in Nigeria. I'm telling you, Cephas' speed is unreal. And Dr. Dan, think about it this way. Trinidad have good athletes. I haven't seen anybody keep up with Cephas yet. Jura said, the coach made a statement once saying he has a lot of time for Maggie. So she definitely have a lot of time for Ravel, seeing that Ravel's a way better polished person. Yeah, the coach is, I don't know, Juras. The coach, some people give you a sense of comfort and a sense of confidence. Half the time the coach talk, I don't want to be disrespectful. I can't listen to him. I just says things, he's just like, what are you talking about? Last game he was talking a lot about King, and almost like King's a great player, and he's a good player. I like King. But he was talking about him, you're just like, wow. And then when he was in Jamaica and being interviewed on TVJ, he said, he started off as like, it's great, plays for a lot of ability. And then he said, they're not educated. So you're like, you're talking about both sides of your mouth, which doesn't give me any, the difference between Hogrimson and McLaren is that Hogrimson is from a country where they're much more direct. And frankly, are much more, I don't want to use this word truthful, but they're not going to manage what they say. If you're from the UK in some respects, some people, a friend of mine, call it being disingenuous. They're going to position things a certain way in which you're getting some kind of comfort, but it may not be reality. The reality is that the coach is basically saying the Jamaican players are not at the level they should be. And we've been preaching this for a while, and we get cursed out that we're disrespecting local players and we're saying this. He said it much nicer because, Jamaicans like to be direct in what they say and they want you to feel their words. He said it much nicer, but at the end of the day, he said the same thing. Now, I would love for Cephas to have a brilliant game. Conrad said, Tito says, do you think that he speaks out of turn because JVIP has him tied up? No, I think it's no different from you see people in the corporate world, and I wouldn't call McLaren corporate, no way, shape, or form. But you don't knock your employer, that's the first thing. And you're very cognizant, especially if you're a foreigner in a certain environment, as to how you communicate. Unlike I'll give you an example, my nephew. I've been trying to beat him over the head about what you say and who you say to and how you say it, right? He went to Barbados and he was like, the food sucks. And I was like, whoa. You should say the food doesn't have the taste I expected. If you're talking to Bajans, you can't go tell them their food suck. It's just like cold and brutal, and they may love their food and think it's great. A good example was, it's like Hogrimson, when he was interviewed about Jamaica and talking about fish, and we feel good. I thought, forget who the interviewer was, feeling all good and great about Jamaica food and fish. What I get from him is like, we have better fish in where I come from. It was not great to me because his taste buds are different. So we have to be, I think you have to be careful what you say, but you shouldn't say things which are contradictory. It's like him talking about the whole Ravel thing, which is, any player playing in any league or available for selection, and then says, rather play a bush league, so can I use him? Those are my terms, just paraphrasing. So Conrad says he's trying to please. Wait 1 second. Let me pull it up. I hate this computer. He's at the game. Rudolph Speed is there. I saw him in the thing. Conrad says he's trying to please Rudolph. He's at the game. I'm sure you meant the S after the E with an apostrophe, Conrad. I'm sure that's what you meant. Yes, I know that's what you meant. Even though you have a smile right between that could be taken a different way, you know. But look, I've never seen Speed at a game. Seriously, I don't think I've ever seen Speed at a game. So maybe there's something to this. I don't know what that's about, but I've never seen him at a game. And traveling with the team. When I've gone to games, I've seen the president there, Dennis Chung, but now Dennis is not traveling, right? Dennis is now leaving the post. So maybe he's functioning as a GenSec, interim GenSec, even though I heard some other name being mentioned. So it should be interesting. It should be interesting. Well, maybe he's there to negotiate with some team. Maybe it's a negotiating trip. Who knows? Who knows how that is? Who knows? But it's the starting level, people. It's the same. Are you guys happy with the starting level? You think we should have made changes? I should look at who's on the bench. I expect a Mothersfield to get. Let me just pull up the Jamaica team to see who's on the bench. Give me 1 second. So on the bench, wait, this is the Nigeria team. So Simon, give me. I'm not seeing the entire Jamaica team, but I saw it earlier. Ravel's on the bench. Mothersfield is on the bench. I'm surprised Davis is playing over Chambers. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. I thought Chambers replaced Davis from Mount Pleasant, so therefore he'd probably be the one start. I'm kind of confused actually when it comes to that. Really confused. So I have the desk here. So Chambers, Williams, Ming, Gregley, Young, Green, McCullough, Brandon Cover, Ravel, Brown is there. Mothersfield, Atkinson. People, it's going to get interesting, right? Because you think about who's on the bench. Brown, who did brilliant against St. Vincent. Mothersfield, who's the next big young thing for Jamaica. Brandon Cover, who everybody wants to see, most people want to see. And then Ravel. And even Busy Atkinson. So it's going to be interesting how that all works. Yeah, no, Holgate is a defender. That's what I'm saying. Holgate is a center back. No, he's a defender. He's a defender. Holgate plays, if you watch him play for Everton for years, he even played CDM sometimes. But he's a right back. He's mainly a center back, but right back, center back. He can play CDM too. But the thing about Holgate is, you know how we used to talk about Low, and that Low is a walking yellow card, or Low is a walking red card, or even though the numbers don't stack up, to be honest. Man, if you Holgate, that's all I'll say about Holgate. He's a walking something. He is a walking something. Sometimes Holgate is a challenge. Sometimes he's a challenge. He does tend to get himself in trouble a lot of times. And I saw the scores earlier. So for those who just came in the chat, let me see your score. We have had some interesting scores earlier. Some 3-1, some 5-1. All in the favor of Nigeria, by the way. Here's what's strange about the scores I'm seeing. Most times you are watching Reggae Boyz game, and we use Patron, no matter who we are playing. If you have the audacity to say Jamaica's going to lose, people want to beat you. That confidence is not They're protruding out now. One Love said 2-1. Who? No, you gotta put who's 2-1. You gotta put who 2-1. You gotta put who's 2-1. We can't just put that number there. One Love. We put who we are talking about. Are we gonna win? Or are we gonna first? Gotta say Jamaica 2, Nigeria 1. You gotta say. Oh damn, Dr. Dan. Wow, Dan, really? Are you guys basing the score based off the Nigeria Ghana game? Is that the criteria that you're using to determine the score? Let me know. Is that the criteria you're using? I'm curious. Curious as to your rationale for the score that you're providing. Tougher Rudy says, what's Tougher Rudy's score? Why is this popping up? That's a better score, Tougher Rudy. 3-2. We ain't seen no Jamaica win yet. We don't expect to win people. I don't think I've ever watched a Jamaica game, even play US. And all the score. Wait. What? See One Love. You know, somebody in that crowd must have faith in that team. Yeah, I agree. That the midfield is the midfield struggles defensively, you know, people. I don't think you guys realize against Trinidad. Trinidad was walking through the midfield. And they weren't passing through the midfield, they were walking through the midfield. Because I think Russell was out of position sometimes defensively. Palmer doesn't play defense. And Hayden has lost a step. Dr. Dan says, Dr. Dan wants to know what scored 2 in Jamaica. By the way, I think Burrell's goal was a brilliant goal, by the way. I think Burrell's goal was a brilliant goal. So Dr. Dan says, I saw both games. Nigeria midfield is what beat Ghana. And they would have scored at least 3. Interesting. And Ricardo saying on the defense side, we're not organized, and Nigeria will punish us because of that 1-5. Yeah, we are poor defensively. Hey, Vinsky, you can call in, but I can't promise you. Oh, sorry, Vinsky, I turned my phone down for some reason. You can call again, Vinsky. I turned my phone down. I don't have my hookup here. I'm on the road, so if I'm and my computer is acting up like a little, you know what. So, but Vinsky, you can call back, Vinsky. I'll have to just put you on my headset because I don't have my I'm gonna call them contraptions here today. I thought Dixon had a mixed game, you know. I don't think he was that bad. The chance he missed in the first half was a really bad miss, but I don't think Dixon was terrible at all. Yeah, our midfield is challenged. Our midfield is challenged. Our midfield is challenged. So Vinsky, may I call you back?
Yeah,
guys, let me know if you guys can hear Vinsky. Go ahead, Vinsky.
Yeah, man. Cranky.
I'm doing well. How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, can hear you, man. Can you guys hear Vinsky? Let me get Ricardo and Dr. Dan and others. Let me know if you know if you can hear Vinsky. I'm trying to have him talk into my headset. Give me 1 second. Let me hear what the audience have to say first. Let me hear the chat have to say first. Let me tell you whether it work or not. Yeah, them can't hear you. Go on. Them can't hear you.
Oh yeah, all right. No, looking forward to the game. Prediction. I want love. Favor Jamaica, of course. We're going along the line.
Wait, Vinci, you can't get with that. What's your rationale for Jamaica winning one love? Based on what?
Based on what?
Yes.
From the last game, I like how we're attacking.
Okay.
Yes, we're vulnerable in the midfield. The defense is suspect, but hopefully, after watching the videos from the first game, we will make some adjustments.
Which coach?
The Jamaican coach.
You gonna make adjustments? Him not know what that means. Why am I doing this? You know what? I take that back. I take that back.
Come on.
Vinsky.
Yeah.
I went to the US game in St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
I sat behind the bench. I watched Robinson running wild the entire first half. The coach made no adjustments. McGee was in no man's land. Nobody picked up Robinson. Bailey didn't pick him up. Robinson picked him up. Robinson was playing inverted. The coach didn't adjust once. And I'm sitting there thinking, no. I'm giving an example of how I view the coach, which is
But the coach evolves and with more experience. And working with the team a lot more.
Man, about 40 years of coach. Okay, Vinsky. We'll see if that works.
Come on, cranky man.
All right. Okay.
How many months ago? You're trying to say the coach from the thing in St. Louis is the same thing as today?
Let me drink some water and recharge. Wait, give me 1 second. Let me drink some water and then I'll get more positive. The water will help me. So me drink some water. The water will help me.
Come on, drink some water.
Yeah. So okay. Let's reset. My hope is that.
So, like I said,
yeah.
I'm going to Jamaica one. You know what? Let me adjust that. 2-1 Jamaica, because I don't think we can keep a clean sheet.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah, 2-1 in favor of Jamaica. But I really want to see him put some new the Brandon covers on. I want to see this Malik Madasil as well. Who else is on the bench? I want to see some players.
Ravel is on the bench.
I want to see Ravel again with some more minutes this time around.
How you thought it looked the last game? Their conflicting perspective on Ravel's performance the last game.
I like that he came in, he set to the game. He controlled the middle, in my opinion.
Okay.
It wasn't much advanced, but he felt like he went the coach, I would hope. Put him on to really control the game per se. And if that was the instruction, then he definitely accomplished that.
Okay.
But he looks good. His touches were good. He showing for the ball.
Right.
He has the defenders collapsing on him, and when if a Jamaican another player should make the overrun, he's able to find them. I think he tried to find Lembakisa one at a time when the defense collapsed on him.
Right.
So he tried to lob it over the top to Dexter, unfortunately.
Yes, I remember that play. Yep.
So yeah, I definitely like Rafael. I thought he would have been more out of shape, but I want to see more of him, maybe at 30 minutes, at 35 minutes, to see what it look like. But yeah, overall, the team don't look bad, and I like how we attack too. The attacking part of it, not this low block and defend the entire game. I like how we're spreading it to the wings, making squares, and boy, Cephas a lot. I like Cephas, but he definitely does need to make some more better decisions in the final.
So you like Cephas, you know, and you don't like Cephas at the same time. Both could be correct. Both can be correct.
But it's the same thing you were saying. I was watching your show.
Yeah.
With the speed and the pressure he put on the defense, that's a plus.
Yes.
But at times when he's forced to make certain decisions, and unfortunately,
you know what's funny, Vinsky? You know what's funny? In the Ghana game today, there was a ball that the forward got similar to Cephas. In fact, Cephas was in a better position with less pressure, and he rolled the ball off to the man in front of him. He got the ball in the box, back to goal. He didn't try some stupid back heel. I shouldn't say stupid. He didn't try some back heel. He actually settled the ball, kept the defender away, and rolled the ball to the man on the 18, right? Which is what Cephas should do with Palmer, and Cephas never even thought about it. It's not even that he didn't even think about it.
Gave it to Dixon. He was facing Dixon.
Right, yeah, Dixon. Yeah. Well, it was two people. He could have get Palmer running on the left or Dixon. Yeah.
True. You're right.
Because Palmer was open. There was nobody on Palmer's side, right?
I'm wondering if Cephas is playing like he has something to prove. Like if you know, he's playing as if he has to rack up a whole bunch of goals, so the coach can say, "Yeah, man, we can't leave out Cephas." Like if you just make the game come to you, you have your speed, play to your strength, and everything else will fall in line.
Well, the thing is that you get credit for assists, you know, or pre-assists, you know. People give credit, you know, because he got 2 penalties, right, which are to me both assists.
I don't think he takes that into consideration.
Okay.
Right, because I even remember, I think who gave him? I think Russell gave him a ball on top of the 18, and right away he tried to curl it in a top corner, and the ball went out of play.
Right.
So, you just need to know when to pass, when to shoot, and when to attack. Just make some better decisions and don't force the game. Let the game come to you and you'll be all right. But I like him.
All right.
I like him though. You know.
Yeah, man.
You wouldn't agree?
No, I like Cephas. I like Cephas, except when you start making this. You know, I like Cephas until you have to make some decisions, and then I get upset. But you can't coach that speed. You can't coach that speed. And people say, "Oh, well, if he didn't have the speed." No, he has the speed. Let's stop saying what he doesn't have, because he has it.
And he puts fear in the defense.
He does.
Fear in the defenders.
Yes.
You have to give him that. It's just the coach just needs to bro, let the game come to you. Use your assets. Use your skill sets, and try not to overdo it. That's make the game simple, like they would say.
Yep.
We're looking forward to the game.
Yeah, man.
I want to give you a big up. It's a long time I don't call it.
Yeah, I noticed. I noticed actually.
No, I don't call it, but I'm watching the shows though.
All right.
Watching the shows.
Yeah. Well, yeah, appreciate it, sir. Yeah, appreciate it, sir.
All right, we'll connect soon. Respect, cranky.
Yeah, man. Bless.
Cool.
By the way, people, I just saw a bulletin come across, which I need to read out for those of you who haven't been vaccinated. It says the CDC's flight warning to all Americans, well, it should be to the world, frankly, after finding world's most infectious disease is spreading. I'm going to read this because it's important. Just think about this as a bulletin to interrupt the coverage of the football. It says the CDC, which is the Center for Disease Control or whatever it is, said the CDC is urging Americans to cancel their coming flights if they're not vaccinated against measles. Well, I've had measles already, so we know enough. I assume that, and we've told that if you've had it already, you're normally going to get it again, but that's interesting. The agency has upgraded its health travel warning after discovering the virus, one of the most infectious in the world, is spreading on U.S. airplanes, which is interesting. Right? It says a previous recommendation that said Americans should consider making alternative travel plans if they could not get vaccinated before departing. Now it says travelers should consider postponing their trip. So we're supposed to go. I have to go home, and I'm out of town. I gotta go home. My flight is booked for Tuesday, and I didn't drive down here this time, so that ain't working. But I'm up looking into it. Whether or not, if you've had it before, can you get reinfected? Estimates suggest around 10% of adults may lack immunity, either due to never receiving the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, or because their immunity has diminished over time. And that's the equivalent of 25 million individuals. Measles infections have been detected at the country's biggest airports in recent months amid a resurgence of the virus linked to low vaccination rates. Isn't that what Kennedy wants us to do? Sorry, guys, of you who are not in the US. Doesn't Kennedy say they don't believe in that disease and vaccination? We have these, morons running all these agencies. Come like some of the people who run some organization me always criticize. But anyway, I'll stop there. So people, if your flight going away, ain't no vaccination, vaccinate them and say if you fly. Change your flight. And if you didn't insure your trip, I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. Bless up, Jargons. Thanks for being here. So we're here for the game between Jamaica and Nigeria. I am truly looking forward to the game. I am optimistic about. Here's my concern about the game, people. And it's a legit concern, which is this. I thought this game would be a good way to get us introduced to certain players. So, for example, a Modasil and a Burrell, right? And those players will be given an opportunity, even some of the local JPL players, to show the coach their worth, right? That's why we fly them all the way from Jamaica to England. As we might as well just bring some of the young English players there in 19. So if you go bring them there to be on the bench, and don't tell me about no experience. They no experience with this, unless you want to get them a trip abroad. Then you're just wasting money. If you bring all these local JPL players there, you had no intention of playing them and showcasing them so they can get contract, because that's was part of the program. Why did you bring them? Now, things may have changed because you realize, you can say, well, if I lost the first game, the second game didn't matter, so I'd have done that. And now the coach said he wants to win, and he's playing by the same team, and he's only going to make a certain number of changes. So some of the players will never see the field. Now, it may be nice to get a trip overseas, but I don't know. It's interesting. It's a dilemma for the coach, but also one for the JFF actually, because you're not giving exposure to certain players. They're not getting a chance to play against some of the better players, because in this game, whether you were playing Ghana or Nigeria, who, frankly, given their profile of their players, maybe need to be better teams, you want your players to be introduced in an environment where they're going to be uncomfortable to show their worth. So I don't know, people. I don't know. It's an interesting one. I'm not sure how we work around that. What are you guys' thoughts on that? So Sanjay Brooks is saying, should be a good litmus test for McLaren and his squad. I think he may be using his subs more in this game. He'll be judged on how he used them, looking at how Burrow does again. I actually think it depends on how the game goes. If he's losing miserably, even though you may want to keep the score down, he'll make subs. If he's winning, it's going to be hard to make subs. Let's think about it. It's going to be hard to make subs, because you want to maintain what you have. Unless the people get tired, I'm not sure he'll make a lot of changes. Losing may be better for those players on the fringes versus winning. Because if you want to win the game, you're going to keep on your best team. And if they're playing well, you want to maintain it versus making wholesale change them in and lose the game. Because he talks about winning. And look, we play to win games, but there's also other objectives here, which is how do I get certain players game time to watch them in a competitive environment. It's going to be an interesting one. Andrew Ein says it's about winning. They need to have that mentality. Winning is more important than, yeah, Andrew, but it's how do you, so for example, a Modasil, a Brandon Cover, they're just going to just sit there and don't get 20 minutes, 25 minutes. They're good players, young players, and they probably expect to play. The one thing I'll say to these people, if you're at a JFF, even though you know this, when you see this field, and there's people there watering this field is getting drenched. When you see this, if you are the players playing on this field, the English players are used to it, right? You're the ones who play in the championship. Brentford was a championship club for years. And the stadium is not big. It's in London. It's about, what, 17,000 something. But look at the pitch, people. It's immaculate. Immaculate. Truly, truly immaculate. I see them bringing out the trophy, which hopefully, who's the captain of Jamaica? Amari Bell? I'm surprised Bell got the captaincy, you know. I don't think Bell has a club now, actually. I'm surprised Bell got the captaincy. I thought it would have gone to Ahed, but Ahed is still new to the team. Yep, I would agree. If we're losing, he's going to make subs. If we're losing by a bit too, if we're like Trinidad, how it was in the first half the game was over, he'll make a lot of subs at halftime. Dr. Dan put me on the spot. I am predicting Jamaica to win by 5 goals to 0 in my dreams. But in reality, I'm going to predict Nigeria win 3-2. 3-2. I think we'll score. And I think we'll score because Sifa's going to create havoc in a couple of his runs. And whether it's a penalty or set somebody up. Because I'm sure Cephas can be deft. Everybody said the same thing. Pass the know what ball when you get it to your teammates on the flank. He's going to set somebody up. And I think Burrell is a good finisher, as he showed actually in that game. It must be the greatest feeling, frankly, to come to play for your country, to have your family come to the game, on your debut and score a very good goal. That's got to be the best feeling. And it leaves an indelible impression on the fans and the coach. None of the people on the field deserve the captaincy, to be honest. There's nobody. I mean, think about it. Palmer, none of the midfield apart from Haiti, just Haiti in terms of his stature and his experience and the level he has played at over the years. The goalkeeper couldn't get it. King has probably the most. Well, Bell, King. Yeah, it's one of those three to me. It's either Bell, King, or Hayden. As you're saying, people may consider Hayden to be too new. But look, when Odegaard came to Arsenal, he was only there for a year. When he came back the next year, he got the captaincy. So sometimes about the leadership and the coach view as being leaders. I think captaincy in football is overrated, by the way. Captaincy in cricket is probably the most important thing. Captaincy in football is overrated. Especially if you're not a good player. Do I trust Cephas? Cephas is what I call a hit and miss footballer. So Cephas against Dominica was awful. Cephas against the US last year was good. Cephas this week, Tuesday, against Trinidad was hit and miss. But there's one thing you can't teach in sports is speed and exceptional speed. His speed is track speed. It's not normal. If those are the guys who go way back, like a Ballerini who's played for KC way back in the 70s, I saw a little bit of him. I mean, when you have track speed people, you're a defender, you think you're up against normal speed, and the man push the ball and you're running, and you go in the opposite way. That's the difference. That's the difference. So it's not I mean, he makes a lot of bad decisions. We all admit that. Like horrible decisions. Not even bad, horrible decisions. But we can't disagree that, to me, he was the man of the match last game. If you get 2 penalties in a game where we did nothing apart from the goal, which was what I'm calling Jamaica buck up, which is a ricochet goal, keeper saved it, Burrell scored. We created chances, but we didn't put them away. You get 2 penalties, which we dispatched. Then you got to get your kudos and your credit. One of the penalties you created all by yourself, where you outrun a defender and you beat the keeper to the ball because you know you're that quick. Yeah, Ricardo, Dexter was poor last game. Sorry, he was poor. But some of the mistake wasn't just Dexter. Russell was poor defensively. I think sometimes we watch football, we just focus on the immediacy of the situation and think about the whole thing prospectively. So a couple of things. One is there was one sequence of play where King got beat. Dexter went to mark his man way up the field because we're trying to press high. King rotated over, and they got behind us. Russell was in an island sitting by himself, drinking tea, not thinking defense. Seriously. And you sit there watching and say, most people are going to blame King and blame Dexter and realize that defense has to be a coordinated activity that allow you to cover for each other. Even on the second goal they scored, Palmer escorted the player in the box before he crossed the ball with the dispatch. He wasn't playing defense. We sort of think about defense, about the immediacy of somebody in front of you and who made the last tackle. Everything has to link, because if one part of the whole defense breaks down, it affects everything else. But I am optimistic. Look, they have a lot of party, man. A lot of yellow, green, and black in the stands. Woolly Payard in the stands, or people, diaspora people, because people are Jamaican think say we are Yardi. And they're all decked out. Nigerians decked out. Yard is decked out. Should be a good game. We're 6 minutes away from the commencement of the game. I'm looking forward to the game. Hope is that I just want us to play really well. I was very disappointed with our midfield last game, given the quality. When they had the ball, they were good most times. When they didn't have the ball, they were bad most times, which can't be the case. Now, is he going to play 4-3-3 again? Or does he go 3 at the back, give Nigeria's potency? I don't trust the coach. The coach reminds me of Arteta. Game management is not his forte. Like some coaches set you up to succeed before you get on the field. But when you get on the field and for them to make decisions within the game, they just don't make good decisions. I think Arteta is atrocious in that way. I don't think McLaren is great either. Adapting to your opponent, recognizing situation that's being created on the field, whether it's overloads or someone not positioned well or whatever it is, he doesn't react well to me. Does not react well. And my hope is that that will not be the case today. That if things are not going well, he will adjust and give us the best chance for success. But we'll see. We shall see what we shall see. We are close to game time, 5 minutes from game time. Jamaica versus Nigeria in the Brentford Stadium in London, England. Looking forward to this game. I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to this game. I wonder how they make a determination in the JFF. Who gets to travel? Which members of the board, technical staff, finance staff, who gets to travel? I'm curious about that, actually. Someone may say, Cranky, it's none of your business, but I'm curious. Because when you fly to England and you're now flight coaching enough money. I don't think we have a system, Dr. Don. I don't know what system you play. Does anybody know what our style of play is? I'm curious. Does anybody know what our style of play is? Anybody in the chat know what's our style of plays? Yes, on paper, Nigeria, a lot of players who are playing at a decent level. I mean, we have what? Number of League One and Championship players in our team. Bell doesn't have a team, but he was Championship. Holgate has played Premier League. Hayden has played Premier League. Palmer is Championship. Russell is Championship. Burrell is League One. Cephas is what? Division 2 in Turkey. And King and Davis are JPL, which is I don't know how to describe the JPL. Yeah, I don't think the coach is thinking, he's not thinking style of play. But it's not Dexter alone on Low Wolf. I think what you have to realize is that Dexter wasn't that good the last game, right? Especially that last ball over the top where he just misread the ball. But Russell, who's playing on the right, has to help him. And so does Dixon. Both his right winger and his number 8 has to help him. Can't just have him there having 2 against 1 and 3 against 1. Yeah, players were walking Lone Wolf. Yes, Lone Wolf. I totally agree, Lone Wolf. No, we're poor defensively. Poor. I hope we don't press, though. I think we should start our defense just before half line or just over half line. I don't think we have the energy, the stamina, the athleticism to press nobody. Jargons. Trini and Ghana play already. What are you talking about, Jargons? Ghana mash up Trini. Could have scored about 10. What did they score? What last score? 5-0, 4-0? Whatever the number was. Ghana was dominant. Game wasn't even close. They scored 2 goals in the first 20 minutes, and it was downhill from there. But to be fair to Trinidad, they didn't have a lot of players who was going to play Gold Cup, actually, which I find interesting. Yeah, they got 4-0. 4-0 was the final score. They hit the upright once, but It was men against boys. Let's be honest. There are levels to this thing. And the team from Trinidad, even though they look good against Jamaica, because people talk about how great the game was, I didn't think the Jamaica Trinidad game was great. It was a high scoring game, 3-2. I thought both teams struggled defensively. Players are walking out. Yes, walking past the trophies. The trophy, I should say. But it's one think about it. If you went to the stadium, you are there before 12 p.m., right? England time. You're probably there from 11, and the Jamaica game finishes, say, 7. So that's a whole day of football, right? Because you're there from, say, 11, hour before the game, even though the crowd is not great, so you can get in. And then you're going to leave after the game. The game starts 12 a.m., so it's 5 p.m. UK time. So it's 8 hours worth of football or time there. Yep, players are walking out. I wonder if my feed is slow because I'm watching JFF Live. What feed are you guys watching? Because these players are walking out a while ago, even though I saw Nigeria walking out, but it was the Nigerian substitutes. Nigeria is in white, and Jamaica is in its traditional, what is it, green and black? Or green, black, and yellow stripes with a lot of people have on pink boots. Why pink get fashionable now? Right. We would never wear pink boots. And most the fans are singing the national anthem in chorus. I'm getting goosebumps. Yeah. I think my feed is a little bit slower than your guys' feed, it appears. Oh, Afro Sport TV. Okay, so let me. Damn, I don't want to switch and then I can't get it back. I'm gonna hate myself if I do that. But let me try to do that actually. JFF members on. Let me see if I can find that feed. Now I try switching on, then we can't find it, and then it's a one mess. It's what Afrobeat. So we can't find the Afrobeat feed. Afro Sport TV is what it's called. Yeah. I did see it this morning, actually. Afro Sport TV. Let's see if we can find it. It says live, 869 watching. Yep, it's ahead of JFF speed because the players are now congregating. So I'm at your thanks a lot, Lone Wolf, because I realized telling me the Jamaica feed is slow as a molasses. I don't know why it should be the same feed. That's interesting. The quality has been good, actually. Very good. So they're featuring, I see, Holgate. So we're getting ready to start the game, people. Jamaica versus Nigeria. Looking forward to the game. Yeah, the coach actually wants to see the game. He doesn't sit on the bench for these 2 games. And I think the purpose is that you get a better view when you're looking down, actually. So I'm sure he wants to observe the game well versus, because when you're down, as I said the last time at ground level, it's not the best look. Not the best look. Holgate's the one doing the talking, frankly. That's interesting. Some people are born leaders, Holgate doing a lot of talking in the huddle. You would think that talking would be done by Bell, who's the captain, but he's doing a lot of the talking. Players are line up. Afrofeed is 1-300 watching it. Must be all of us in Jamaica watching it. Afrofeed. Ball is off. We're going long. King going long, trying to find Cephas. Ball headed out. So we have commenced the game between Jamaica and Nigeria. We got to keep the score down early. We can't afford to give an early goal. And we are pressing. That's interesting. And Hayden, no, that is Russell pressing. I don't think we should press though. Seriously, I don't. Not giving Nigeria speed, not giving their ability. I don't think we should press. But we're pressing. Maybe trying to get some early turnovers. Nigeria playing the ball around well, actually. We're chasing goals so far. Nigeria coming forward on the wing. Brilliant move by the forward, but got dispossessed. Corner to Nigeria. Yeah, it's going to be a tough game. It will be a very tough game today. They're keeping the ball well. Corner taken by number 11 for Nigeria. I should make sure I stop saying numbers and call out players' names. Corner is short. Ball played up by Jamaica. To Nigeria, who has the ball coming forward again. Number 11, Shekuzi, is a very tricky player, really skillful player, people. Really skillful player. It's going to be tough night for. It's going to be a tough game for Lembakisa tonight. If he gets a lot of feeding, he's a really good player. So we're doing a one-man press. Come on, people, just settle down. Stay in your half. Play a 4-4-1-1. Uh-oh. Ball out of bounds. Goal kick to Jamaica. So we're in the 3rd minute. We haven't really made 2 passes yet. Score tied at 0. Dr. Don, we'll see. We see Dr. Don, we'll see. So Dr. Don, are you familiar with this team? Because I know you have Nigerian background. Playing butt and catch here. Jamaica with the ball. Aiden trying to go long, trying to find Dixon. Dixon had the ball. He's going to be behind the keeper. Dixon may get to it. He does. The keeper's out of his goal. Jamaica have a chance here. But Dixon cannot get into the box. Trying to beat his man. Got dispossessed. That was a good opportunity for Jamaica, you know. Nigeria clears upfield. Ball to Bell. Being pressured. Bell to Cephas. Cephas with the ball. Good touch. Goes all the way back to Holgate. Holgate. Find King. King looking for a pass. Go wide out to Lambakisa. Lambakisa, brilliant move by Lambakisa coming forward. Has options. Trying to go inside. Tripped by the player. Jamaica retains position. Ball to Dixon. Dixon go out to Russell. Russell back to Lambakisa. Lambakisa, good ball down to Dixon. Jamaica playing well. Good build up. Dixon, not sure what he was trying to do. He was trying to cross a Burrell or what he was trying to do. And Burrell with a stupid foul. Asinine foul. The man's not going anywhere. Here's what I hate. I hate when forwards foul defenders and give them an out when they have no out. Yeah, they're talking on the right side, Lone Wolf, but we're playing. This is a good sequence. The right side is where we've been playing in this last sequence, a good sequence. I don't know why Burrell is going to foul him there. He's not going anywhere, Burrell. He's only going to kick the ball out of bounds. You just give him a free kick for nothing. Coaches should have discussion about players about this. Don't give defenders an out when they have nowhere to go and you're going to foul them. That's what we call a turnover. Nigeria has some good players. Number 15 is Moses Simon is a good player. Chuck Woozy is a good player. Very good players. The right side is going to have their hands full today. Nigeria the ball coming forward. Man, it's one ball beat two midfielders. Good run back by Hayden. Good, brilliant pass by Hayden over to Palmer. Palmer trying to find Burrell, but the pass was never on. Balls like that with Palmer, just control the ball. You have some time. Make a better decision of getting the ball to your Yeah, they're targeting the right side. It's going to be tough. He's one-on-one with Chukwueze. Corner to... He needs help. Russell has to help him. Russell has to help him. We can't have him isolated one-on-one. Any forward work they're sought is going to be able to beat their right or left back if they get enough balls and they get isolation. So it can't. It's not just Lambakisa. He's got to get help from Russell and from Dixon too. Yeah. Yep, Dr. Dunn. I see that. Second corner to Nigeria. Ball headed up by Jamaica. Headed in by Nigeria. We're coming out too slow. We need to come out quicker. Nigeria is really spreading the ball around, and they're going from left to right really well. Jamaica holding their own. We're in the 7th minute. Score tied at 0. Nigeria playing the ball real wide and creating a lot of space. Really good play by Nigeria there. Ball by Shaquan Davis. He should have gone wide actually to Bell. Shaquan should be better in this game. I assume that he's got the jitters out. Nigeria playing well though. Their movement is really good. We haven't gotten to the game yet. I'm surprised Onyeka is starting. I think he's been out on loan. He's at Brentford. He's on loan. I guess this is home field, so they give him a game. Good pressure by Jamaica. Good pressure by Dixon. Both Dixon and Burrell got pushed off the ball, but I love the pressure. I love the pressure. In the 8th minute, score still tied at 0. Nigeria playing the ball wide, really spreading the field, utilizing the width of the field, which is really, really good actually on their part. Good pressure there by Russell. Yeah, they're spreading the field, people, which then gives their players more isolation and more ability to play more one-on-one. We gotta make sure we're compact, at least in the middle, and we're not spread too far wide. But they're dominating possession so far, which is not surprising. And then try to hit us over the top, which they have just did. Nigeria coming forward, ball crossed. One goal to Nigeria. That's horrible defending. That's awful defending. Jesus Lord, we have 4 defenders back and 2 men in the box and they score there? Horrible defending. Where's my 2 center halves? Horrible defending. In fact, that's no defending. First of all, the man got behind the defense. That shouldn't happen. Ridiculous defending. Then Bell and King are talking. What are they talking about? That's horrible defending. Horrible defending. None of them went for the ball. The ball shouldn't have reached its destination over the top. It's a simple ball. Let's look at this again. Ball coming forward. The forward, it may have been offside, Doesn't really matter. King kept him on. And then Lambakisa didn't see Simon just run inside of him. That's poor. That ball beat both King. That's horrible. Yeah, Lambakisa fell asleep. Didn't know where he was, fell asleep. No, King kept him on, but it's just horrible defending. Jamaica coming forward. Palmer trying to beat his man, turn the ball over. Horrible defending. As bad defending as you're gonna see. Like poor. Number 2, who had number 2 on? Yeah, it's bad defending. As bad as it gets, seriously. Lambakisa is number 2. He didn't even see where the man is. He didn't glance once. He's just watching the play. Dr. Don says 1-1. So that my feed is slow then. Jamaica with the ball coming forward. King outside to the great Cephas. Cephas coming forward. Run past him, Cephas. Show him now. Show Dr. Don what I talk about. Show Dr. Don. Show Dr. Don. Hey, Dr. Don, Dr. Don, Dr. Don. You can't talk to me, Dr. Don. Dr. Don, you can't talk to me, Dr. Don. Dr. Don, you can't talk to me. You can't talk to me, Dr. Don. Goal! There is world-class speed out wide. Dr. Don, you owe me. You owe me, Dr. Don. You owe me. My feet is slow, but you owe me. And good goal by Dixon. Well taken. What speed, people, for kill people. And you know, Cephas didn't even set him up. He just ran past him. Dr. Don telling me how athletic the Nigerians are. They ain't got no 100-meter star in the team. We got Cephas. Look at this. Cephas come forward and said, let's go for a race. It was no race. And he did what everyone's asked him to do. Cephas on any 10. Brilliant cross. Left-footed cross. Brilliant run by Dixon. Brilliant, brilliant goal. Brilliant, brilliant play. Brilliant play. You gotta imagine, we start from our goal, people. Brilliant, brilliant. I keep telling the people, Cephas is a difference maker. Speed cannot be taught. And when he learned how to make a decision like he did a while ago, he's unplayable. Great goal, great goal. I'm glad you guys got it before me, but great goal. I said what, 3-1? I still think it's going to be. I think we're going to score. No, I said 3-2. I think we're going to score another goal. I think we're going to score another goal. Uh-oh, yellow card to who? Oh, damn. Who got a yellow card? Is that Dixon? Dixon's very enthusiastic, It's not good. Players rolling around. Good goal, though, by Dixon. It's a brilliant goal. It's a brilliant goal. Oh, you know what? It wasn't intentional. He just missed. He stepped on his toe. Stepped on his big toe. Those are the goals we want to see, people. And these are 2 locally produced players, by the way. Just saying. Cephas, you're on. Cephas going to England, people. Cephas going to play football in England. What I said. Cephas will be in the championship next year and then in Premier League. I'm telling you, this game is the coming out of Cephas. He gets to be in the English-speaking world, no longer in Turkey. That speed cannot be taught, people. Uh-oh. Some people are coming out of the woodworks. Come on, people. We ever get to those headers? Come on, Davis. Just your ball. Oh, come on, referee. That's a yellow card, referee. Yellow card, referee. That's a bad jumping by Nigerian. Davis trying to go wide out to Dixon. Dixon should just go good wide out to. I cannot see this well. They're covering up. Good ball, Jamaica. Jamaica playing better now. We're back in the game, people. We're in the game. Jamaica now confident. We scored. Right after they scored, we're confident. We gave a bad goal. Our goal was a better goal, by the way. Our goal was just Cephas just burning his man. Good ball. Not sure if it was intended, but Lambakisa trying to go down the wing to Dixon. Dixon has a lot of energy, people. I thought Dixon would make the final cut for the Gold Cup, but you never know. You score a goal, you gotta play you. Come on, Dixon. You gotta make a better return pass than that, Dixon. Come on. Jamaica with the ball coming forward. Russell trying to go out to Dixon. Too far. Bad pass. When you don't have pressure, you got to make sure the cushion on the pass where you pass it is at the right speed. If you just join us, we're watching the game between Jamaica and Nigeria, and we are much more encouraged by the performance in the last, I'm going to say, 5 minutes. Not just about the goal, but we're more into the game. We got to be careful, though, because they're trying to get behind us, right? They do what we're doing. They're trying to get behind us, and the defense can't be too far up the field because we ain't got the speed in the middle of the park. That's one thing we're not blessed with, speed in the middle of the park. Whether it's Pinnock, Low has some speed, but in our central defenders, Nigeria coming forward, good play by, go down the wing. He's being escorted out there. Is this King? Good play by Jamaica. Won the ball back, but then got dispossessed. It's anybody's ball. Jamaica with the ball. Just get out of your life. Get out of your life. Get out of your life. Don't play with the ball. Get out of your life and start over. Trying to find Cephas deep. Cephas, people, I don't think people realize. Oh, that was Burrell a while ago. I don't think people realize how quick Cephas is. Oh, Dixon have gun salute? Yeah, that's not good. No, Bigger, we agree, but when you have an exceptional ability, people shouldn't say, well, if he didn't have his speed, he has his speed. We don't want to hear that. His speed is a differentiator. Chukwe coming forward. Good play by Jamaica. Jamaica aiding with the ball. Good move. Got dispossessed. He didn't have a pass. Burrell, when your midfielder get the ball, you have to sprint off the man that's marking you. Give him an angle to get the ball to you. That's poor movement by Burrell up front. He has to sprint out wide because the space is out there. So you give Hayden an option. Game has settled down. We're in the 18th minute. Jamaica 1, Nigeria 1. I'm encouraged by this performance. And God help Guatemala. Nigeria trying to go over the top again. Oh. They're trying to find Simon over the top quite a bit, actually. I think Simon and Chukwueze are the two most dangerous players, it looks like. Oh, Dexter, that's not good. That's not good, Dexter. Dexter, you keep making... Dexter, you're walking... Dexter is becoming a liability, you know. He was involved in the first goal. He wasn't good against Trinidad. And that pass a while ago, a blind pass, is not a good look. Not a good look. Dexter has to get his game together. 19th minute. Score tied at 1. Get the ball to Cephas, people. Get the ball to Cephas. Midfield is not in the game as much as they need to be. When Hayden pick it up, both Russell and Palmer have to be available. Have to be available. Jamaica with the ball. Coming forward. Dixon plays the ball out wide. Poor pass by Dixon trying to find Russell. Don't foul him, Russell. Do not foul him. Please don't foul him. He's not going anywhere. See? That's all you have to do, people, is don't foul. Jamaica won the ball back. Dixon trying to go 1-2. We're trying to pass the ball in spaces that's not there. Jamaica with the ball coming forward. Ball to Russell. Russell back to Lambakisa. Lambakisa trying to go over the top to find Burrell. Burrell tried a fancy chip, didn't come off. Nigeria comes away with the ball. We're in the 20th minute. Jamaica 1, Nigeria 1. Come on, Cephas, play defense. I don't think Cephas let to play defense. And a while ago, he had a chance to run the man down, and he didn't. And the referee has some problem with his equipment. And showing us King. I think King hand the ball, but that was not handball. His hand was at his side. Well, you guys watch your game on if you're ahead of me. I'm watching it on Afro Sport. How can you be ahead of me when we are watching on the same devices? I know sometimes the feed comes in a little bit differently. Nigeria, find the pass through the middle. Good play by Jamaica. That's a referee said no foul. You need to pass the ball, King. Get back in your position. You need to pass the ball. Not sure where you were going. Nigeria the ball down the wing. Ball is not out of bounds, actually. Throw into Nigeria. In the 22nd minute, score tied up 1. So people, we're gonna have some questions to answer, for this Gold Cup and this World Cup qualifiers, because FIFA's game is cemented. If you are Gray or Bailey, you should be concerned. Well, if you're Gray, you should be concerned. So unless the coach put you to 10, you may not have the Cephas gonna play on the left. I think the coach likes Cephas quite a bit because he creates havoc, even if he makes bad decision. Or you're watching on YouTube, Ghana TV. Okay, so at halftime I'll try to switch to that actually. Dexter is not having his best series of games. If you just join us, we're watching the game between Jamaica and Nigeria. Game tied at 1. Really bad decision there. Really bad decision in the midfield. Trying to play the ball to someone close to you when you're not clear. You can't do that. Really bad decision. Who made that pass? That was Hayden. Nah, Hayden not having the best game. That was a good save by Shekwan because he was blindsided by the players in front of him. King with the ball to Hayden. Hayden out to Holgate. Holgate to Palmer's come back. Palmer has not been in the game, by the way. Not been in the game. The midfield has not been in the game. Palmer to Hayden. Hayden to King. King trying to go over the top to nobody. Horrible decision. I think Burrell has to look down the wing on Dixon's side. There's opportunities to get behind the defense. If you just join us, we're watching the game between Jamaica and Nigeria. Score tied at 1. Simon scored for Nigeria after poor defending by Jamaica. Dixon for Jamaica. Brilliant cross by Cephas after he roasted his man. The right back. And we're doing this one-man press thing, and Burrell is not getting any touches. We're not getting the ball to our forward. This is the second game. Our center forward barely touched the ball. Barely getting 2 touches. Which means the midfield is not getting the ball and moving the ball to the middle to find him going either left or right. Nigeria is dominating possession. Here's Simon against Lembakiza. Corner to Nigeria. So they're having success there. Either they get a corner or they get inside. Their 2 best players are overloading the right side. So that's scouting. Between Simon or Chukwueze, they're giving a difficult time to Lembakiza, and he has to get more help from Russell. Obviously, King is playing to his left, but he has to get more help from Russell. Ball crossed in, played out by Nigeria. Nigeria coming forward again. If you just join us, we're in the 25th minute or in the 26th minute. Score tied at 1. If you see me looking down, it's because I'm watching it on my iPad. Can't get in front of a TV screen. Yeah, I think we're better defensive in this game than we were because they're attacking mainly through the wing. Trinidad attacked us through the middle and then they spread it wide. Nigeria's trying to go wide, especially on the right or right, to attack us actually. Maybe if they try to go to the middle more, it'll open us more on the right. We haven't been playing the ball that well in the midfield between Palmer, Russell, and Hayden actually. So we can't even get the throwing in because Nigeria is being very aggressive to get possession back as quickly as possible. But like where we're starting our defense, we're starting just in our half, apart from Burrell doing a one-man press sometimes. They're trying to get behind us again, and they have done so. Good move by King. Plays the ball out to Dexter. Dexter trying to go long. The Nigeria player is down. I thought they were going to play the ball up. They decided not to. Palmer should just get the ball back to Bell. Decided not to. He's trying to go long to Burrell. Good ball. Burrell beat his man nicely. I'm sorry, that was Russ. Not Burrell. Nigeria player is still down. I'm surprised they didn't stop play though. And that is Onyeka. And I think Onyeka is down. I think Dessers is not happy with King actually. King held the player actually. After he passed the ball, look at it. After he passed the ball, he just put his elbow into him. That was a little bit nasty by King, actually. That was necessary. That was necessary. The ball's already gone. You don't have to put your elbow into the player's stomach, actually. And Dessers wasn't happy about it. Cyril Dessers, he was not happy. Then the coach having a discussion with his midfield because we're not controlling the ball. We're not playing the ball in the midfield. Yes, we're organized, but Nigeria is going through the wing. They're not penetrating through the middle like Trinidad did. So in essence, you gotta rotate your defense over more to the right and make sure you're balanced. You gotta make sure you're balanced. But they're attacking. I mean, the ball is almost being played exclusively on the left, Our right, their left, exclusively. How many balls have they played on the right side of the field? Except for the goal, which came over the top between Bella and Holgate, and King went over. Yeah, the ball it probably was offside because I think King kicked him on, but it was not. It wasn't good. We looked really bad on that subsequent play. And by the way, people, let me just say this: Cephas looked up. You look at Cephas' goal. He actually looked up. Let me see if I can find when you said it was YouTube, Max TV Ghana. See if we can find Max TV Ghana. Because I hate to be behind. All right. Max TV Ghana, 79,000 watching. They're showing advertisement. Is that the one? Okay, let's skip. All right, so now I should have caught up with you guys. Ball into Lambakisa, and it shows pretty well too. Lambakisa looks like to go long over the top, trying to find Dixon. Dixon is down. Looks like he got elbowed in the back. Yeah, he's down, writhing in pain. And the linesman didn't call a foul, which is interesting. Maybe he got some of what was dished out by King to Onyeka. Dixie's down. Let's see what happened. No, he just leaned into him. It was a foul, actually. The ref should have called it. Yeah, he blocked him, but he wasn't playing the ball. The defender blocked him, but the defender wasn't playing the ball. So Looks like he has a knee problem. Thought it'd be like his waist got hit or something. And number 21 is Felix Agu Agu. I guess you pronounce that. So if you just join us, those who predicted 5 Nigeria, it may still happen, but I don't think it's going to happen. Jamaica has held its own, actually. Yes, Nigeria has had some good attacks coming out, especially on the left-hand side. And we haven't really attacked. We haven't gotten the ball in the final third much in terms of build-up play. We're trying to go long. We have to play the ball on the ground. I don't care if we turn it over sometimes. Got to play the ball on the ground. Got to plan our teammates. We have larger objective, which is World Cup qualifier against Guatemala and also against the Gold Cup. We have to start playing the ball on the ground. Play by Holgate, win that ball, try to go find Cephas up top. Nigeria comes away with the ball again. Nigeria is winning the possession game. They're not winning the game. Winning the game means they're leading. They win the possession game. They win the possession game. Yes, they're pressuring. We're not playing with composure. Nigeria trying to come forward. Simon beat 1, beat 2. Simon has it. That was Chukwueze. What are you doing? Lambakiza is having one of those series stinker. You just had to dump the ball and start. I don't know what. Lambakiza is just having a good game. We don't have any other right back. I like the kid, but look at this ball. He's trying to beat his man. He got dispossessed, and then he plays the ball to Desert. I mean, he's not playing well. To Agu, I should say, not Desert. That's self-inflicted pain. Dr. Don, remember the ball is round. You can't say they may win, but the ball is round. Oh, that was dangerous a while ago. Brilliant crossing. Brilliant free kick by Chukwueze, who's having a good game. Headed out by Jamaica, corner to Nigeria. That ball was close. I think it was Desert was coming on the back post, and we got that away. Corner to Nigeria, and we did mark the man on the 18, but Jamaica is still in good defensive position. Jamaica win the ball coming forward. It's Dixon. Dixon coming forward. He needs to go back inside now, Dixon. You need to go inside, Dixon. Dixon run by his man, pushed out, fouled, not fouled. The referee said play on. Dixon had a pass inside. What are you doing? You had the pass inside. Just play the ball inside. What was he doing? He had the pass, and he's trying to go by his man. That was needed. He had Burrell inside to give the ball to. I don't know why he's trying to dribble further. I'm sorry, Cephas. Sorry, not Dixon. Cephas, sorry. Typical Cephas. He did one thing good before. Sorry, not Dixon, Cephas, people. Sorry about that. What he had to do is cross the ball to Burrell, and they could give you a 1-2. We know you're fast, Cephas, but you're running a long distance. You got to cross up. You got to play that ball inside. Yeah, I agree they have a system of play, which is obvious. Jamaica won the ball. Dixon beat his man brilliantly. Go inside to Palmer. Palmer trying to find Burrell. Burrell has been taken down. Referee said play on. Really good build-up by Jamaica. Nigeria saying that Burrell dived. I don't think he dived. He got tripped. Jamaica with the ball. Dexter goes back to King. King should go to Holgate. Holgate should go to Bell. Go to Bell. Bell now will have a couple of passes. She probably should go back to Holgate. Go to Palmer, back to Holgate. Jamaica keeping the ball in their own half. We have to be able to keep the ball in the opponent's half, which is what we don't do well when the pressure is on. Palmer coming forward, beat his man nicely. Looking for a pass. Plays the ball over to Lambakiza, who plays the ball to Dixon. Dixon has his man one-on-one out wide. Goes back inside to Palmer. Go outside to Dexter. Dexter missed control. Got dispossessed. So now we're off balance defensively. Good move by King. Playing his man nicely. Good defending by King. Make sure the man, if the ball passed, the man doesn't pass. Jamaica having more possession now. Palmer with the ball. Play to Dexter. Dexter goes wide out to Dixon. Dixon has Burrell wide. Try to find down the wing. Good block by Agu. Jamaica playing better now. Dr. Don, you see that, Dr. Don? Game is changing. Game is changing, Dr. Don. Jamaica getting more into themselves. Burrell almost turned his man a while ago. Almost turned, what do you call it? Igu? I-G-O-H? Can you pronounce his name? Jamaica is much better in the game. Nigeria has lost a little bit of the momentum that they had and composure that they had. And the position stats is now changing somewhat. Jamaica is now in the game. And what happens, people, is Palmer is coming much more deeper to get the ball. Even though he's playing like a 10, he's decided to come, like what's he, Ravel does? Decided to come get the ball and use the ball, which is what he should be doing. King with the ball, wide to Dexter. Dexter try to find Burrell. It's a difficult pass, Dexter. It's a difficult pass. It's a difficult pass. You can't, I'm trying to find Russell. He has two men on him. If you give him the ball, he can't do anything with it except to give it back to you. Those passes are not good passes. You have two men around him. If he gets the ball, he can't do nothing with it. And you're not there for the 1-2, so you can't make that pass. That's where decision making comes into play. If I'm going to give the player the ball, can he do anything with the ball when I give it to him? All he can do is turn it over, which is what he did. Hey, Dr. Don, you may have to change your tune now, Dr. Don, because the game is changing. I'm very proud of the Reggae Boyz, by the way. Regardless of how the game turned out, very proud of the Jamaica team. They're coming to their own. They're feeling better about their play. They're working hard. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yellow card to, is that Hayden? That's not a good play by, or that Russell. Yellow card to Russell. The ball is gone, Russell. There's no need for that play. There's no need for that. I don't know what he was doing. The man had the ball going past and he just run through and hit him in the back of the head. Oh, that's dumb. The two yellow card, the yellow card by Dixon, I can understand. He's trying to win the ball. Russell's yellow card is dumb, just dumb. That's like how Towns, who play for the Knicks, foul people, just dumb foul. Just creating pressure on yourself for no reason. Poor free kick, or not a poor kick, but it went out of bounds. We're in the 40th minute, people, and we're tied at 1. Those who predict Jamaica gonna get destroyed, I think, even if we do, we have played well enough, given the quality of the opponent. Bell coming forward. Bell to Hoge to Lambakiza. King trying to go long over the top. King got it done him, stop playing them long balls. Those long balls are not in the middle of the defense with two defenders around him not going anywhere. This is not Cavalier King. Come on. At least play the ball on the line to Dixon so Dixon can try to run against this man one-on-one. Why are we getting advertisement in the middle of this? Come on, YouTube, do better. Russell playing against better competition. That's what better competition does. It can make you look ordinary. I think I would make the Ravel for Russell change at some point. Because Palmer's gotten to the game. Russell hasn't gotten to the game for the entire game. You have Simon now going against Lambakiza. Lambakiza has been, in a better position. He's getting more help now, so that's good. Russell is walking a lot, or playing in slow motion. Come on, Bell, go into tackle. Bell, you have to go tackle that ball, Bell. What are you doing? Unless I can't see well, you got to go out and tackle that ball. That's a bad corner to give away. We had no pressure when we gave that corner away. Left foot is insering corner to Nigeria. That was a chance actually for Nigeria. Headed out of bounds for a goal kick to Jamaica. Who was that? Ndidi? Yep, that was Ndidi. I think Ravel could be a big difference in this game for Jamaica. I would love to see him against this level of competition. Lambakiza with the ball going forward, played to Hayden. Hayden to Holgate. Holgate looking for a pass, don't have one. Should go back to King. Midfield got to come for the ball. King to Davis. Davis boots it away, which is no need to do that actually. There was no need for him to kick the ball up. He had Holgate wide. Just hold the ball, let defender come, let the forward come, and play the ball wide. These people need coaching. They need coaching. There's no reason to boom that ball up the field. It's 3 against 2. You, King, and Holgate against the 2 forwards. You ain't got to kick the ball up the field to nobody. So then you have pressure coming back at you. We did that all game against Trinidad. We should not be doing that. We should have learned something from that. Jamaica with the ball. Good ball by Dixon. Dixon to Hayden. Hayden. Now it's not Hayden to Russell. Russell just turned the ball over. Russell's not having a good game. Good play by Dexter. Very good play by Dexter. He's being fouled. Come on, referee. That's a foul, referee. Throwing to Jamaica. I think Ugu fouled. He fouled Dexter on that play, but the ref didn't call it. So I guess it's not a foul. Throwing to Jamaica in the 43rd minute. At least they got Premier League referee to referee these games, which is good actually. So they have some, I wouldn't call them quality referees, but at least professional referees. Why are they showing us all this in the background? I want to see what's on the field. Max TV. Goal kick to Jamaica. Hey, Shakwan, I hope you play the ball at the top, because you want your goal. Palmer with the ball. Has a chance to go wide to Cephas, and he held the ball up. People, that's what I'm talking about, people. He had a chance to go wide to Cephas to create advantage, and he turned the wrong way. That's bad fault. That's bad football. He had a chance to play the ball to Cephas, and he turned the wrong way. Just play the ball. You don't have to shield the ball. And see, the coach has the same view that I do. It's so obvious. Cephas is going wide, play the ball to him, Nigeria is scrambling, you turn the ball back. To do what? Not a smart play. The game has eaten out, Nigeria started dominant in the game, especially on the left side. All right, but the game has changed since. Jamaica coming forward, ball into Palmer. Palmer, bad 1-2 try there by, not sure who that was, but create problem against us. Somebody got to tackle the man, just running wild. That's a bad decision on that 1-2. Jamaica has recovered defensively. Cephas has to go get his man. Dexter trying to find Dixon up the line. Good pressure by Dixon, but ball back to Nigeria. We're 2 minutes of extra time. We're in the 46th minute. So score tied at 1. That's a foul. That's not a good. That's not a good foul by, and that's a yellow card to Palmer. It's not a good foul. That's not a good foul. He fouled him. That's not a good. That's not a good play. That was more. That was needed. We have had that twice now in this game with Russell and then with Palmer. The man beat you. You won the ball from him first. You got it back, and then you just kicked him the second time. There's no reason for that. And now the Nigerian player is losing his mind. Is that Chukwueze? Yep, yeah, Chukwueze, he's losing his mind. He's very upset. And Palmer is still upset too. I don't know what happened there. Maybe it was something else that drove that confrontation. There's no reason for him to kick out the second time. The referee's having a dialogue with the player. Referee just blow it up. Blow it up at halftime, referee, so they can go calm down. That'd be smart referee. So Palmer pushed him down at the ball, but he just kicked him the second time. That's a horrible play. There's no reason to do that. Then he chucked him in the chest again. He's looking to get a red card. If this wasn't a friend, he may have gotten a red card. There's no reason for that. So Palmer has a yellow. Dixon has a yellow. Nigeria, I don't think have a yellow as yet. Free kick to Nigeria. Dixon has to watch a man outside of him to make sure he doesn't get on the line. Cross comes in, headed up by Jamaica. Referees play smart. See, it wasn't full time for half time. They blowed it off. Smart move, referee. Blow it off. Let people go calm down. Come back out and start over. I am very proud of my team. Regardless of the outcome, I'm very proud of my team. There were some prognostications, some predictions, which suggest we were going to get, or you know what, kicked really badly. I think Jamaica has held its own. Yes, Doctor. So, Dr. Dan, are you more comfortable now with, by the way, Dr. Dan, who are you cheering for? Who are you cheering for, Dr. Dan? I didn't even ask you that question. I assumed you were cheering for a certain team, but who are you cheering for? And people, you want to call in, even though my phone is not in the best place to take calls, but if you're going to call in, we can have a dialogue. What's your view on the first half of the game? Let me hear your view. Put your views in the chat or calling for your views on the first half of the game. If I was to assess the game, I would say it's a game of two halves within a half. Okay. Well, we're not playing that well possession-wise. But Nigeria hasn't created any clear-cut chances, you know. You think about that game, Dr. Dan. Let's think about the game holistically, right? So the game started off with Nigeria dominating possession, playing the ball wide, concentrating on the left side of the field, which is our right side of the field, getting some success in penetrating, going behind Dexter, Russell not rotating over as well as he should, King trying to help. And Nigeria's widening the field, spreading the ball wide, trying to create opportunities, trying to get us create mismatches, especially on the wings, which worked somewhat. But as the game progressed, they had, what chances are you talking about? They had not a lot of chances. They had maybe 2 chances in the first half. In the early part of the game, they created nothing in the second half of the game. The one good chance they had was Dexter making a really bad pass, right? We haven't created any chance, actually. We scored the one we had. We haven't really, we're not penning. So here's the game. They have been successful in getting the box from the left side or getting the final third from the left side. They're our right side of the field. But no, they're not playing on the left. The only time they played on the left is when they scored. They're not playing on the left, right? And they're doing a good job of spacing the field out and have us, you know, running around, trying to cover. So it's been good for them in terms of ball possession, in terms of moving the ball through the thirds, especially out wide. They're not playing through the middle, which Trinidad did, which makes it interesting. And maybe because we're plugging the midfield really well. As the game progressed, though, we got more into the game, especially on the opposite side of our right side. So balls are playing on the right side between Dexter and Dixon and King. The problem is we're going over the top because we're not having a lot of success trying to penetrate. But on Palmer's side, you're seeing more of Palmer being in the game, but we're not getting the ball out to Cephas. And we get no ball to Burrell. So trying to progress the ball from defense to midfield to forward, it's not working well. We're doing more of a transition game or counter-attacking game versus playing the ball through the thirds or playing the ball through the midfield penetrating. Well, Russell has been interesting. I wasn't the biggest Russell fan. I saw him 2 years ago. I think his game has improved significantly since then. He may not be in the World Cup squad, right? It's possible. I don't think anyone is deserving of any game. Not say deserving. Anyone is guaranteed any game. You have to earn your game. He played well against an inferior opponent in Trinidad, as we saw this morning. In this game, which is better competition, he's been missing. Seriously, he's been missing. He's not going to get the ball. See, Palmer came back because Palmer's supposed to be the 10, and playing closer to Cephas. Palmer coming back to get the ball, trying to distribute the ball. We haven't seen Russell. The Russell we saw in Trinidad was going through the middle, making true pass to Burrell. That's not been the same player. So he's been poor. To me, he's not being in this game. Now, you can say the defense is going over the top, but you have to present yourself to get the ball. If you're hiding, you're not going to get the ball. We definitely agree with that one, George Brown. I want to see Ravel in this game, people. And you can see how midfielders go demand the ball, no matter who is marking them, no matter who's around them, because they're confident in the ability to take it and do something with it. Now, we have a chance to have a combination between King, Dexter, Dixon, and Russell. That's not happening. Because when Dexter get it, Dixon's far up the field. Burrell's been marked by 2 men. Russell's nowhere to be found, right? And he doesn't go back to King. And we're not confident enough to get the ball on a man in front of us. We kick the ball away. We get ruffled, actually. I have Antonio at the game. Well, he's a Brentford former player, isn't he? But I'm surprised at the game. He came in the UK for too long, He came in the UK for more than 3 weeks. Is he gonna have a tax problem? Because his money's tax free unless it's over a certain period of time, and then you got to pay back the money to the tax authorities. Holgate has been good. King has been good too, decent actually. Holgate has been very good, by the way. Very, very good. Marking his man really well. So who are playing well? Let's go each of them. Shakwan has been decent. Shakwan has been good, by the way. Much better than the last game. He's been good. Distribution is not great, as we can see, but he's been good enough given what he has faced. Bell hasn't had a lot of pressure, but that ball that played between Bell, Holgate, and King, that should not have occurred. That they were playing half-side trap, and King wasn't realizing it. Kept the man on, which then led to the situation we had. Holgate has played really, really well. King has been okay, right? Hasn't had much to do in terms of tackling or marshalling. King has been good at it. He's been good. Apart from he gave up the situation with the goal with the offside, but he's been good. Dexter, I don't want to give Dexter a hard time, people, because he's playing against very, very good players. Very, very good players. Simon, Chuweki, they're good players, very good players, people, tricky players. So I don't want to give Dexter a hard time, but it's been tough because the game is playing on your side of the field. You're going to get beaten sometimes. Yes, Sanjay, I agree about the goal, but these things happen in football, right? King kept him on onside. I would say Dexter gave up the goal, but Dexter didn't glance to see where he was. And Simon was on his blind side. Well, whatever side you want to call it, because he didn't know where he was, actually. So you got to blame Dexter, yes. But forget about the goal. We gave the goal up. We actually didn't put our heads down. We came back. So the midfield is more compact. And part of the reason is because Nigeria is not playing through the midfield. Nigeria is not playing through the midfield. So we look decent defensively in the midfield. But when we get the ball, how well do we utilize the ball? We made a few good passes here and there, but then the play breaks down. The movement of the ball have to be better. The midfield has to have better combinations. And we have to have the triangles between our wing back, our center back, our winger, and our midfielder. We have to have those triangles. What are you saying, Dr. Don? The ball was played over the top. It was played over the top. So the ball played over the top should not beat our defense the way it did. Now, the man is playing on the shoulder of the defender, but if they were playing an offside trap and King did move. Merrick said like the game. I think a lot of Jamaicans like the game because it's 1-1 at halftime. but we need to play better in terms of possession. Tuffy Rudy is making some changes, proposed changes. He says, no, that's not Tuffy. Tuffy suggests some changes. Ravel on. For who, Tuffy Rudy? Gotta take somebody else. Oh, for Dixon. Okay, so you're saying Ravel and Muddersill for Dixon and Russell. I can't fault that. Cannot fault that. Well, Dixon scored. It's a good goal too. Brilliant cross by Cephas. So all the Cephas haters against a very good team, Cephas created the one goal that we scored. That was all Cephas. Dixon scored. It's a good goal, but that was Cephas burning his man like nothing. Hey, Tuffy, I would agree with you, actually. I think people were very fearful, especially given what happened to Trinidad this morning. But you got to think about it. A lot of these kids from Jamaica play in England, people. And they play at a decent level. And they're used to these types of games. So they're not intimidated, right? People got to understand. They're playing a good Nigeria team with some known players. But yeah, these kids have played, some of them have played for England under 21. They played at a high level. And even though in CONCACAF they don't show it, they're home. So they're very comfortable. Yes, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Sanjay Brooks said the game is very competitive, and I like the overall feel of the game. I think it's a good experience so far. The game is very winnable. It is winnable, but we have to get in the final third. We're not getting the final third. The keeper hasn't had to make a save so far. We haven't gotten a shut off. Burrell needs to do more. What I mean by that, if we're struggling to get the ball out through a midfield, he has to be where Dixie's going deep. No, not deep. This is going short, and he's going long behind the defense. Okay, if Dixon goes short, then his man has to go with him. He creates room behind the defense, where the center half has to chase him. He's not giving his team the outlet that they need sometimes when the opportunity is there, especially when King gets the ball. So that needs to change second half. I hope the coach realizes these things, and because we're struggling to break them down through the middle, or even that wide with our short passes. So we got to think about something else. Rob Smith says, "No, I wasn't worried about we should against high technical teams. If you're to beat us with pace and power, we can compete." Yeah, that's probably true. But Nigeria does a good game of keeping the ball, though. They have a good job of keeping the ball. Their play also break down the final third. They have had some dangerous positions on the left around the box area. They just don't make the best decisions down there. Sandra said, "I think we need to see Ravel, Muddersill, and maybe Warner Brown in the second half." I don't disagree with that. My concern is Warner Brown is going to suffer like Burrell suffers. Burrell is getting no service. And if he gets service, it's 30-70 ball, with the 70 is in the favorite position of this defense. The one good ball he had in the box, he almost turned his man in a dangerous situation. Yes, I agree with that statement, actually. We had a great chance to get Cephas on the ball. We won the ball upfield. Palmer got the ball, and he turned left versus going right. If he passed the ball to Cephas, Nigeria is scrambling. And people in sports and in life, those decision-making are an imperative if you want to be successful, because that one decision could change the game. Now, people may say we're cranky, that's further down the field where they were in the middle of the half of Nigeria. Cephas is run down the field. The defender have to chase him. We saw what he did with his first cross. And by the way, people, his cross to Dixon was with his left foot. He's a right-footed player. It was a brilliant cross. Brilliant cross. So that was Dixon's third goal for Jamaica. And he's what? About 20? He scored against Trinidad in 24, Dominica 2024. Remember that game where we struggled to beat Dominica, and Nigeria today. So 3 goals for Dixon. Not a bad start. How much goal BLA have? How much goal BLA have for Jamaica? Never check that. Dixon play right wing, Same position and play. Same position, people. And Dixon don't get much time. It's the first time Dixon really does. I'm thinking about against Dominica. Dixon got to play like a lot of the game, but most times he's getting 5 minutes here and 4 minutes here, which affect his stats materially. But good run, good goal by Dixon, and brilliant cross by Cephas. Yes, King J. I called it immediately when it occurred, and the coach was upset because the coach knows what Cephas brings, right? He knows that Cephas may make bad decisions, but get him the ball in dangerous position, let him do something with it. And Dr. Dan, you have to beat Dr. Dan like I would tell you, Dr. Dan. In Dr. Dan, I would tell you, nobody can match Cephas' speed. Very few people in world football have Cephas' speed. Right? Those speeds his speed is not normal. Now, if he did a better job of setting his defenders up, that'd be even 10 times better. He'd be even a 10 times better player. Dr. Dan said the coach will put Ravelin down 2-1. That doesn't make any sense to do that. Ravelin needs to come in when the game is in the balance. That he can sort of change the flow of the game, get the ball into dangerous players so they can do something with it. What's this mega cash they're advertising? What? Advertising does on this channel they have in the feed. Interesting. I can't even get rid of it. I think they're back. Well, they're showing you the field and the officials on the field. I see Ming warming up. I wonder why. I see Ming. Looks like Ming is coming on. So he must be coming on for, who is he coming on for? Ming is coming on for somebody, people. Not sure who yet. Tuffy said, Dixon, with his energy, is making it hard for the coach to leave him off the squad. I think all local Blaze players and new call-ups should also make the coach job harder. I would agree. I have no problem with that comment, Tuffy, Rudy. Totally agree. Ricardo Burns says, why you all believe in Rabbit so much? The man old and washed up. Ricardo Barnes, sorry, that's your opinion. It differs from many people. You're entitled to your opinion. We just don't agree with you. Some players just have certain ability. He's not washed up. When he came to the game the other day, he looks very comfortable. He looked like he was at home, relaxed in his living room playing football. He looked like the most composed player and aware player on the field. And his spatial awareness is exceptional. So, Ricardo, your perspective, we respect it, but we don't agree with you. At least I don't agree with you anyway. I'm sure a lot of fans don't also. Shaquan Davis is much more confident in this game. I think sometimes he has a chance to play the ball on the ground. He still goes long. Yeah. So Ming is beside King. So does that mean that Holgate is out? What am I missing? Or is Ming at right? Let me just see this. Is he changing something? What is he changing? I would be surprised if he took Dexter off. It's been a tough 2-game series for Dexter. But Dexter has also been up against some very good players. Chukwueze is still on. Simon is on. Yeah, I think Ming is at right back. So I think Dexter is off. We'll see what happens. Nigeria going long. Ming get a chance to hit the ball out. Burrell trying to win that ball. The Nigerian player got hurt. Not sure what happened there. And that's Igu, number 21. And calling for medical attention. So Sanjay says, we need to sub out all the players on yellows like Palmer and Russell because they have been giving us that drive and service from the midfield that we need. Well, I wouldn't say Palmer. I would definitely say Russell. I'd definitely say Russell. Russell has not been in the game. He's not been in the game. Christopher Wisdom says, where is this? Christopher says, La Liga would be a great place for C+ to refine his football IQ. His space would be an asset to any club. La Liga, Championship, at some point maybe in Premier League. Now, C+ can play anywhere. Just got to make better decisions. Oh, Lord. We're talking Jamaica football today, people. We're not talking Arsenal. Which team do you support, Pete? I hope you don't support Tottenham, Pete, because you should be embarrassed coming out in public, winning the Europa League and talking about European champions. Champions. The Champions is the Champions League. You don't play at 3 o'clock this afternoon, 8 o'clock London time. Champions. We don't play Europa League, Pete. We can't win when we don't play. We don't play Europa League. We're in the big leagues. You're in the second league. You're in the second league. You're in the big leagues. A team that finished, almost got relegated talking about champions. You should be embarrassed. You guys are, don't want an Arsenal fan beat your Tottenham fans. Anyway, the game is on. Nigeria at the ball coming forward. Pete, I'm going to beat you after this game. Because you deserve beating. Tottenham fans should show their face in public. Nigeria coming forward on the left. Good with the ball, trying to go forward. Ming has been very aggressive. Just came in the game, but very aggressive. This may be Dexter's losing the game, because at some point, we're going to get other players coming that play right back. So, Dexter, your game may be at risk. Oh, come on, Palmer. Come on, Palmer. Palmer, you got to give some effort on defense. Just an effort. The biggest team in London, which team is that? Which team is that? There are other teams in London. There's Crystal Palace who just won a trophy. There's Chelsea who just won a trophy, even though if we get into that league, we're in trouble. There's Tottenham who won a trophy. So 3 London teams have won trophies. Of the 4 available, well, 3 have won trophies. Newcastle did win the No-Name Cup. And Liverpool won the Premier League. But Tottenham, oh, Lord have mercy. Tottenham fans. Did you beat us this year, Pete? Did you beat us this year? I know we played you a couple of times. Did you beat us? Curious. Nigeria coming forward in dangerous position. Good play by Ming. By Dixon, I should say. To protect the ball. Crossing by Nigeria. Played out by King. Throwing to Nigeria. We're in the 49th minute. Game is tied at 1. Jamaica holding its own against a good Nigeria team. Not their team with all their first team players, but none of these teams have all their first team players. Given that this is not an international window. Nigeria coming forward again. Chuwaki, ball crossing by Igu, headed out. Oh, poor header. Poor header by King. King, you have to head the ball up in the air. For all you people who play football and you're young, when the ball comes in the box, you cannot head the ball down. If you head the ball down, you give the opponent a chance to score the goal. You have to head the ball up in the air. So there's another person trying to head it. A couple Jamaican players are going to warm up. They're local JPL players. There's another change being made by Jamaica. I don't see Ravel warming up. There's no Ravel. There are a number of players. There's like I saw Mothercell actually. Mothercell looks like he's going to be coming on. Burrell is not getting any service. So Burrell, if I was Burrell, Burrell now has the ball, got dispossessed. Yeah, Burrell got to play with some more energy. Bell with the ball. Played the ball to Holgate. Holgate got fouled. Free kick to Jamaica. A triple team in Russell? Okay. Not sure I see that, but he's not in the game. Nigeria coming forward again. Jamaica the ball, turn it over. Just we're playing, look at Batman catching Jamaica. Just Nigeria coming forward again. Russell is not in the game, I'm telling you. Nobody can keep the ball. Palmer coming forward. Good move by Palmer. Try to play the ball down to Burrell or to who was that? Is that Burrell? Yeah. Throwing to Jamaica deep in Nigeria half. We haven't gotten into their deep in their half for a lot of this game, so we gotta get the ball at the field and put ourselves in position to to pressure them. Jamaica with the ball. Palmer coming forward. Palmer beat one, beat two. Trying to get a 1-2. Foul on Palmer. Free kick to Jamaica. Palmer has been coming to the game from mid-second half. He's really been taking over. Dribbling, running at people. He's looking good. That's the Palmer we've all heard about and haven't seen. And he's going to be his free kick. He took one yesterday, which hit the side netting. Hopefully he can do one better today. If you're just joining us, we're watching an attractive game. Can't say it's the best football between Jamaica and Nigeria. A lot of balls not being played well and not flowing. The game's not flowing as we'd like, but Jamaica's in the game and making it tough for Nigeria. Score tied at 1, free kick to Jamaica. On the right of the 18. Palmer tries a shot from there. I'm not sure that's a right move. Jamaica with the ball, play the ball over. Gonna go into the keeper. Somebody should run to the ball. Nobody did. Nigeria with the ball coming forward. We're in the 53rd minute. Score tied at 1. So those pretty in Jamaica are going to get 5 and 4 and 6. It hasn't happened so far. Nigeria coming forward. Igu trying to play 1-2. Ball won by Jamaica. I don't know what Dixon's trying to do, but that was a smart move on his part. Goal, Nigeria. That was Dixon's fault, by the way. I have no idea what Dixon was trying to do. Can't turn the ball over there, and that's Chukwueze scoring. Horrible play by Dixon. I don't know what the hell he's doing. Trying to dribble out of something that was never there. Deep in your own half. Horrible play. That may be his last play of the game. That was a horrible goal to give up. That's poor playing. Playing with the ball deep in your own area. So we had the ball over there. Ball played in, Chukwueze. Oh, come on. The keeper has to save that. If the keeper uses his leg, he saved that goal. If he uses his left foot, he saved the goal. Instead of trying to dive, he's so far up. If he uses his left foot like the hair used to do, he saved that goal. But the man can't walk through 4 players there. They got to close him down quicker. That goal shouldn't have scored. That's just bad playing. Dixon gave the ball away, and then we just were poor closing down the man. You can't be in an area like that and people are not closing you down and giving you a shot. That's horrible. Come, coach, we need some change. We need Robert up on the field. Nigeria coming forward again. Good tackle by Ming. I think Dexter has played his way out of the team, you know. How funny if he's played his way out of the team. Hasn't been good. That was not Ming's fault. Wasn't that Dixon trying to dribble out? That wasn't Ming. They're talking on the right side of the field now. So people think it was all Dexter. It's not all Dexter. It's not all Dexter. When people are targeting you, you're not getting enough help. Yeah. Robert needs to be in the game. I don't know what the coach is doing. This coach has not impressed me. Yeah, they up the game, but we haven't been playing well. So now we have to turn over to good ball by Russell out to Bell. Bell with the ball to Palmer. Palmer needs to go to try to go. Oh, Cephas. Cephas going 1-on-1. Cephas in the box. Oh, dispossessed. Cephas should just try to go inside. Really good pass. Palmer is into the game, people. Palmer playing well. That was a brilliant pass by Palmer, by the way, because he could have gone out wide. Brilliant pass by Palmer. And Cephas was sprinting. He was right there. Defender recovered quickly. He made his first touch was bad. Cephas' first touch was bad. If he had a better first touch, it'd be a different situation, actually, because he had a man coming hard. If he had a better first touch, it'd be a different story. Corner to Jamaica. And they have a lot of issues happening here. What happened? I don't know what happened, but something happened. The keeper and someone. I don't know what happened. Referees calling over certain players. Calling over Burrell and maybe the keeper. Keeper is very upset, but I don't know what's happening. They got to show us some replay. Yellow card to who? Yellow card to the goalkeeper? They've had a couple of incidents in this game, but it's a final, so there should be. Just join us. Nigeria leading Jamaica by 2-1. Jamaica has not created a lot of opportunities in this game, and we need to do more. We need the maestro in the middle of the field. Sorry, we do. We need more composure in the middle of the field. Corner to Jamaica, Palmer over. Ball headed up by Nigeria. Dixon trying to play the ball right to Russell. Yeah, Nigeria's play the ball around us pretty easily when we try to pressure them. Now they're trying to go long. Just throw into Nigeria. Come, coach, make some changes. Nigeria, the ball on the left, coming forward. Good tackle there by Jamaica. Is that Ming? Yep. Ming putting in some tackles, boy. He's putting them hard tackles. When he finishes the tackle, Nigeria player is always limping. Chukwueze coming forward again. Beat his man nicely going inside. Cross. Now, Russ with the ball, trying to find Burrell. We can't find him. They have 2 men on him. Whenever he's trying to break out, I just realized there are 2 defenders chasing him. He's got to try to go wider. Got to look to go wider. If they want to leave the middle, it's up to them. Yeah, they are playing a high line. So we got to make better decisions. Jamaica going to make 2 changes. It's like Mothersill and can't see the other name. There's no Ravel. Ball coming forward to Palmer. Palmer at the ball. Going to try to find Cephas. Find Cephas. What kind of pass is that, Palmer? Jesus Lord. That's a simple pass. That's a horrible. You give a chance to attack. It's a horrible pass. It looked like, is this Busy Atkinson? And Burrell coming out. And we got to showcase the Cavalier players, so he's going in. And Mothersill also is going to get a run. Mothersill and Atkins coming in. So Burrell and who's coming out? Not a forward coming out. It's Dixon. So Dixon out, Burrell out, Atkins in, and Mothersill in. So we're still in the midfield. Why is Russell still in? Russell hasn't done it. That's why I don't understand his coaching now. Russell's done nothing in this game. Nothing. Nothing. Not one thing in this game. He should not be on the field. We have seen enough, Russell. I don't want to keep you on the field anymore. I'm sorry. That change needs to be made. I don't know what game he's watching. Nigeria coming forward again, just running through the middle. Nigeria coming forward. Ball out of bounds. Should be a goal kick to Jamaica. Yep. Why are you complaining? It's a goal kick to Jamaica. In Teller, why are you complaining, Teller? Nigeria is going to make a change. They're going to bring on, what are they bringing on? Number 10. who's Arakodari. Not sure who's coming off. We're having trouble just making a 5-yard. We're having trouble just passing the ball to anybody. We only pass the ball when it's almost like we get a break, for example. Cephas trying to go around his man. Oh, that's a bad tackle. That's a bad tackle. That's a yellow card, referee. That's a bad tackle, referee. Cephas is down. That's a bad tackle, referee. That has to be a yellow. It's not a good tackle. Yeah, it's a yellow card. It's a yellow card. Why are you getting excited about it? It's a yellow card. That was Ismaila. Ismaila. It's a yellow card. You're nowhere near the ball. You haven't even touched the ball and you completely touch the ball. You haven't come close to it. Why are players like that? He's not even close to the ball and he's going to protest getting a yellow card. Then that's Nigeria's second yellow. The goalkeeper had a yellow also. Good run by Marcel. I think Cephas should have run that ball down, you know. So Marcel center forward, Atkinson on the right, Cephas on the left. Midfield remains the same. No Ravel, 62 minutes in. No Ravel. We want to see the maestro on the field, coach. Throwing to Nigeria deep in their own half. That should be a throw into Jamaica. It's going to be taken by Bell. Everyone is marked up. Ball into Cephas. He had a pass. He didn't make the pass. He's going to go down the wing. Trying to go down the wing. Good cross by Cephas. Goal! Brilliant cross by Cephas. Goal by Russell. Cephas. Is that Cephas? Brilliant cross. Is that Cephas' cross? That looked like him. To all people, it looks like when they score, they relax. Russell scored. He shouldn't be on the field and he scored. Should not be on the field. Now let's see that play again. To me, I would have taken Russell out of the game. I'm not changing my mind. He should be out of the field. I Cephas again, not it. Can't talk to Cephas. Let me say. He had the pass, didn't make the pass. He missed dribbled and then brilliant cross. Brilliant cross. Hey, let me tell some people. Now, can't talk to Cephas again now. Two games, he has 4 assists basically in 2 games. Brilliant cross. And good taken by Russell. Really well taken. Talk about Bailey. You talk about Gray. Bailey, you talk about Gray. I talk about. First of all, I Cephas now any 10 people. At least for the next 3 or 4 games. Cephas and any 10. Me tell you, say speed killing the people. Dr. Dan. Hey, Dr. Dan, we have to talk, Dr. Dan. We have to talk. I keep telling you how football is, you know. Speed kills. Come busy passing people in ball. That should be a foul, referee. Game change, people. Fresh legs. Game change. Fresh legs. Fresh legs. Fresh legs changing the game. Cephas and any 10. Like I said before. Cephas and any 10. Man cannot be marked. Change to Nigeria. Going to make another change. Number 10 is coming in. I thought he was going to come in already. He's coming in for Tella out, and Arakodari in. Regardless of the end of this game, people, Jamaican should be proud of the team. I'm gonna say that right now. No matter how the game finish, we're playing a team with a number of recognized footballers, with a country with what, 200 million people? Yeah? And then can't manage me. We're giving them a hard time. I shouldn't care manage because they're doing the better team, but we give them a hard time. And we're scoring right after they scored, which is really interesting, actually. We need to pressure them. Good pressure by Russell. That was close. Jamaica coming forward. Palmer with the ball. Control. Palmer ball over to Cephas. The danger man has the ball out wide. Defender in trouble. Cephas go by him. Oh! That was close, Cephas. You almost had him. Foul him. Don't foul him, Russell. Okay, you have a yellow card. Don't foul him, Russell. And Nigeria coming forward. Oh, really poor defending, people. Really poor defending. 2 center halves get caught out. Nigeria coming forward. Almost scored. That was poor defending by the center halves. Poor defending. Horrible decision by the center halves. Both of them. We have 4 defenders in one spot. Unbelievable decision making. Come Cephas. You got to play defense with Cephas. Cephas won the ball. Coming forward. Looking for a pass. Trying to go over the top. Not a bad decision. Mothersill trying to get by his man. There's a problem that we have now. No outlet. Sometimes no outlet. No outlet. All I say is Nigeria is over 200 million people and we have 3 million. Well, said the diaspora. So let's say we have 5 million. Still a much bigger population. And they have a bunch of people outside of Nigeria too. So it's more than 200 million. Russell is walking. Why can't the coach see that? Look at Russell. Russell is walking. He can't run. That's what I'm talking about. Look at Russell, people, and Palmer. They're walking. They're not going in the position. Don't let him go inside on his left. Don't let him go on his left. My midfield is walking. Stop what, Xavier? What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? It's not 250 mil. It's 227 mil. I just looked it up a while ago, actually. That was 200 mil. Where you guys want me to stop? Russell is walking on the field. He scored a goal, but he's walking. He's not helping the team walking. Midfield getting tired. You have to know your team, you know. The forward line came on. There are 2 forwards come on. They're doing well. They're running. The midfield is tired. Make a change. Why are they advertising at this point? Nigeria coming forward. We're in the 68th minute. I guess we're not going to see any rabble today. Nigeria coming forward again. Jamaica is stretched. It's 5 against 5. The midfield is not coming back. Crossed by Nigeria, headed over the bar. Our team is tired. Coach, please make 2 changes in the midfield. You are killing me. The midfield is tired. When your players are tired, you need changes. You got midfielders out there in the bench. Russell can barely walk, much less run. Where do you want me to stop, Xavier? Stop commenting? Stop commentating? Ball to Jamaica coming forward again. That's Russell looking for a pass. Beat his man nicely. Taken down. Should be a yellow card to the player. Should be a yellow card, referee. Jamaica coming forward. It's Palmer looking to shoot. Play the ball into Cephas. Dangerous position. Cephas just cross it. Block. Brilliant block by the goalkeeper. That was close. Jamaica is coming into his own, and Cephas is down. Cephas tried to cross that. Cephas trying to make the right decision, people. He's heard the complaints. Really good pass by Palmer. He probably was a little bit offside. And it's the keeper came really hard and came really well, actually. I don't know. He jumped with 2 feet or 2 foot, I'm gonna call it. Cephas looked like he got injured. So he's limping. Are you saying that was a offside? I don't know. Oh, it's a goal kick. Okay. I don't know what he's doing. At least the fans have turned up for the game. It's one big party day in the UK. Ball headed up by Ming. Palmer with the ball, looking to hitting back to Palmer, back to Holgate, to Bell. Bell looking for a pass. Plays out to King. King should go to Ming wide. Then Russell should be dropping down to go get the pass. But don't run away from the pass, Russell. You need to go back to get the pass, Russell. That's part of the problem we have. Good ball into Bell. Bell looking for a pass. Good turn by Bell. Going forward, beat his man nicely. Has 2-3 passes. Trying to go inside to Mothersill. Ball overhit. Not a bad idea. Probably should have gone to Cephas though, because Cephas is danger man, but not a bad idea. Jamaica is more to his own. Nigeria has not been as dominant as they were earlier in the game. Chukwueze is their most dangerous player. He's now on the right, even though he sometimes switches. The game is in the balance, people, and Jamaica is getting more and more dangerous as the game progresses. Yeah, we're now setting more in a double. 2 stacks of 4 with a CDM, basically. Brings a corner to Nigeria. We're in the 71st minute of the Unity Cup competition. We're in the final game. Nigeria looking to make another change. Another change looking for Nigeria. They're looking to bring on Uche. Not sure for who. He's a midfielder. Jamaica has not made any changes in midfield, even though I think the midfield, especially Russell, is a bit tired. Corner to Nigeria. Good corner, but straight to the keeper. Russell dropped the ball. He almost gave it away. And the forward was right there. Not a good look. I'm sorry, Russell. I talk about Davis, I should say. Not a good look, Davis. He got the ball, he brought it down, and he's gonna throw it, and he just dropped it. He's going to throw it, and he dropped it. The player was open too. He was trying to find. It may have been, not sure if that was Busy Atkins trying to find, but he was open. It was the right idea. He just left the ball behind. See if us playing some defense also, which is good. Chukwueze changed the ball across the field. Russell jogging over. Ming needs some help. Good tackle. Is that Busy Atkins pressuring him? Good play by Busy. Put in by Jamaica. Ball back to Ming. Ming getting dispossessed. Got fouled. Got bailed out by the. Got bailed out. Is he caught? Is he in a corner? That's not a corner. That's a foul. Come on, referee. That was a foul, referee. They almost scored on that play. That's a foul, referee. That's not good refereeing. Ball blasted over the bar by the substitute, Aaron Kodare. Yeah, that was close. But to me, that was a foul on Ming. We're in the 75th minute. Score tied at 2. 2 changes. It looks like Brandon Cover is going to come on. It looks like. I guess Ravel will get back into the game today. No, Ravel is at the sideline actually. So coach only giving Ravel 15. Interesting. So number 7 is on for Nigeria. Who's Ravel on for? Gotta see that. Ravel is on for Palmer. So you got to put Ravel in the 10. Palmer had a very good, after the first 30 minutes, he came into his own, played much better. Now we'll see how the Maestro does in 15 minutes. Shaquan Davis is down, look like he's injured. Gonna call for the medical team. Well, we have Ravel. We asked for him. He's getting about 15 minutes. The coach got to also think about penalties, right? Is this sudden death? I don't know if this is sudden death or do you play extra time? I don't know. In times like these, I would just go sudden death because players are tired in a long season. So Xavier, what were you telling me to stop about? I'm not sure what you were saying. It's pens? Okay. Well, we may be going to pens. So we got to think about who our penalty taker. Palmer is off. King's a penalty taker. I'm sure Ravel is. I'm not sure who else are penalty takers out there. Cephas may be a penalty taker. Not sure about. I think Madasil also is a penalty taker. or he has 1 penalty. He's not sure he's a penalty taker given this season. Yeah, I see Tony at the game. Somebody's right. I see Tony. Who was I see there? He should have been playing for Jamaica. He should be the center forward. He's back in the England squad, though. I think this tournament should be held every 2 years. I think I should do it. It's been a very fun tournament. I was against the tournament initially because I just thought we had Gold Cup coming up. We have World Cup qualifiers next week after next. I didn't think it was a smart idea. I think, well, World Cup qualifiers what next week? Was it the 7th or the 6th? Somewhere around there. I think it was the best decision, but hey, it's been a good tournament. Really good tournament. Okay, well, that's good. We don't need any more extra time for these kids, or these players, I should say. Throw into Jamaica in the 77th minute. Find Lord Ravel. Let's see his touches. You only get 13 minutes, which is not good, but we'll have to do. Ball back to goalkeeper. Should go to King. Play the ball to King early, keeper. Don't wait. King gonna go long, trying to go over the top. Not a bad ball. The player been taken down by the. He's been taken down, referee. Atkinson was taken down. That should be a. He said nothing. I think that's a foul. Defender's trying to stop him from go forward. 2 Cavalier players linking up. I see they're showing the. What's his name? Her name? Media personality. Ball behind. Nigeria is behind, coming forward. There's a man open on the edge of the box. He's not going to him. Poor cross by the Nigerian. Really poor cross. He just joined us. We're in the 78th minute. 78th minute. Chewiki is asking for. That's good for a substitution. He's been their most dangerous player. Or Chukwuzi, whatever his name is. He's been the most dangerous player, number 11. He's asking for a substitution. He has a cramp or he didn't pull anything. I think he has a cramp. So is it Tyreek? I don't remember it's Tyreek Mitchell. They showed there's a lady who is a commentator who made some comment about Ian Wright the other day. I think she's Nigerian. They were showing her in the stand. Not sure who the other person was. This is a good showcase for those who are England too, who may have aspirations to play for Jamaica. It's a good showcase. So it's a good thing. Good thing to play the game there. We're in the 79th minute. Score tied at 2. Nigeria coming forward. I'm surprised Russell's still out there because I know he's been doing a lot of running, but he looks somewhat tired. Look again. Russell is in no man's land. See, he's just running around. He's in no. He doesn't look glance behind him once, but the man who was open behind him. Because when you're tired, sometimes you don't know where you are. Nigeria coming forward on the wing. Good defending. I thought Chukwueze wanted to come out the field. All of a sudden, he has energy to start running. Did he just say he wanted to get up? Crossing by Nigeria. Ball headed out by Jamaica. Chukwueze again coming forward. Ball headed by Jamaica. Corner to Nigeria. We're under pressure. Jamaica's under pressure. Nigeria is applying the pressure. We're in the 81st minute. Score tied at 2. Both teams really want to win this game, people. You see the coach on the sideline. Lanry must be Nigerian, so they're going to win. You mean you hope to win? Larry Ogunlewe, so I assume you're Nigerian. He hopes to win. Corner to Nigeria. Ball headed up by Jamaica. You can't. Jamaica has the ball. Oh, need to go forward. Play the ball up top. Jamaica trying to get away. We had a chance to break a while ago. Didn't take it. Nigeria coming forward. You need to foul him. You need to foul him to stop him. Really good attack. Try to tackle. Chukwueze now has Ming 1-on-1. Ball headed up by Jamaica. Jamaica's under pressure. Nigeria coming forward again. Cross into the box. Ball headed out for a goal kick to Jamaica. We're in the 81st minute, 82nd minute. Score tied at 2. I'm glad you hope you win. Okay. Hope is better than saying you're going to win. Hope is better. You're hoping to win. Jamaica had a chance to break away a while ago, you know. Whenever the ball is that high up in the air, the forward has to rush the defender. He's likely to make a mistake. Thanks a lot, Randy. Glad you're enjoying the commentary. You should subscribe, by the way. You should subscribe. Well, you must have subscribed to it to be able to comment. 2 changes. Russ is finally off. He scored a goal. I thought he was tired from the first half, people, to be honest. Who's coming on for him? He even ran off the field tired. Number 21. He ran off the field tired. Now, who is this? I'm trying to make out the name. Oh, we're putting on a center forward. That's interesting. So what are we playing? 4-2-4? We have Brown, we have Muddersill, we have Busiak kids, we have Cephas. I don't understand the change, people, I must admit. So how are we playing this? Is Muddersill going to drop back in the 10? And rather play beside midfield defense is going to be weak now. I mean, Russell wasn't doing a ton in there, but defensively in the midfield, we don't have a lot of players there. It took more, but I apologize for that. But, you know, I apologize for that, Larry. So we have seen 2 changes being made. Nigeria's made 2 changes. Agu is off. And who is on? And Onyemaichi. I guess people going to make me bite my tongue. Onyemaichi's on. And their best player, who had a brilliant game, actually, who should have been at Archer, by the way. Should have been at Arsenal, by the way. Chawuki is off. And who is on? Ian Nacho finally get on. Ian Nacho played almost all the first game, didn't he? That's a little bit surprising that Inacho didn't get more game time. Frankly, I'm shocked. I thought he looked decent in the first game. Jamaica with the ball, trying to come forward. Biziakis trying to go to Ming. Down the line to Brown. Ball out of bounds, Jamaica. Jamaica not pressuring. In the middle of the half for Nigeria. Ball thrown back to King. I don't know what King expecting to do with that ball. That's an awful ball by King. Go back to your goalkeeper and recycle the ball, King. That decision makes no sense, people. Playing the ball up the line, the player has nowhere to turn, and then people will curse the player that's their fault. Oh, Kyle, that's no doubt, Kyle. Both games, by the way, Kyle, in my eyes. Both games. Nigeria coming forward on the wing. Gotta stop the ball, people. Gotta stop the ball. Tackle for, yeah, didn't like that. Good tackle by Hayden, but that's a corner to Nigeria. Have to stop the ball. If you're just joining us, we're watching the Unity Cup game, a very interesting game. Exciting enough game. I would say the most exciting game because possession could be better on both sides, but very competitive game. Both teams want to win. Feisty, couple of confrontations. But score tied at 2 in the 85th minute. Cross by Nigeria. Dangerous cross. To the keeper has it. Looking for an outlet. Can't find one. You should just hold the ball. And Davis throw out to Bell to Cephas. Run past him, Cephas. Sorry. Cephas with the ball back to, oh, is that Brown with the ball? Back to, trying to make out these players' numbers. Not seeing well. I think Holgate has his best game for Jamaica, frankly. Oh, the Maestro has the ball. Why am I still struggling with the Maestro? We should know if the Maestro has the ball who's trying to dictate the pace of the game. When he comes in the game, things change. We look so much more dangerous. Jamaica with the ball. deep for a cross. Oh, the ball is out of bounds for a goal kick. That was close. And that was Brown. Almost an opportunity for Jamaica there. Now, Hogan has a very, very good game. Very good game. Hogan is a Premier League player people for most of his career. So he makes a lot of mistakes, but he's a footballer. Cephas not take nobody game. Cephas just go play. The rest of the people, Cephas not any 10 now. Nigeria coming forward, cross the ball, up for a throw into Jamaica. Yeah, cause Cephas not taking anybody's game. He's the left winger for Jamaica. So we can put pocket in anybody we want to pocket, we're in pocket in. He's the starting left winger. Whether it's Gray or Bailey or whoever, it doesn't matter. Or even my Tyrese Campbell, who I like, doesn't matter. He's a starting left winger. Throw into, oh, dangerous throw. But no, Jamaica has it, looking for outlet. Check on Davis going long, trying to find, is that Brown? That's a bad decision by the goalkeeper. There's nobody up there, keeper. I don't know who you're kicking the ball to. That's just not a smart move, especially at this time of the game. I think is that Turkish I see in the stands? I don't know who that is. Look like Turkish. From AFTV. Could be wrong. Nigeria coming forward. Bell isolated. He's going to go down the line. He's going inside. Good shot, but keeper have it covered. 88th minute. Davis is much more confident in this game than the last game. He was very nervous the last game, very unassured, much more comfortable in this game. Good left foot shot. It was going to the goal. Should have collected it one time, but he had it covered. Yeah, he's not managing the game. I would agree with that. I don't know why he's blasting the ball at the field to nobody. I could see if it's a isolation one-on-one, but it's not. King down the line. Nah, we just turn the ball over without. I don't know. We do that sometimes. It's frustrating to watch. Nigeria coming forward in 88th minute. Ball in the Nigeria's half. Good move around Muddersill. Nigeria looking dangerous. This ball should go to the keeper. All right, keeper, slow the game down. Tell your defenders to run wide. Let Hayden stay in the middle. It give you a chance to get the ball in our possession and move the ball up the field. Don't just blast the ball up the field. Your two center halves should be going wide. The two left and right back going up the field somewhat. We give the ball away again. Same thing we do against Trinidad. Why can't we try to play the ball out? If you just joined us, this is a surprising score at this point. Most prognosticators, most personnel thought Nigeria would run over Jamaica, especially given how Ghana destroyed Trinidad. And Jamaica had something else for them. We're in the 89th minute, scored, tied at 2. Nigeria coming forward. Bell chasing his man. Jamaica, we're very, very deep. We need to push up some more. We're too deep. We're too deep. We need to push up more. Way too deep. Way too deep. Ball headed up by Jamaica. Nigeria looking to shoot. A really good shot, but wide. Really good shot. We're too deep. We're too deep. We have to push up more. There's got to be room between the keeper and the last line of defense. We have to push up some more. Force them to try to go behind. As a midfielder, that pisses me off. Not sure that you're talking about, Jagan. That was a good shot, actually. I mean, it could have been ricocheted off. It could have been deflected to go in. Yeah, the midfielder, the goalkeeper has to do a better job. He's going long all the time. And the ball is coming back. As he goes long, the ball comes right back to us, right? Which is just poor. We have 3 minutes of extra time. We're 1 minute in. Jamaica's chance to come forward. Oh, not good. I think that's going to be a foul against Jamaica. Foul against Holgate. And he's like, what are you talking about? Number 7 is down. I think he came in as a substitute. That is Uche. Holgate has to have one of these games. I was wondering what happened to Holgate. That's not like you not to put somebody. Yeah, let's see what happened here. Bad decision by by Holgate, actually. Yeah. A couple of times in this game, Holgate and King sold himself out, all going for the same ball and not positioning themselves. You need that composure like what Pinnock brings to the game in terms of providing direction for your defenders. Yeah, falling. We've been doing that for both games. That's the goalkeeper. He goes along and we lose the ball and the ball comes back to us. Yeah, he did that in both games, actually. I'm not sure if it's coach's direction, but he's done that in both games. In fact, he was worse in the Trinidad game. I don't think he's good with his feet, and that's part of the problem. That's why in today's football, every coach wants to play a goalkeeper who can use his feet. Because you realize when you boot the ball up the field, it's a turnover. So we almost at time, people. This must be the last dangerous play of the game. We have the defense set up on the 18. They're going to go throw right behind it. Jamaica has dropped deeper. Ball headed out. Oh, come on. You can't let him beat you there. Can't let him beat you there. Jamaica with the ball. Trying to come forward. Bell trying to play over the top. Jamaica's won the ball. Jamaica's going to come forward now. Trying to force a pass over the top to... That's it, people. Game over. Nobody I know predicted Jamaica to tie with Nigeria. So Jamaica has a chance to win on penalties. Nobody I know predicted this. Now, are we going to put... So I think Davis is the normal penalty goalkeeper for us. So we go straight to penalty. So I'm going to give Jamaica a big hand. I think the crowd doing the same thing. Everybody I know saying 5-1, 3-1, XYZ. I think I said 3-2. Because I know we score, because we've been scoring goals. And we have the great Cephas. Hey, people that can't talk to Cephas again. No, can't talk to Cephas. None of them can't talk to Cephas again. After this tournament against a good Nigeria team, they can't talk to Cephas. Now, I don't know who the penalty takers are. I would expect that Ravel will take one. I would expect King to take one. Palmer is not on the field. I don't know who the other penalty takers are. I'd expect the forwards, Brown, Madasil, Cephas to take one. So that should have been worked out already, actually. But hey, whatever happens, Jamaica did themselves really proud. Very impressive in terms of the organization. Better defensive performance than against Trinidad. Nigeria have some good players on the field, especially Simon and Chiwoki. I'm surprised Inacho came on so late, frankly. They needed some more potency up front. And they did the midfield, even though I thought our midfield was tired and Russell should have been subbed out and he scored. But we'll do a post-game analysis after the penalties. But well done, Jamaica. Yeah, jargons. I think you panic, right? People panic. They just want to get the ball out as far as possible. You don't want to make a mistake. But I still think you're creating pressure on yourself when you do that. Yes, King Jav. And I think this game has opened some eyes for some players. I don't think Madasil or Brown or Busy Atkins got enough of a chance, but Dixon got his chance, scored, did a good job. Cephas locked down the left wing position. It upon lock. It not change anytime soon. Hayden does what Hayden does. Russell had a mixed bag between the two games. Palmer showed that he can play football, because some Jamaicans think Palmer can't play football, because he hasn't really played well outside of when he goes to the CONCACAF. Holgate showed that he can play football. King shows he can play football. Bell had a decent game. Lambakisa struggled and may have lost his position actually. Not sure it's to Ming, but he may not have. He's not going to retain his position as long as he keeps playing like this. Cephas deserve an official apology. Yeah, I mean, before the game, Cephas showing his work. But I'm on the Cephas bandwagon and off. I'm vacillating with Cephas. I was Cephas and any 10, and then I was like, what the hell are you doing? But I'm back on the Cephas bandwagon. And not because I'm a wagonist, it's because his decision making sometimes just. But today, what he did was he's listening because he put the ball in the box. He's listening, which is important. He's listening. But he had 2 brilliant crosses today. 2 tap-in. Hey, when you have tap-in crosses, people, that's what's important. His crosses were tap-ins. They're not crosses where the forward has to do something, control and move. Russell was a tap-in and Dixon was a tap-in. And the coach loves Cephas, I'm telling you. When I hear the coach talk about players, you can tell which players he loves because he plays Cephas all the time. In the game against Trinidad, he put Cephas in the middle instead of taking him off the field. He's a Cephas supporter. Jamaica should be able to win this penalty shootout. Come on. I'm sure the coach is pleased with the outcome. We could play better possession-wise. I'm sure he's pleased with the outcome. Before the game said he played 90 minutes and probably didn't feel like he had to change the world in 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, no, I mean, look, Cephas divides opinion, right? But I think he's winning over people, which frankly, he deserves. He deserves to get some credit. Yes, he was involved in our 5 goals, even though he may get too much credit for the one scored by Burrell. But he was involved in all 5 goals. In fact, he owns the 40 goals. That's not involvement. That's him. Goal involvement suggests no. He had 2 penalties and 2 tap-ins. Those are him giving us goals, actually. There's almost like 4 penalties. In fact, the 2 tap-ins were easier than the penalties. So he had 4 situations in which those goals are all Cephas. Hey, Jargon, if you didn't say that, you wouldn't be Jamaican, would you? Yes, the crowd is a good crowd. King is taking the first penalty, actually. Is King going to go right and up like he did the last time? Keeper may have seen that, King. So King taking the first penalty. He's going to go left side up. And he wants it. Oh, brilliant. He went the other side. The keeper thought he was going to go right like he did the last time. Good penalty, King. Good penalty. Very good penalty. King is playing with more confidence, too. That's what repetition does. Yeah, the keeper, that even if he went the right way, he wouldn't have saved it. Wow. It's a brilliant penalty. King hasn't hurt himself in this tournament. Somebody going to buy him, even in League One. That's a brilliant penalty, by the way. It's not even a good penalty. Inacho probably should be a good penalty taker, too. Inacho is taking the penalty for Nigeria. Good penalty. Davis had no chance. Really good penalty. Nigerian crowd are hype. So they divided up the crowd. They must think it's an English league game where they sell tickets to the different contingents together. That's a good penalty. And Davis dove too early. Yeah, he gave him a little hezzy, and Davis took it. So next penalty taker is who? I think is this Model still? Can't see well. Looks like it. No, it's Hayden. I don't see Hayden as a penalty taker. Oh, good penalty. Keeper dive right the first time, dive left the second time. Nope. It wasn't the best penalty, I don't think, but he kicked it to the right corner. 2-1 Jamaican penalties. It wasn't a good penalty, actually. It wasn't a good penalty. If he dove the right way, he probably saved it. So who's number 15? Is that Simon? His penalty. Come on, Davis. Save one of these penalties. You're supposed to be a good penalty save. Good saver of penalties. No doggons. I think he hesitated just a little bit, and Davis took the hesitation. Because you're trying to move before the ball is kicked, That's how it is. Simon's penalty. Yeah, good penalty. Keepers are going the wrong way in all of these. They're trying to go left, then go right. Score tied at 2. Davis is moving too early. Moving too early, Davis. You have to wait until he lifts his foot up, then you move. Because then if he wants to change his mind, that's it. I know Rabbit taking one of those penalties. Come on, Rabbit, put it in there. Rabbit's a confident footballer. Keeper died the right way, but he kicked it low. If it went high, he probably would have saved it. If he went high, he probably would have saved it. He went low. And he kicked it hard too. The keeper came close, but he was in the corner. He came close, but was in the corner. So the next penalty keeper for Nigeria, number 10, Arakodare. Let's see where he goes. Over the bar. I'm predicting over the bar for this one. Oh, it's a brilliant penalty. He had no chance on that. He hit that with venom. I think it hit the inside of the post, didn't it? Good penalty so far, Hayden penalty wasn't that great, but the rest of them have been very good penalties. Yeah, that's that penalty. You see a good penalty or penalty that almost missed? You can take it any way you want to. Who's the next penalty taker? Oh, Busy Atkins. Busy Atkins is a penalty taker? Really? Taking his time. Yep, that's why he was taking his time. You can get over the bar. That's criminal. You can't kick penalty over the bar. He looked nervous before he took it. You could see it. He looked nervous before he took it. Yeah, you can't kick the ball over the bar. Those are not forgivable misses. Yeah, he didn't look confident to me. I am not surprised he missed. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know Biziaki was a penalty taker. I didn't know Biziaki was a penalty taker. I didn't see that. But the cameraman is good. Yeah, shaking his hand. Yeah, this doesn't look good, people. 4-3 Nigeria. They're taking really good penalties. Yeah, I don't see Busy as a penalty taker. I'm surprised that Brown is not the one taking the penalty. I'm surprised Biziaki is taking the penalty, to be honest. Nigeria penalties have been good, though. Davis hasn't come close to saving one. I think Nigeria look like they're in the bag, but it's not over till it's over. Jamaica has another penalty. This is Bell. Where's Brown? If you're a forward, don't you take penalties? Motherson and Brown. I'm surprised they're not there. Bell is the captain. So I guess was the captain. He's the captain. Take the last one. Busy Atkins bashed the ball over the bar. That's sad. Keeper died the right way, but a really good penalty by Bell. Well, here we go. Yeah, it showed. You can't kick the ball over the bar. The keeper saved the penalty. They saved the penalty, right? They died the right way, but you can't go over the bar. That means you're just trying to go hard and you haven't leaned over the bar. The keeper, but he came off his line. That penalty should be retaken. He came off his line, I think, at least in my eyes. So here's the one to decide the game. I think it's a substitute on the midfielder. That is Uche. Here's the last one. Come on, Shakwan, save one. Yep, Nigeria takes 5 brilliant penalties. Well done to Nigeria. Nigeria has won the game. Well done to Nigeria. Really good penalties. No, I didn't kick away. Really good penalties. Really, really good penalties. Really good penalties. They took 5 very good penalties. Davis didn't have a chance to save any of them. Well done, Jamaica. We are very proud of the team. When you lose on penalties, it's just luck of the draw. Nigeria is happy, but Jamaica can walk away proud. The prediction, the prognostication prior to the game was Jamaica was going to get destroyed, and that has not happened. The team did really well. I mean, let's do a comparative. You look at what Trinidad did. Even though Trinidad made a number of changes to their team, right? Because they're playing for 3rd place, and Jamaica didn't do the same. But Jamaica did really well as it relates to the scoreline, first of all, because we tied in 90 plus minute. Obviously, penalty kicks we lost, but we also took very good penalties and missed one. No, I mean, you have to be proud of the team. The team did well. So, people, we have come to the end of the game. I think Jamaica can walk away feeling good. Yeah, I'm surprised Mothersill didn't take a penalty, or even Brown take a penalty. And we're putting Busy Atkins, who to me is not a penalty taker, to take penalties. But then again, maybe the coach don't know his players. The coach doesn't know his players. I'm sorry, he doesn't. So we shouldn't be surprised. I think when I look at Mothersill, doesn't Mothersill have a number of penalties in his 11 goals or whatever number of goals he has? Lonray, Lonray, you won the you won the game. You won the game, but it was even, right? You won on penalties. You won. Can't argue with that. But I think both teams are proud. And the most important thing is the camaraderie in the tournament. There were some feisty moments. There were some difficult moments, but that's what it should be. It's a competitive game. It's a competitive football. Everybody wants to win. Everybody wants bragging rights. And it's a good game and a good outcome for both teams, especially Nigeria, because they won the tournament. And Jamaica team, as you said, Lonray, we're down twice in the game and scored almost immediately after the goals were given up, right? First goal was not a good decision by our defense. Second goal was a decent goal, but I thought they should have closed on the play quicker. And we had 2 brilliant crosses by Cephas. So, yeah. Yeah, I think it's very difficult with the calendar. FIFA is going to have more windows coming up next year, which makes it more difficult. But tournaments like these are, to me, important for connection between the Caribbean and Africa, actually. They probably should make it an 18 tournament at some point versus 14 tournament. And you play about 3 games or something like that. I think that's what they should do. Yeah, given how the boys has played against St. Vincent and Dominica and Dominican Republic, this is surprising. But we have to remember a couple of things. One is a lot of players are based in England, including or in Europe. Cephas is in Europe, Dixon's in Europe, and they're used to playing on facilities where the ball bounces through and where you can actually play football, and also where the referees don't tolerate, intentional fouls or difficult situations. Because in CONCACAF, it's a much more physical environment, and the facilities and field, especially in Jamaica, are not the best, right? So the conditions made for good football, and the players came to play, which is always a good thing. So it's a good outcome. Yeah. Dr. Dan, try again. Nigeria is very happy.
Hey, cranky.
Dr. Don, how you doing?
I'm actually good. I watched the game. I'm getting ready. Today's my day off, so it's just all sports for me today. This game, Champions League, gonna attract me. So I'm trying to relax.
You're not gonna watch my Knicks? Really?
Yeah, but that's later. Is it like 5 o'clock?
8 o'clock.
Yeah, so sports day for me. It's not only day off, so I watch the game. So pretty much sports all day for me. But yeah, I saw the game first. I will say, I'm glad enough to actually admit that Cephas did play, but we'll get to him. After. But to be honest with you, I was actually thoroughly impressed. Remember, I mentioned to you. I said to me, it wasn't really about the score per se. I just wanted to see a system and see how the team, play and outplay. I didn't see a system, to be honest with you, but I saw in the first half the midfield to me played well. But like you mentioned, unlike TNT, Nigeria is going on the wings because they have these fast, electrical, pacey, kind of tricky wingers between Simon and Chukwueze on both sides. So I think that was that. The midfield, they gave a lot of effort. I saw people cursing Casey Palmer, and I was like, the reason why he wasn't doing much in the sense that he was playing to the back, but when you saw he was on his front foot going forward in the second half, he actually has the talent and can do that. So he was playing the circumstances. So he basically was a victim of the circumstances where like Jamaica wasn't getting the ball so much, so he had to defend a lot more. So which is what I thought. But I just kind of watched the game and analyzed it from that standpoint. But I would say though, I do think that we have a lot of wingers, but we don't have any midfielders. I don't know why we can't get any good midfielders. And for us to make any noise in the World Cup, we're gonna need midfield because that's the anchor, that's the brain of the team. Because they are the middle of the team, so they're one step away from the defense, one step from the offense. So I think that's something that we need to work on. I personally didn't see Razo do anything when he came in. I saw him got a couple of touches, but again, he didn't get too many. I also think he came on too late. He came on the 80 to 75th minute.
Yeah.
And the game at that point was kind of stretched and was stop starting. So we didn't get a chance to get in the game. So I'm not quite sure what was the point of doing that to me, because I felt like he could have come in a little bit because a couple of the players were a little bit tired and the game started stretching about like in the 60th minute or so, the game was stretched. So I think like they could have brought him on a little bit earlier.
Yeah, no, and your analysis is spot on. The midfield, the problem we have is that Nigeria is dominating possession in the first part of the game, especially the first 20 minutes. They're spreading the ball wide. They're trying to attack us through the right side, their left side, with Simon over there. Chowiki was switching between wings, and we weren't getting in the game. So the game was bypassed. And when we get the ball, we're going long. So bypassing the midfield and never getting to the forward because we're trying to go long and they just win the ball back and it comes back at us, which like we do against Trinidad. Then Palmer started going deep to Bell to get the ball versus trying to go long to get the ball. And so we started having a little more possession as the game progressed. And it improved throughout the second part of the first half. But what we don't do well is Borrell for 2 games has been starved for service, which then suggests the ball is not progressing from the defense to the midfield to the forwards. And our forward line, I think Dixon got a number of touches, but Cephas wasn't touching the ball enough. We have to get the ball up front to our players in good position so they can be dangerous. We're trying to get the ball over the top to them, but they have to fight for the ball. And we're not passing the ball through the midfield in a good enough way because when King gets the ball, nobody's presenting himself to pass the ball to. When Dexter gets the ball, the sideline is a defender for him, so he can't get the ball. Russell wasn't presenting himself to get the ball, to be frank. Russell was not presenting himself to get the ball. I'm surprised Russell lasted the 3 days. I know he scored, but he wasn't providing himself to support Hayden, support King, support Dixon or Lambakisa to get the ball, to then be that linchpin to say, no, I can go back further inside or I can go outside, I can go back. Right? He wasn't in the game. Now, Nigeria created some of that, but we could have done better in the midfield to move the ball between the lines to get the ball up the field to our forwards. And we know Cephas dangerous. So I have to beat you, Dr. Dan, on Cephas. We have to get to Cephas. Look at the Cephas. I tell you, Dr. Dan, I tell you, Dr. Dan, I tell you. Speed, his speed is not normal speed.
Yeah, I mean, cranky. I'm not gonna disagree with that, but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna go on a record. Trinidad first 15 minutes, I felt like they played better than Nigeria first 15 minutes. The reason why I said that Trinidad opened up the midfield like it was like the Red Sea.
Yes, they did.
Nigeria did not do that. So Trinidad actually, I said to you earlier, I said, had Trinidad taken their chances like Nigeria did, we would have completely got played off the park the first 20 minutes. Then we got into the game. So to compare this game is a different type of game because when I watched the Ghana-Nigeria game, Nigeria dominated the midfield. In this game, they did not dominate. I don't think they dominated the midfield. Me personally,
I think Nigeria had the wrong strategy. They should have gone through the midfield. They didn't go to the midfield. They went to the left wing a lot.
Correct. That's what I was gonna say. Because for the first, they were just going down with Simons. It was
Yep.
Simon.
Yep.
Which I understand you're taking advantage of what it is. But had they did what they did against Ghana and played on the midfield, I mean they still won. So it's not like. But for me, I was looking at how Jamaica perform and how they did. So yes, I do think that. My concern though, Cranky, and I said, like I said, I watched the game, right? Jamaica wants to announce itself on a World Cup stage. We cannot play like this and do anything. Again, I've always said this. Cephas is fast. I do agree. But when you get against somebody like, let's make an example. You get somebody like Jonathan, the one from the English guy, just Robinson from the USA. You can't outrun these guys. He tried that against USA. You saw that. Tried against USA, didn't make much headways. And so when you play against a smart defender like Van Dijk, not going to use his speed against you. Those things, the speed does matter, but you have to correlate.
So Dr. Don, let's put a waiver in it. Let's put a waiver in it. Because here's what we don't realize with Cephas. This game, I think he's hearing the criticism loud and clear. If you notice, his first cross was early. He glanced up. The first cross he set up. The second goal was a little bit different. The first one, he glanced up early, which is what people like Gray does a lot, right?
Yeah.
If you don't glance early and you just keep your head down like Martinelli does, you can't see what's happening.
Yeah.
If you glance early and the forward has an advantage in the middle, you can get the ball to them. And he glanced early and he's using his left foot, which is weaker foot, and he gets to the destination. It was two brilliant crosses.
Yeah. No, listen, Cranky. I think he was the man of the match both games. I would 100% agree, right? 100%. If he plays like that, early crosses and all that stuff, then he will be doing like that. You remember, Cranky, let's make an example. You know when Ronaldo first got to Man United when he would just step over and just lose the ball and everybody used to get frustrated? He wasn't crossing the ball, wasn't doing anything. Him, right now, he is doing, to me, if he continues to improve himself, just think about it. You cannot coach speed. Speed is naturally earned. Doesn't matter how, you cannot coach speed. Speed is natural, right?
Yeah.
So you incorporate the speed with the knowledge, right? Then you're unstoppable. And for me, that's it. He did a lot of defending. What I like about him, though, him unlike Gray and Bailey, he actually defends. He sometimes does not make good choices, but he defends. So I do agree with that. So I think he is. But again, my biggest concern is we have to find ways to score the goals. We're gonna need goals. Our forwards are starving, and we don't know how good they are unless they get the ball. That's kind of my
Exactly.
So you cannot judge a player output without them getting the ball. Like, yes, you start me, but what can I do? You need the ball to play, right? At some point. So I see people on YouTube cursing, "Oh, I don't like this player because he doesn't score. He doesn't score." Yes, he doesn't score because he's not getting the ball. You cannot score without the ball.
Yeah, Cephas didn't get enough service today. Borrell got no service, and Cephas didn't get enough service.
Yeah, he did not get any service.
Yeah.
But Cephas created 2 good chances, and we scored on both of them. He crossed the early ball on both of them, which is how you score. A winger is supposed to be able to cross the ball. This is actually this is my take on Bailey. Last year people were saying he's a world-class player. He is not a world-class player.
What do you mean who's world-class player?
Last year people were saying Bailey's world-class player.
Oh, okay.
Yes, because of the way he was playing at Aston Villa. He's not consistent enough. When he gets the ball, he does not cross ball. He wants to break everybody and all that stuff. A winger is supposed to be able to look up, cross early, or be able to cross the ball. He didn't do that. Cephas did that this game. If he can continue to do like that, I think he has places to go. My question though is, who's going to make this man go on a bench? Because he clearly has a spot in the team.
No, Cephas is not playing on the bench. Cephas is a starter. People don't realize the coach likes Cephas. The last game, the coach put Gray in the 10 and started Cephas. No, he likes Cephas.
Yeah.
He ain't benching Cephas. I don't care who comes. He's not benching Cephas.
But then the Bailey pillow fan's gonna be like,
No. Bailey may start on the right. Gray may play the 10, or Gray may be on the bench. But Cephas starting. I'm telling you. Watch. Cephas starting. Cephas not going to nobody's bench. The coach loves Cephas, and it's very important when you hear the coach talks. Cephas come in conversation, maybe because he divides opinion, But the coach I know which player the coach likes. They're very obvious. He likes Cephas. He's going to play Cephas. He'll move Gray out to play the 10 versus moving Cephas. The last game, the man put Cephas to play the center forward versus taking him off, and he played him for the entire game against Trinidad. He loves Cephas, and he's going to play Cephas. He's going to make room for him. Trust me.
I played in college, and that's number one. You need to be able to critically think. That's the problem with a lot of you guys on YouTube. You don't have to agree with somebody, but
you're in my seat, Dr. Don. You're in my seat. You're in my seat.
I played in college. I got a scholarship to go to college. That's how I pay for my tuition. Critically think and stop following people. I am not all the place. I'm making critical points. You don't agree with me? That's fine. Think, my guy. If you're a guy or a girl, I believe. Dr.
Dan, you can't take these things personal. It's their opinion. You can't take it personal. You can't take it personal. Don't do like cranky. Don't do like cranky. Don't do like cranky. Don't do like.
Yeah, go on to give your points. I watched the game. I'm analyzing from my standpoint. You watch the game. You analyze from your standpoint. That's all it is.
Yeah. You know how it is. People are gonna beat you because you know Jamaicans like to beat.
But cranky. But that's my point. Like I said, so I do honestly. I want to apologize. I've always been telling you, like, I look at stuff myself, just like how we talked about the AI stuff in medicine, and I told you, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Let you know the same thing. I'm not gonna follow people. I'm gonna obviously watch for myself.
Right.
But I did, you mentioned that, and I said to you earlier, I was like, hey, listen, man. I said to you clearly, I was like, let's see what's happened because this is a different opponent, right? These guys are more experienced. These guys obviously play at a higher, quote unquote, higher league. So
right.
Yes, I do think that he did.
No, Dr. Dan, TV is deceptive. So I went and watched him in Dallas last year, right, against US. The man's speed is unreal. Like when you sit down, so I sit on the side he was against in the first. I think it was the second half against the US. He was playing wing first for Agramson, and he was playing in the middle, and he missed the chance against the US. The defender was like 4 or 5 yards in front of him. He ran past the defender like he wasn't there. His speed is unreal, and not some people have speed, but they build like a boat will build up his speed, right, to get to a certain level. He starts off extremely quick. His first step is ridiculous. So as a defender, no matter how quick you are, you're at a disadvantage because you don't know where he's going. He knows where he's going. He's quick. He's rapid. So to me, when you have somebody with that skill set, even if they make mistakes, if you give them enough ball, they're gonna produce. Even if they don't want, if they just pour, they're still going to produce something at some point.
Yeah.
His first step is rapid.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was thoroughly, because like I said, and what I like about him this game as well, whenever he was under pressure, like that foul that the guy got a yellow card, he turned, there's nobody to pass, try to go upfield with the ball, got a foul on that.
Yeah.
Which was to me a good, because when he first came on, when he first got his last year, I think he first got his call up. A lot of people was going, including myself, because he just run in the corner and lose the ball. I was like, what is this guy doing? You know what I mean? So it's kind of like something that
So I'm gonna get beaten for this. Cephas had more better games than Cephas. Sample size, it's much smaller on Bailey. Cephas has been more productive than Bailey playing for Jamaica, and he hasn't scored a lot of goals. So I really see games where Bailey just destroys somebody and create situation. He doesn't. He may score a goal here and there. He may have 1 or 2. He doesn't even have great games. Cephas, I think, which game does Cephas play? I was just like, damn, Cephas in 10. And then Cephas played against Dominica and a couple more games, and I'm like, man, he makes bad decisions. But the more I see him, the more I watch him play, the more I realize that speed. They're footballers. There are very few track athletes who play football at a high level, right? But when you do, if you can be consistent, then you can be a differentiator. I'm telling you, he's probably impressed some people in England with his performance in those 2 games. And he didn't get a lot of service, especially today's game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Cranky. Like I said, I keep repeating this. I said I didn't care. Obviously, part of me wanted us to win, but I wanted to see improvement in the players, improvement in performance, something to say, listen, we have promise. And I do think that we have promise. If you ask me, in the region right now, based on what I'm seeing, I would say US, then us, and Mexico.
No. I disagree with that.
Okay, let me tell you why.
Uh-huh.
Let me tell you why. I've seen improvement from when the coach came in to now. I've seen a little bit of improvement. And that's all you want, Cranky. Remember that. That's all you want, right? You want, Cranky, okay, look at this. You've been in corporate America, right?
Yeah.
And it's every year, think about it. When we talk about a bottom line, we either want to break even or we want to get some profit. We do not want to lose, right? If we do lose, right, we want to just be right there. To me, I've seen a little bit of improvement. I see something. I just want to, the system I haven't seen yet, but he's making some, I think he's making some changes, and he's bringing on players, giving players chances to play themselves in or out the team.
Yep.
One person I know, though, man, I am highly, highly impressed with King. For someone who played in the quote-unquote JPL league, he's very composed. He reads the game well, and he's always in the right position.
Yeah. No. Look, here's the players I like that are locally produced, right? And I've said this a lot of people. I like Dixon. I like King. I like Cephas. And I'm wishy-washy on McGee. At one point, I like McGee, but I'm souring on McGee for different reasons, right? But these players I just mentioned who are getting game time now, they're good footballers. But if you're not exposed at a high level on a continuous basis, if you keep playing down to a certain level because that's a competition, then you won't get better. Cephas is overseas. He's probably getting better over time. He still makes rash decisions, which people get upset about. But you can see that he has certain ability which cannot be taught and which is going to differentiate him from other players. Dixon is improving time after time. He doesn't get much time in the national team, but he showed in this game, even though he's still up and down and he's young, and people think he's being rushed, that he can add value. And King is showing more and more that he can play football. It's a fact.
Yeah. I think King should, what is he, 21?
No, it's about 20. I think it's about 24. Getting up there.
He needs to leave the island now, because I mean he's getting, because 24 in football age is, that's pretty seasoned. But I'm impressed, honestly. Let's see I think they have a Gold Cup game next week, 2 weeks from now.
We have a World Cup we have 2 World Cup qualifiers. We have one against BVI, and then we have another one against Guatemala. That's a big game, Guatemala game. We have to beat Guatemala.
We have to worry about the Virgin Island one. That should be easy. Guatemala, we have to, get it together. But I guess my question is now, it's clear that we have a lot of new players. How are we going to incorporate this now and going forward? Because you have the mother still coming in, right? Like how? That's the question.
That's a brilliant question, and it's going to take a lot of thought on the side of the coaching staff about who to bring in 23, because you have Mothersill just came in, right? You just brought in Billy Atkinson. You have Tyrese Campbell is going to come in. You have Lewis Baker is going to come in, right? I'm missing a couple names. You have Borrell just came in. There are a number of players, and there's more coming. We haven't seen anything from Greenwood. We know what the story is with Greenwood. But if I'm Greenwood watching today's game, I'm impressed. I'm saying, you know what? Maybe I want to be this thing. So here's the thing, people. Hey, people, it's getting fun. It's getting to be fun. I'm loving this. Cephas and Greenwood are automatic starters. Let me say this again. Cephas, that means either Gray or Bailey is going to be on the bench or both. No doubt in my mind. If we decide to play a different center forward. Now, he may play Cephas in the middle, which to me would not be the right move. But Cephas and Greenwood are automatic starters. He may play Greenwood in the middle. So somebody that Gray and Bailey is on the bench. It's fun to see we have so much talent now, and nobody's irreplaceable. And people that you don't play football well, you're going to be on the bench. Or you're not going to be in the squad. It's brilliant. Max Aarons is going to probably come in by September or by end of the year.
Oh, wow. Okay.
By end of the year, I know he's going through his the problem we're having is people trying to get their papers. It's not a smooth process. People are frustrated. But when they get their papers before or after September, for the next sequence of World Cup qualifiers, coach is going to have more options.
Well, Cranky, can you elaborate on that a little bit? So in terms of getting your paper, is it the onus is on Jamaica, the federation, to speed up the process, or is the onus of them transferring from the previous, like for instance, from England to?
No, the transfer process is not the problem. The problem normally is this. So a lot of times, Jamaicans, when they travel overseas, they may not go under the right name. There are a lot of issues. The name may be spelled incorrectly. So the papers may not be aligned appropriately to allow the process to go through smoothly, right? Something is always wrong. And even when it is, PICA, which is the sort of Immigration and Nationalization Service in Jamaica, sort of citizenship group, they will take in the Caribbean, people move at their own speed. They move at their own speed. So between them moving their own speed, the players may not have the papers the right way. Or if they go to London, to the consulate office in London, those papers sometimes get lost in the mail going to Jamaica.
People still do things in mail these days, not online?
Well, whatever process they use it look like it's mail, because whatever process they use in London for naturalization, it gets lost. There are people now who are somebody want me to talk to them. Their kids trying to apply for citizenship in Jamaica. Months and months and months, and hear nothing. It goes to the consulate and it gets lost someplace. I say in the mail, literally, but maybe it's not literally, but figuratively, it gets lost. So
what role does Babsy Grange has in all this? Is she the sports minister? She can actually speed up help and all that.
Well, no. What people are doing nowadays is this: they're changing what they're doing. So, for the players who can afford to fly to Jamaica, like Hayden did, they'll get the papers, they'll go through the process, they'll fly to Jamaica, because somebody get a citizenship, you gotta get a passport, try to do everything. In Jamaica, the process is really quick.
Okay.
Right? If you get to Jamaica, but it's hard to get to Jamaica sometimes. And the process in the US is different from the process for the UK. So I did mine in the US. It took me 4 months. I put mine in February. It was done in June last year.
Did you make a passport?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even have one.
Yeah, I didn't have one. I just had to get it just to get it safe. Because I just wanted to have it, right? First of all, I thought I was just a Jamaican. I can't go into it. I was being stupid. I didn't understand the process. I thought because I lived in Jamaica, I grew up in Jamaica, whatever it is, I'm almost like an automatic Jamaican citizen. I was like sort of the dumbest of the dumb. Historically, in the past, actually, I didn't get U.S. citizenship. I'm Jamaican. I didn't consider my British passport to be what I am actually. But anyway, process worked out. I did it. It took me 4 months from start to finish. And the people at the consulate were really nice, actually, on 3rd Avenue, Manhattan. Like, really, really nice. You know, you go there, you take pictures, you pay your money, it's done. But when you go to the UK, sometimes, because I had all my papers aligned, I went to my mom, and I'm not 3rd generation either. I was like 2nd. So if it's your grandmother, it also gets more complicated. If they say it was grandmother and they remarried, or they went up in an assumed name, you got to work that all out so it all aligned, and it takes a while. So I would say both JFF is not really involved in this. It's mainly the person and PICA where the problem resides.
That makes sense. Yeah, R was asking me if we since regret Ivan Toney. I mean, to be honest, R, it's a good question. He's a good player. The problem I'm wondering is as well as how would he have gotten the ball. That's our issue. We have good strikers. I mean, you know, I know people say they don't score a lot of goals, but they don't score goals because they don't get the ball. That's the issue. Again, look at today's game. Look, we don't know what Magasil could do. He barely touched the ball. So
Barrett barely touched the ball. Our center forward, the coach. You know what? I'm gonna ask the coach that question actually next time I get a chance to be in. If I get a chance to be in it, I'm asking the question, which is, we're not getting the ball to our center forwards enough. The last game Brown played in Jamaica against St. Vincent, he touched the ball 12 times.
Yeah.
And when we not touch the ball, they don't get enough. If you're not touching the ball in football, you're out of the game.
I mean, to be honest, too, Cranky, is when I look at the team, Hayden, and we have I think, to be honest with you, we have about 2 defensive-minded midfielders on the field, right? So Hayden doesn't play the ball much forward. He plays from side to side and back. Yeah. So you know the ball not going to string the ball. Like, if you look at Ndidi, let's look at Ndidi for a while. Ndidi was getting the ball, he was stringing the ball from left to right, stringing the ball left to right. Wingers getting it, stringing the ball left to right. I've never seen Hayden do that. I mean, unless I'm blind, right? I've never seen Hayden done that. Then we have Russell, who when he gets the ball, he either goes side or backward. He's not looking to push the ball forward, right? You know what I mean? So it's kind of that. So the striker is not doing anything. So when he checks up to get the ball now, their backline is free. So if anything happens, their backline is free to go get whoever they want because the backline is not occupied by anybody. So that's kind of like, so having Tony would have been good, right? But again, you can't do anything. He can't get the ball. He can't beat 4 or 5 defenders by himself. So that's kind of like my thing is. So
yeah, and look, it works for us and work against us. What I mean by that is this. So Nigeria was trying to close us down really quickly. So it's sometimes hard to get the ball out. But if you have composure and you play the ball back to your keeper and you rotate the ball from side to side, you get opportunities to move the ball up the field, right? But when we get it, if we break that first line of defense and we have people like Cephas, you're much more dangerous, which is what we did against Trinidad, actually. People don't realize that. We had a lot of counters against Trinidad when they lost the ball and their midfield were dominating us. When we won it, we on the break through Palmer, through Cephas, we look very dangerous. but we have to mix up our play. We can't just try to get counter and transition play to be creative to get us in dangerous position. We have to be able to spread the field out like Nigeria did and move the ball up the field.
Yeah, we do very, again, there's 2 times we got 2 proper counterattacks, we score. So that's not, we know we have that. But again, the other rest of the game is like, okay, let's try to make something else. Even if we can't get opportunity, let's get a hold of the ball and pass the ball around where we get some confidence and get the players, some rest. So that's kind of just my only thing. And again, I'm proud. You know what I mean? You saw my prediction. I predicted for us to lose it at a wider margin. So it's not like I'm sitting here, pretending like I'm a hypocrite. I predicted for us to lose at a wider margin.
Well, it's not. Look. I would say, given the score, I think the score this morning influenced people. This morning's score between Trinidad and Ghana influenced the perception about how this game the outcome for this game, and it's understandable because Nigeria beat Ghana. Ghana destroyed Trinidad. We struggled in the second half against Trinidad. So you draw the normal conclusion that it's going to be difficult for Jamaica, especially given how well Nigeria has played historically in football, right? You would think that, and how we have sort of struggled against some minnows like St. Vincent and others. But if you're playing on a good surface, it says a lot about your ability to play football, which is what these players are used to. Our field in Jamaica is atrocious, and it needs to change. I heard they're going to refurbish the stadium, including the field. I gotta wait to see it before it happens.
So, Cranky, 2 questions. I don't know. Do we get any financial? Do we get any money from this tournament? If so, do you know how much?
Good question. I don't know actually. It's a good question. I don't know. Now, this is an interesting one because there wasn't a lot of TV sponsorship. You saw some African nations there. You saw JFF with their live stream, which they get money from. But it was a small stadium, so gauge receipts can't be that great. There was some sponsorship, but only for those TV stations. So I don't know what the monetary distribution was. And they had to advertise for the games. There's probably a lot of money to promote the game. So I don't know what and then you have the hotel and the airfare. I don't know what the.
That's what I was gonna say. Maybe Jamaica took the hit on this and just take this as a like learning or something. That's what I wanted to know. If there's any money that came out financially.
I'm gonna follow up on that question actually. I'm gonna ask somebody if we got any money from this or what the distribution was. Yeah.
Because the thing is, the importance of these tournaments is the fact that we advance. We should at least get something that will help, to pretty much. Also, majority of the players were not locally, so a lot of them came straight from England, so that shouldn't cost them so much, in my opinion. Because majority of teams play in Europe, so it'd be less cheaper for them to get a ticket versus come to Jamaica, something like that. So that was one thing. I think I have another question for you. If I remember, I tell you, it was basically about the play in this style. So yeah, who would you? All right. So who you say based on this starting team, this game right now? Who you said cement his position where you said he's obviously, I know Cephas is one of them. Who you said should be on a roster going forward and play should not. Their play was good enough to have worth a position in the team, regardless of starting or not.
So if we were to bifurcate all the players who played and think about where they position themselves based on a small sample size, and I'm going to emphasize that. Cephas was a guarantee before he played this tournament. He only solidified that, right? But let's start in the goalkeeper. To me, the goalkeeper hierarchy is not going to change. I don't think the goalkeeper did anything outstanding in this game to solidify his position. He may be the third goalkeeper or fourth goalkeeper, because Jamal Wade and Blake are going to be the goalkeepers, right? Those are, to me, without doubt. And he may be third, maybe somebody else. I'm surprised he kept both games. I thought Chambers would keep over him, even how the Mount Pleasant setup is. Right back, Lembakisa hurt himself significantly. In fact, he may have played his way out the team. And if Max Aaron's come in the next 3-4 months, he's out the team to me, because he's had a tough time. And I like the kid. The kid is a great kid, and part of it is not his fault. He's not getting the support he needs to, because people are targeting him now.
I was gonna say that, Cranky, because sorry to cut you. I was gonna say that because to be honest with you, this game, Cranky, he had Simon and Chukwueze there. Those are two top
Yes.
Last year, Chukwueze was wanted by everybody. He played at Villarreal. He wanted by everybody. Chukwueze, right?
Yeah, he was brilliant in the under 20 tournament years ago. Actually, I think him and Osimhen actually. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I do something. So I do think he had a tough game. I thought Dixon was trying to help him. I thought Dixon did a good job covering him and helping him a lot. I do think that, but I don't know if these loan moves that he's getting from Wolves, he's just moving all over the place, is actually being detrimental for him, because I believe he's been to like 4 teams over this year. So I don't know if that has helped him much. So maybe that's something you can look into. But I think he's a player that probably, I think you can bring him and rely on him. He works hard. He doesn't look like he has a lot of stamina, but he works hard. I think so. But would I bring him? I would bring him.
Look, in this game, if you're a defender and you get changed at halftime, it doesn't bode well for you.
Yeah.
Unless he's injured.
He wasn't injured.
But I'm saying, unless you're injured, it doesn't bode well for you, because he didn't change defense in any. He didn't change any defenders. In fact, the last game he brought on Greg Lee to play up front or rotate with Bell, because he wants to solidify his defense. And those left and right backs are this normal starters, right? Bell's a starter, Lambaki's a starter, and then you have Lowe and Pinnock in the middle. Holgate. So let's go to the team quickly, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Goalkeeper didn't help himself, didn't hurt himself. Lambakiza hurt himself really bad. King and Holgate didn't hurt themselves. In fact, I think they probably enhanced their situation. Both of them actually.
Yeah, King is definitely going to be alongside what's his name, the defender from Brentford. So we already know he's going to.
No. To me, Lowe's going to start. I don't think he's going to be King. I think Lowe's going to start. Yeah, I think Lowe's going to start. But we'll see. The coach is a little bit different. If it was Hagimson, it would definitely be Lowe. I'm telling you. I'm sure. Here's what happened. I'll tell you what happened. I think Hagimson downloaded what he had to the coach about who should be where. Lowe normally gets, but I'm telling you, it's probably going to be Lowe versus King.
Lowe, cranky? Oh.
And wait, the coach may actually like Holgate, because Holgate didn't hurt himself in this game, in these 2 games. Not at the King. No, but I'm telling you, Lowe is part of the mix. So you're gonna have
He's part of the mix, yes, I understand, but I would not start him over King. I'm sorry.
Well, we don't know, because we don't see Lowe play, right? We haven't seen him play, so we don't know. He's playing in the Middle East, just like Ravelis. We don't see him play, and Grays also.
I've seen enough cranky. King to me, cranky is that he's he's composed. He has confidence on the ball. He can come up. He can dribble. I even think that King can play at a holding midfielder. You know how John Stones. King reminds me a little bit of John Stones. John Stone is what Pep turned John Stone in a multifaceted player. Pep used to have John Stone as a holding midfielder in a game.
Well, he plays inverted. Yeah, he plays inverted, even though he's a center half. Yeah, he plays inverted.
Yeah. Go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
So let's go into midfield. Hayden is going to be the 6th. There's no debating. Russell helped and hurt himself, if that makes any sense to anyone. So
he scored a goal.
I thought he was good in the Trinidad game for periods. I thought he was poor in the first half today. He scored, but to me, he should have been substituted way earlier than when he scored. If you watch him during the game, go back and watch the tapes. He wasn't putting in the amount of vigor and effort in the midfield that you needed, given how the game was going. He didn't present himself to get the ball a lot of times. His helping of his right back wasn't there as much. I wasn't overly impressed in this game with Russell, and he was good in the Trinidad game. Palmer had a mixed game. First 20 minutes was in the game, but unlike Russell, he started going back to go get the ball to influence the game. So Palmer had a very good between 20 and say 60. He was good. He was all over the place, getting involved. So if I look at the midfield, I think Palmer didn't hurt himself, because the Jamaican population not supportive of Palmer. They're anti-Palmer. They tolerate Hayden, because Hayden doesn't have bad games. Hayden may not have great games. He doesn't have bad games. And Russell has been a mixed bag, right? So Russell may be on the plane, but I'm not totally convinced yet. But our midfield is not the best place to even do assessment.
Yeah, I agree.
And Palmer, to me, has done enough in this game to continue to be part of the mix, right?
Yeah.
If we go up front, Cephas is a lock. Like, it's not in a discussion.
I agree with that.
Burrell is in a tough spot between Burrell, Brown, Mothersill, Antonio, who says about 10% from where it needs to be. That's 4 forward. I think Bowser is out of the mix, by the way. I think Bowser got hurt by what transpired. I think Brown is still in the mix. I think Burrell is in the mix. I think Antonio is in the mix. And I think Mothersill is probably on the outside looking in. And then on the right, Dixon didn't hurt himself. Yeah, but here's the problem though. So you have Cephas, you have Gray, you have Tyrese Campbell, you have Bailey, you have Dixon, and you may have Greenwood at some point. That's 6 players. You probably only need 5.
So who do you drop?
I think it's between Dixon and Tyrese Campbell. You're gonna keep Gray. You're gonna keep Bailey. You're gonna keep Greenwood. First of all, Greenwood's number 1. Then right now it's Cephas. You're gonna keep Bailey and Gray. So if you have 2 between Dixon and Tyrese, even though one would say, how in the hell you even think about Tyrese and Dixon when Tyrese starts for his team that Dixon plays for and Dixon barely makes the bench? That's what you run into.
So I agree with all those sentiments. My only issue with the issue is like all these majority of them all have the same type of play. They play the same way, like I mentioned to you. So we need somebody who play the pivot, who sit and guard the back line, and then somebody will get the ball and push forward. Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, so that's kind of if we can get somebody who's disciplined enough to say, yo, this is me. Like, for instance, Obi Mikel. When Obi Mikel played for Chelsea Mourinho, Obi Mikel I never see that guy pass half line. He get the ball, string the ball, left, right, and stick. And
yeah, no, he was like Makelele, right? His job was to protect the back four.
Exactly. So if we can, that's my problem. We have electrified winners. You give Cephas some good ball, he's gonna beat majority of players because it's speed, like you said, right?
Yep.
String that over there on Bailey's day. If he's not, you know what I mean, he'll beat a couple people. Cross the ball. We have enough. We don't need a world class striker. We just need someone who's gonna work hard and score some goals for us. So to me, it's a pivot in midfield. That's our problem. To me, if we get a pivot, sit there and get the string the ball. I use Ndidi as an example. I was watching him today, and he sat there and he actually get the ball, ping, 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 ping. Every second, 2 points there. Every second he's going to Simon. So it's like stuff like that.
Yeah, but Ndidi is a regular EPL player, right? Regular EPL player. He's a regular EPL player. At one point, Ndidi was being talked about to go to the top 16. Right?
It's gonna happen. They got relegated, so he might need to leave.
Yeah, I mean he's been a regular EPL player, and he's been playing more forward for Leicester than he used to play. He was just a 6 at one point, you know. At one point for Leicester, he was playing the 10.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So Ndidi is a good football. He's a good football.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I mean, honestly, I am thoroughly impressed. I think the coach is kind of, I see he's trying. I like the fact that I saw, and I'm not calling it pressure. I support pressure. I saw that he said I didn't like the fact that the coach went up in the stand. So I played in high school, right? And the coach will, in high school, the coaches, especially American football, they have these large stand that they go up on top, film the game, and look down. You can see the field more wide open than when you sit at a lower stance. So sitting in the stands at a higher trajectory, you get to see the whole field wider in decision. So I actually think that was actually a good idea. The problem is, because against some of our imagination, we can't critically think of stuff, think and look at stuff differently. And I'm not saying he can't. They don't see like, oh, I like my coach to sit on the sideline and give out this. No, you want to see the broad aspect and see it's better. Because sometimes when you sit on one side, you can't see over the left side, you can't see the right side. But with a high trajectory, you can see so high. So I think what he's doing, you can see that he's trying different things, and I do agree with that. Sorry, I'm just asking some questions.
No, I have one. Yeah, I'll give one more question because I got to call back before the game because you called me.
Yeah. One other question: How much you think some of these the players' performance you think was hampered by the opponent? Like, cause I was expecting some performance improvement.
No. Apart from the players who didn't do, if you're a player and you play well against Nigeria, let's put Trinidad in the back because Trinidad. If you play well against Trinidad, you hurt yourself by Trinidad's performance against Ghana, like it or not, right? Yeah. But if you play against Nigeria with some good players like Ndidi, Simon on the field, and you play well, it goes well with everybody, whether it's the crowd, whether it's the coach, whether it's the media, with their scouts, it's going to go well.
Yeah.
The level of competition drives the perception of your abilities and how you play. Even though it's a small sample size.
Yeah. As a top athlete, you always want to perform against a good team.
Yep.
I'm gonna let you go now, Cranky. I saw RR put a question in the thing. He was asking, do you think that Dixon should stay in Europe and come to the MLS? I think that's a good question because the MLS will get more playing time. But in Europe, obviously, that's where you get the top, the best training method, the best coaches. You get the better competition because if you play under 21, he's playing these under 21 guys who actually pays for some of their national team. So I think that's a good question. However, the MLS to me has improved. I know people say it's a bush league, whatever, but it has improved. So. I think it's, to me, if he gets regular time U21, it's one step from the actual team. I would stay. That's what I say. Because the U21 competition, because if we put together a good U21 team, say Chelsea U21 team, I think they probably will give an MLS team a run for their money. So, again, that's but I think I would stay, to be honest with you, and get some more development.
All right, sir. Thanks. All right. Let me answer a few questions, and I'll call back before the game. So, a couple of questions. One is, Cranky, do you believe that it's time for McLaren to move Joel to his natural position? Yes. In fact, I'm sure McLaren was trying to do that, actually. That's why he wanted midfielders. I think Joel is a very good player, and we still even need more dynamic midfielders. We see what Lewis Baker does when he comes in. I think Lewis Baker will fight out with Palmer. I don't know where Ravel fits in, to be honest, given how he's being used. I think we need another CDM because we only have one, frankly. So we only have one CDM. We probably have 2-10 or 8 and a 10 between Baker and Palmer and Russell, who's an 8. Excuse me. We need another CDM. We need another CDM. We need another midfielder to me. We don't have any exceptional midfielders. I was hoping a Tyrese Hall, who is very young, would come in and get game time and show what he can do, but that hasn't happened. There were some more questions here. Let me just put them up. Ricardo said, Lord Ravel did well and scored his penalty. It was the so-called best player in the Caribbean that kicked away our chance of winning the Unity Cup. I'm not going to blame Busy Atkinson. I mean, people miss penalties. We shouldn't take penalties too seriously, even though it may cost us the game. And somebody asked, I think about Busy. I thought Busy came in and gave a decent effort, but then again, our forward line was not getting enough service. So it's hard to judge them. Our forward line was not getting the service, people. In the first half, I think Dixon got some service. Sivas got little service, but because Nigeria mainly dominated possession and we're going long, which we did against Trinidad too, our forward line don't get to touch the ball enough. That has to change. You say Nigeria white players are good. You hear Dr. Dad mention it between Simon and Chukwueze, and they got good white players. Whether you want to, and you have people like Ndidi in the middle feeding them, they got good players. People, they have good players. Give the opposition the credit they deserve. Give them the level they're at. So we should give them the credit. I have no problem with the team overall performance. I may critique individual players, give them their flowers and give criticism. But the result 2-2 against Nigeria in the UK, given the perception about how we're going to get 5 and 6, you can't argue with that. We only lost on penalties. Shawa says Palmer is poor defensively. I wouldn't use poor and Palmer in defense. Palmer doesn't play in the defense. The defense tried the offside trap. That's what we gave up the first goal. Because King was cheating and got caught. That's how the first goal was scored. Go look back at it again. King was cheating. Holgate was further up. So was Bell. So was Lambakisa. King cheating, got caught. And then Lambakisa didn't turn his head. That's how we gave up the first goal. I think I asked a Busy question. I thought Busy tried and did as best as he could. And he tried to help his defense too, but he didn't get enough service for us to see him offensively. Kevin said, I like King's confidence, so I guess you're in the spot. King are in the spot. We've talked about that. From I see King play against the US and how he played that 30 minutes, I thought the kid has something about his game, even though he gets a lot of criticism. Tuffy says, Cranky, what's your thoughts on the coach? Try to find a way to start both Cephas and Gray because obviously speed is a problem. Well, he did it last time around. You guys forget? He started Cephas and Gray against St. Vincent. I'm not sure the Gray in the 10 really works versus a Palmer or a Bell or maybe even a Baker if they want to play in the 10. Because Baker doesn't play defense either. But Cephas starting, so Gray got to find another position. That's all I got to say about that. Cover didn't get any run. Don't know why. It's kind of tough. Coach want to win. That's the problem. When you win your first game, and I said this before before the stream started, when you win your first game, the whole thing changed. Those who are on the fringe not gonna get game time. A lot of players who from the JPL who went to England expected to even get a few minutes, got no game time. Right? That's what happens. You now want to win. You're gonna play to win. You don't get game time. That's what happens. Dwight McNeil, not in the mix. Dwight waiting for England. Christian Marco JP, goalkeeper. Yeah, he had a tough game against Trinidad in terms of distribution. He did better today, but still a challenge. Eagle said, I love that the squad is getting deep. Going forward, when a player drops off, he's definitely going to drown trying to get back in. Yep. That's what you want. You want competition for places. We have said that. We want at least 2 in every position. Ricardo says, now we can move on from Ravel. Ravel didn't get any playing time to move on from him. We can see what happened. The coach actually, it's interesting what the coach did. So people will cover Ravel, he'll bring him in, he'll give him no time or little time. That's a little bit disingenuous. But that's the coach, not the most genuine person. I hear you, Ricardo, but the coach is not treating Ravel fairly, to be honest. The coach is not treating him fairly. The coach is playing games. I don't like coaches who play games. He's playing games. He's playing games. Let me call back. If I can find it. Let me call back before the game. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Still on the stream. Almost time to go because Champions League getting ready to start. So I'm gonna close the stream down.
Yeah, Champions League is getting ready to start. I'm not getting into it myself.
Okay. What do you have to say before we close down?
I want to hear. I would like to hear. You and others officially apologize to Cephas.
I'm not apologizing to anybody. I've been a Cephas. No, I'm not No. Let's back up. No, back up. I have supported Cephas. I've also beaten Cephas.
Okay, so I didn't call it to fight you, but I will hear what I'm going
But you want me to apologize for something I can't apologize for?
But I was on your stream.
Yeah.
When you beat Cephas.
Yes.
Right? Cephas has played. Today would be the 16th time Cephas played for Jamaica, and only 3 of those times has been for 90 minutes.
Right.
Cephas have been put in a position where he has to prove that he could change the world in at most 45 minutes on a couple of occasions. Okay?
Right.
8 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes. And we've used that to say all sorts of things about Cephas. And Cephas, I remember on your program before, I was saying to you that Cephas need to be put in the wide area. And we've had this discussion many times. Put it in the wide area and service it and allow.
So if you want credit for you being a Cephas supporter on a continuum without being like cranky, vacillating, yes, that's a fact. You have always been in Cephas corner. But cranky is one time said Cephas at any 10.
Yes.
And then his brain went haywire, and I said Cephas need to get beaten.
And then 1 week after, you dropped Cephas.
No. I've always supported. In fact, you have to remember these last 2 games. I supported Cephas. So people are beating him on the stream. I was like, well, his speed. If he didn't have his speed, I was like, stop talking about if you have his speed. That's like saying, you know what? I didn't have a right foot that I shoot with, or a left foot that I shoot with. That's nonsense. I'm the one who I give Cephas more flowers than I give him beaten.
All right. So you know we have respect for each other. And I'm not calling you out today, but I have to mention these things. Today you said that Cephas is going to play because the coach likes Cephas.
Wait. By the way, wait. Somebody just text me. Somebody text me say I should cut off the Trinity because they embarrassed the Caribbean. That's what it is.
Okay, let's get past that. That is not even worth discussing, right? That's not even worth discussing. Yes, it was difficult to watch, and I'm going to say to you, I'm going to concede that amateurs versus pro. You have one team where the starting 11 is.
Wait. You know what's calling me? You know what's calling me?
Who?
You never guess. He called me from Jamaica. You must know who it is.
From Jamaica?
My old nemesis.
Yo, it's not for football, we wouldn't call you.
No, my old, no, please. My old nemesis, just somebody who you communicate with. Somebody who always beating Trinidad. Always beating Trinidad. You know who it is. Keep going. You know who it is.
All right, okay. Look, it was a starting 11 that is worth less than 900,000.
Right.
And a starting 11 versus a starting 11 that was worth 33 million. So it's pros versus amateurs, right? At the end of the day, there's nothing there to discuss, right? The outcome was what it was. So let's put that aside, right? You said that if the coach likes Seafoot, that's why he's going to be in the starting team. You also said if you feed somebody with speed enough, eventually something will happen. I find that to be disrespectful to Seafoot. Those two players. I find it to be extremely disrespectful.
No. So no. I have to cut you. First of all, the coach like him because he like his game. You don't like him as a person. When I say coach like a player, he like their game.
But that wasn't clear though.
Yeah, but because you need to be explained on a platter. You need to be saying 1 + 1 = 2. A real footballer understand that.
No. Here what we need to do. We need to respect Cephas. Right? Cephas has not played. He's played 16 games for Jamaica, including today. He's played 90 minutes at least 3 or 4 times. Right? And all the other times, he's getting a few minutes here, a few minutes there, and probably feeling like he needs to show the world. He played this weekend. Look, today he played against Nigeria, and he terrorized them. Right? He played against Trinidad. All 5 goals that Jamaica was involved in this weekend, he was part of it in one way or the other. And I think you can't be a guy that people say makes such horrible decisions.
He does though, Andre. Come on, Andre. He does.
No, I've got to defend him. Because
you can't defend the indefensible.
No, Cephas need to be respected. Give Cephas a chance.
No, I am the one who talk about Cephas at any 10. You ever heard that before?
But then a week later, you emotionally dumped him.
No, I didn't dump him. I said he's got to make better decisions. I used to defend Cephas. I say he's like Martinelli. He's searching for coins on the floor. Today, you know what he did today, Andre? The first goal, he looked up. That's the first decision he made, Andre. He looked up. If you keep looking on the floor for money, you can't see.
He knew he played 90 minutes last game, and maybe he
No. I think the beating he's get about his decision making is what influenced him. You can't tell me otherwise. I think that's what influenced him.
Hold on, decision making does not change overnight.
No, but he's been getting beaten. He's been getting beaten.
So let's
No, he's been getting beaten. The beating has been getting about decision making and about his crossing, especially the last game where people were just losing their mind.
I think sometimes we're emotional. I'm not speaking about you. I think in the conversations that I've listened to, I think we're emotional sometimes, and some of the players that we should be respectful of and support.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that. I totally agree with that one. I totally agree with that.
And we need to kind of lay off and allow the kid to do his thing.
Wait. Let me say this too. I was the one who said Cephas man in the match for the last game. I didn't talk about no Cole man in the match and Cephas was the man in the match. You can't get 2 penalties and be talking about. I don't care what you did for the rest of the game. Unless you gave away 2 goals. Or unless somebody scored more goals than you did and dominated. Huh?
He should be man of the match today as well.
Of course. For Jamaica. I think for the man of the match, I would get Chiwoki the man of the match. The kid from Nigeria.
For Jamaica, yes.
Yeah, for Jamaica.
And look, let me ask you a question. What goal, how much did you think the environment influenced Jamaica's performance?
I said that. They're playing on fields, not on cane field. I've been saying that for the last two stream I did. They're playing on proper field, not cane field.
No, but the performance was elevated, and the guys look comfortable in the base, and let's see how if that same level of performance or load would be. I'm sure it would be a lot of new players coming in.
Yeah,
I'm quite up for them. But nevertheless, those players are of the same quality, right? They're playing in the same environment. Let's see if or how that affects. And last thing before I go, I think it's going to be very, very difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult going forward to make the argument that that there are no local players that should be in the team. That's a very difficult argument to make.
You have never heard me say that. What I've always said is this. What I've always said is this: is that a lot of local players have been disadvantaged by the JFF and Jamaica football aficionados because they haven't prepared them well. But having said that, the players I support, it's very obvious. It's King, it's Cephas, it's Dixon, all of them I support, actually. There's some players, though, like when I was talking about Reed, who was a young player, I didn't see where he'd warrant being in the national team. Where have he been? Where has he been? We seen him play?
Yeah, that's quite
right.
That's quite interesting.
No, that's quite damning, actually. That's damning.
He came off. I think that's why he came off the bench for Cavaliers in the semi-final, if I'm not mistaken.
But he was a regular in the national team at one point. A regular in the squad, not national team, the squad. So what happened? But that's the point I'm trying to make to people, which is people based on merit, right?
Yeah, it's got to be a meritocracy.
Yeah.
If it's not that, then you're not gonna get what you're looking for. But look, good performance today.
Yep.
And I think over the past couple of days, I think I saw somebody said here, I'm going to be a little bit controversial now. Somebody said here just now that that Trinidad only have strength for Jamaica. I think it's sort of
Trinidad only had 3 players that New York says who played against Cuba. People got to understand that. Most players didn't get released by their clubs because it's not a FIFA window.
No, it's not a FIFA window.
Yeah.
It's not a FIFA window.
So people got to understand what squad were played by all the teams, actually. Inclusive of even Nigeria, no Iwobi, no Lookman, no Osimhen, a bunch of players missing from both.
But look, and all of the squads were in that situation.
Yeah,
We're looking at young players.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to drop this caveat in here. Obviously, people have to study these squads to know. But the guy that in today's game, right, the guy that Cephas went by on, he plays in Nigeria, right? He's the only one without a value to his name. So
Okay.
it's not like he's one of those guys at a big club somewhere in Europe or something, right? Everybody else is, whether it's Milan or wherever, everybody else is a big club. So of that 104 million value of that starting 11, he's the only one that didn't have a value next to his name. So at the end of the day, the tournament was used for people to see, for coaches to see what they have. I think Trinidad does not have a broad player pool like everybody else. And at the end of the day, do I believe that they were positives? Let's see what happens.
No, Trinidad was good against Jamaica, especially in the midfield, actually. I thought their midfield played Jamaica midfield in the game.
And none of those guys played today, right? Because for the entire
Right, he's trying to give other people, which is the right thing he did. It's a third place game.
Yeah.
I didn't think McLaren did the best job of getting a Brandon covering, of giving Ravel more time. I thought Russell was tired and should be taken out, even though he scored later on. I didn't think McLaren did the best game of managing the game. I didn't. What were your thoughts on Ravel before you go? You didn't get much time.
Ravel?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to set your butt up. Since you're calling, I'm going to set you up. What are your thoughts on Ravel?
I will have to let the last comment here.
Which comment? No, that's you know who it is.
Yeah. It is. I don't think we like to celebrate.
We celebrate losing, but that's okay.
But look.
But it's more around the performance than anything else. More on the performance. Yeah. Trinidad was good against Jamaica. Trinidad came back well against Jamaica.
Yeah, the performance was very good. I think Ravel only got 15 minutes today, and I think it's impossible to judge Ravel holistically based on 15 minutes. But what you did see is how he floats around the pitch and he goes looking for the ball and he wants the ball at his feet and because he wants to play.
Yeah.
You can see that, right? That's when people say they know what Ravel could do. I think that's what they're talking about. But as far as whether or not
he wasn't put under, he wasn't on there long enough to be put under any pressure to see how he deals with that. So
yeah, Inter getting about 3 today. So we can stop cussing Arsenal because PSG is a good football team.
Yeah, I think this is their moment.
Yeah, they've got rid of all their big egos, and they're now a football team. It's amazing how that works. It's amazing how that works. No, here's the thing on Ravel actually. I think the coach does Ravel an injustice. So the coach succumbs to pressure to bring him in, both for the game against the US. Remember, Andre, we're down 4-0 to the US, right? Midfield doing nothing. He didn't give Ravel 1 minute. Now he brings him in because there's a lot of pressure from different sources. And he has a chance to bring him in the game earlier today because Russell was struggling. Right? He didn't bring him in. I can understand the first game. He flew from far. He came in late. But he could have given him 25 minutes today. Because to me, in the Russell score, Russell was struggling.
Right.
We didn't dominate. But today in the midfield, we struggled. Not necessarily defensively, but some of that was there. But we struggled to move the ball up the field.
I think the second half in particular, I think Nigeria would have looked at how the half ended, how it went, and they probably turned it up a little bit in the second half, and it was a little bit difficult. I mean, that's a good squad. That's a good squad.
They have a lot of players, don't they? They have a lot of players.
And these are tough players.
Yeah, they have a lot of quality players.
Yeah.
A lot of quality players.
I mean,
no, I think we exceeded expectation, even though we lost a penalty. We exceeded expectation. The problem for me is when your players are tired, then you gotta make changes. Especially if you have good players on the bench, you gotta make changes.
And the wall is in the game. I mean, they're bringing on a guy that scored 21 goals in Belgium this season, right? He's coming on with what 20 minutes to go, 30 minutes to go, something like that. So, but I think Jamaica was no slouch, and the coach had to coach, and the players had to try, and it made for a good game.
I think Jamaica would walk away saying, you know what? Why do we struggle so much in coming off? That's what they'll walk away saying. Right? Against a very good team, we played well and we looked decent. We didn't look out of place, because normally you look out of place, right? Against a much better team. We didn't look out of place. We looked like we belong. They were the better team to me, but we looked like we belong. And the question is, when you play like Dominica, and you play St. Vincent, why are you struggling?
Well, what do you make? Let me ask you this. What do you make? What do you make of what do you make of the coach sitting up in the stands in the game?
I didn't have a problem with that. You know why? Well, I have a problem with it based on how I didn't have a problem with him sitting up in the stands first, second game, and I know why he's there. As I said to people before, the analogy is, you ever see NFL games where the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator are in the stands, right? Because they want to see the entire game, the entire field, and get a good assessment of the players. Because you know when you're at field level, it's hard to see the game, right? You don't see you don't get that TV view where you can truly assess at a given level all the players, how they're playing, how they're moving. I understand that. He wouldn't do that for a regular season game, but he's trying to do a player evaluation, and he want to make sure no stones get unturned. I didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, but you made a reference to the offensive coordinator.
No, I understand, but I'm saying the head coach don't make any decision. No, but here's the thing: head coach don't make no decision on the field. Head coach just decide: should I punt? Should I go for fourth down? The defensive and offensive coordinator ones make all the decision. He today is just observing, right? He's just observing. He wants to see what's out there, what more players are, what they're doing, are they moving defensively, offensively. And that's why I'm a little surprised he take Russell off, given he had that view that we do, because you could see Russell was struggling. I didn't have a problem with that. Now many people would then say, why is he doing it? I understand why he's doing it. I understand exactly why he's doing it. And in fact, I'm glad he's doing it. It shows me he wants to do an assessment of his players in a really good way. So when he makes a decision, it's an informed decision. You know why? Because he ain't watching the players play on a regular basis, so he needs to do that. He ain't going to no damn game. That's probably the first game he gone to. He ain't watching no game. So he needs to do that. I don't have a problem with it. In fact, I'm glad he did it.
Well, back to the Caribbean. Who do you all have first? On
BVI. We need to score about 10. We need to score about 10.
BVI.
Because if we don't score about 10, we may have trouble with Guatemala. This tournament didn't hurt us. I don't think it hurt us in terms of ranking, because ranking is also comes into play.
Here you go again, quoting.
I said we need to score 10. I said there's a difference between what we need to do versus what we're going to be doing. Right? We need to score. Yeah. We need to do it because of the if you play around, you end up in a tougher group.
Yeah, I think that should be a win. I think the question is going to be how much, right?
Yeah, because I think they got a lot from Guatemala, didn't they? I forgot what the goal difference is, but we need to. I did follow up with Simon about this. If we draw with Guatemala, and I think if we beat BVI, we okay. But if we play around, we may be in trouble.
The BVI game is where?
I think it's at BVI. Or outside Jamaica. Outside Jamaica. I know where it is. It's outside Jamaica.
All right, but the Guatemala game
it's Jamaica. It's in Jamaica. Yeah, it's in Jamaica.
Okay, that's gonna be an interesting one.
In fact, I should get a bird's eye view of that game, so we'll see.
Yeah. When you think the new coach is coming in, let me go.
Which one? The one that coach in Jamaica? We'll talk. All right. All right, everyone. Hey, Ohin Blake, I gotta go watch my games, but I appreciate you calling in. You should call in more often, actually. Don't just call when we win. First of all, people, yes, I agree with that, Ohin Blake. He played really well. Here's the thing, people. I am very reluctant, even though I do it sometimes, people based on a small sample size. In fact, I find it ludicrous sometimes that we're judging people, right? We're judging people based on 1 or 2 games when they're playing all their career in a ton of games, like a different competition, and coaches use 1 or 2 games to judge them. I'm like, that's so stupid. That makes no sense. Holgate has played Premier League football for years. He hasn't impressed since he came, and I've actually said, given how he's played, I don't know what we do with him. Maybe we should just move on. But he has EPL pedigree, and Everton must have seen something in him to play. So now we see him being much more comfortable. This one is about his 4th or 5th game, much more assured, and has come across really well in terms of how he performed against a good competition, people. Both him and King. Let's not just say Holgate. Let's give King his credit too. Let's make sure we give credit to the 2 center halves. And even Bell, I think Lambakisa had a tough tournament. That's why he got substituted to me. I thought the defense, the back 3 played really well. Lambakisa had his moment. I think Hayden did well in protecting the back 4. I think Russell, to me, I think Palmer doesn't play defense, and that's a problem. 2-0. I'm watching on my iPad, so it's streaming. I think this Champions League final is over. But I expect PSG to win. They beat Arsenal. They should win. But no, Holgate played well. King, to me, played well, even though one could blame him for the first goal in terms of the offside not being there. Bell, to me, played well, but he didn't attack Bell's side as much today. Hayden played his normal 6.5 game. Russell had a good game against Trinidad. I didn't think he was that great today, even though he scored. I thought Palmer played well in both games, even though defensively he's lacking. Cephas did Cephas stuff. Dixon had great moments, scored, but also I think played well enough to challenge for a position, even though I think it's going to be hard for him, given Tyrese Campbell coming in. Burrell scored a brilliant goal, but Burrell didn't get any service. I don't know how that works. So you first people with no service. Burrell got no service. Mothersill got no service, even though he get a short period of time. How you judge those forwards, I don't know. I don't know how you judge them. That's a tough one. Holgate was better than 2 center halves. One could say that. I don't think King had a bad. The right side, look, people, you gotta understand how the game was played, Bell and Holgate wasn't feeling the pressure. It was Simon over there. Chiwoki changed wings at one point, but he was the one coming to the left. They were playing that combination between those 3. Simon, Chiwoki, those two, I should say. And then they had some addition when they brought the forward in, number 9. His name started with a D. I can't remember his name. But that's where they were attacking us. So then you're going to see more of the player. Cranky King needs work. Simon, I think we got to give King some credit. This is good competition, people. Max, you know this. Nigeria has a bunch of good footballers. They may not do well in World Cup qualifiers sometimes. They got a bunch of good players. Even the one they're going to bring from back home. I think they had a few players who were playing their local leagues, including the one that played against Cephas today. So I'm not going to criticize King because sometimes we tend to criticize certain players a certain way, not thinking about the overall game. Dixon doesn't hurt himself by getting game time, right? Cephas is saying it's Cephas and any 10. That's what it's coming out to, people. Those two crosses today were brilliant. Not good, brilliant. Brilliant. Modesty is a good addition, yeah, but Modesty is going to, I mean, between Brown, Modesty, Antonio, I think Bozo is on the out looking in. And then Borrell, you got 5 forwards for 3 positions. Not a good thing. You got 6 wingers, or will be 6 wingers for 5 positions. Not a good thing. Somebody's going to get their feelings hurt. What's Tony Bruce saying? Yeah, he may start the attack, but he's Cephas created those situations. All Cephas situation, he creates them. Yeah, remember when Cephas got the ball in the first goal, he was way down his half, He just ran by the player. And his cross was brilliant. Those are tap-in crosses. I don't even give the goal scorer a ton of credit. I'm giving the person who crossed the ball. Both Dixon's goal, it's a good goal. He came from deeper. And Russell was right there, Cephas cross. Yeah, but we have competition for places. So if you're Gray or Bailey, even though you have pedigree, if I'm the coach, you got to earn your spot. And now we can make changes without making changes in the 90th minute. We can make changes with first of all, Cephas starting. So he's starting. So both Gray and Bailey got to think about their position. Owen Blake says, Rico Henry, I'm going to Jamaica for my passport. I'm Tony, can I come? I have no comment on Rico Henry, actually. I have no comment on Rico Henry. I'm going to leave it alone. Yeah, Ricardo. I think we don't have any other midfield options, people. Look, I think Ravel should be in the midfield. But I think Ravel help you keep the ball. And that's important, people. It's not just going forward, it's keeping the ball. Is when you keep the ball and you create angles and opposition run around, you can get the opportunity to go forward. Ravel should get more playing time. I think the coach did him a disservice. But coaches don't like to be forced or pushed to do things, as they're not going to do it. I wouldn't play Antonio in the September window. Interesting point. Sorry about that, people. Ravel didn't get no playing time. We can't see Ravel without playing. He didn't get no playing time. Eddie Guna ain't get no playing time. He's going to show anything. 15 minutes. And even when he come on in 15 minutes, he touched the ball more than a lot of other players who are out there. In terms of, if you extrapolate his numbers, he touched the ball more. Tyrese Hall situation is complicated, Jovan. Tyrese Hall situation is complicated. Tyrese Hall, Johnson, complicated situations. Don't know where they're going to go, but we'll see what happens. Winston said, I wouldn't play Antonio. I think Antonio's going to be in the Gold Cup squad. That's my view. When you hear coaches talk about certain players, they're in love with certain players. They don't like them, they're in love with them. I think the coach loves Antonio. I think the coach loves Cephas. Those are 2 players I think the coach loves, not like. And I know he would love to have Greenwood. Owen Blake says, "Hi, who's Ivan Hayden? You mean Isaac Hayden? Rival Cephas man of the match. No, Cephas is man of the match. There's no rival. Come on, there's no rival. For both games, Cephas man of the match. No, man of the match wasn't Cephas. Man of the match was, to me, Chiwoki from Nigeria, but man of the match for Jamaica was Cephas in both games. In both games. Who is Football Guru down here? Let me just see the most negative comment. I find out who it is. It shouldn't take me too long. Somebody just called Football Guru. It shouldn't take me too long. Let me see the most negative comment on here, and then I'll figure out who it is. I see Winston, Weemax, Reggae Boy. Oh, Reggae Boyz blogger is Football Guru, isn't it? Stop up the game. Nigeria isn't a good team, even with their best players. Yeah. That's Reggae. That's Football Guru. Football Guru. You need to be put in timeout. You're the most negative person on YouTube. You need to go. I know why you come back to my channel. I told you not to come back. You keep coming here. Go away. I don't want you. I want you to subscribe to my channel. You're just not a good person. You're a really bad person. You just one of people. You know, you have those. You ever watch J.R. Ewing way back when, or you're just an evil person. Just go away. Go away. We don't want you. If I have to have one subscriber on my channel, I don't want it to be you. Go away. You're not a good person. I don't like people who are just not good people. They're always negative. They contrary everything, and they support the wrong people. Go away, please. Sorry, Float. I can't watch. You know, trying to multitask, Float. Sorry. Borrell was not my. What was it about? Borrell was much a match in the first game. What are you talking about, Weemax? Borrell basically really touched the ball. Cephas was involved in all 3 goals. Come on, Weemax. Come on. Do better than that, Weemax. Do better. Weemax. I'm shocked at you. Weemax. Come on, Weemax. Give credit where credit's due. My problem with our center forwards is they're not getting enough service, people. They're not getting no service. They're not getting any service. No, Owen Blake. I gave Hayden credit for his defensive duties. But I would say, though, is in starting the play, he needs to make more forward passes. I thought Russell Russell hid today to get the ball. He hid. Sorry. I thought he hid. Here's what's funny, people. You saw Rabbit come on the field. Okay, Rabbit always get the ball, people. I don't see Rabbit playing the game where we're saying Rabbit don't touch the ball. Because you go get the ball. And that's what Palmer did midway first half. Palmer started going deep to get the ball off Bell or off Holgate. Russell wasn't going to get the ball. Gotta go get the ball, people. You're the midfielder. Gotta go point people in a different direction. No, I know it's the first game he's talking about Tripoli, but I didn't think Borrell was I thought Cephas was the MVP in the first game for Jamaica. I don't think it was. I thought Borrell played well, but he didn't get a lot of touches. I'm telling you. The problem we have, people, SofaScore didn't give us the data. So, Weemax, do you have the data? To me, you have to be involved in the game to be. If somebody scored 2 goals and they involved in all 3, they get 2 penalties, they involved in all 3 goals. They may have a stinker for the rest of the game, but they are the exceptional ability to create those situations to allow your team to win or to draw gets higher grades than, you know what? Say a Hayden who may protect the back four, for example. That's how the grading goes. You get at least just a point for scoring. You get for involvement in goals. So say your grade was going to be a 5 and you get 2 assists, that's a 7. Anybody scored differently doesn't understand how this thing works. Yeah, Hayden does a good job. Hayden does his normal job, right? Hayden protects the back four. He's always looking to break up play. He does a good job. But I think going forward, sometimes we want, for example, look at that Rodri, look at that Partey. I'm not comparing them to those guys, but they also make forward pass. Not enough forward pass. And his midfield wasn't helping him. Yeah, Cephas is player of the tournament, without doubt. So, Weemax, who's your player of the tournament? No, Borrell did good. I mean, Borrell gave Dixon a sitter, which he kicked wide, right? I agree with that. And Borrell plays good football. but he didn't get enough touches. We have to do a better job of getting the ball to our center forwards. They got to get involved in the game. Okay. No, I did watch the first game twice, actually, WeMax. I watched the first game twice. No CC. I have said that CC. Right? And Holland gets paid a lot of money. But it's not because he can't touch the ball, it's because of how they play. Burrell is trying to run off the ball. He's not getting any balls. Holland likes to be on the last defender. It's like some people don't rate Holland, but he get paid a lot of money, he scored a lot of goals, because goal scoring is the hardest thing in football. Burrell didn't get enough touches. And if you're a coach assessing Burrell, it's hard. Scored a brilliant goal, but how am I going to assess the player when I don't know what he can do? Holding up the ball, running to space, making passes, getting behind the defense. I don't know what he can do because he's not involved in the game because we haven't put him in the game to get involved. Cephas, and any 10 WeMax. Let me say this again, people. I had it before like that. I changed it. It's Cephas and any 10. Oh, no. Cephas and Greenwood and any 9. No, I'm going to change it again. Cephas, I'm going to change it. I'm going to keep changing it. So let me say this. Blake, Pinnock, Hayden, Cephas, Greenwood, and any 6. That's how I view it. Let me repeat that again, people. Blake, Pinnock, Hayden, Cephas, Greenwood, and any 6. You know, so we don't have no Antonio night, right? We don't have no Gray night. We don't have no Bailey night. And you know, so we wouldn't put no Bailey night anyway. We don't have no Russell. We don't have no Palmer. We don't have no Baker. The 5 me have, it may be at some point, because I think Russell, let me just say this, and I know this for a fact. At some point, Bell's going to come under pressure. At some point, right back person going to come under pressure. At some point, the ace is going to come under pressure. At some point, well, the left wing no lockdown. The right wing will come under pressure. Center forward is an interesting one. The coach love Antonio, and when he's fit, he's going to play, but he needs to come under pressure. Ravel is not going to get much playing time. Ravel is probably out. Russell was good. Russell was up and down. You guys only watch football one way. Russell scored. He had a brilliant pass to Burr in the first game. Go back and watch Russell play defense. Sometimes Russell is in no man's land. Palmer doesn't play defense. Run back a few today, kick down a man. His defensive instincts are not there. And in today's football, you got to play both ways. Can't play one way. This ain't going to work. You got to play both ways playing football, people. Yeah, we understand, but Russell hasn't played for Jamaica in a while. It's his first 2 games in a long while. Russell was a hit and a miss. And I'm telling you, today's game is a better judge for me than the Trinidad game. Not to knock Trinidad. I thought Trinidad outplayed us in the midfield, frankly. I thought Trinidad outplayed us in the midfield. It was going today. Nigeria was playing through the wing. I thought Trinidad outplayed us in the midfield. Keeper? No, this keeper is not even the first or second choice keeper. I'm surprised Connor Boyce Clark wasn't included in the squad. That's interesting, actually. But we know how that goes. No, WeMax. I used to have Cephas and any 10, and then Cephas frustrated the hell out of me. So he went down a notch. But no, man, that speed, WeMax, that speed is ridiculous, WeMax. Those players gotta play. They gotta play. And by the way, the coach likes Cephas. That's very obvious to me. The coach actually tells you who he likes. Some coaches are very coy. The coach I can tell you who he likes. The Champions people, I'm not even watching Champions League, and what is on my screen in front of me, but it's over. It's been over. This is not Barcelona where Inter came back. It's a different team with better players. So PSG realized you don't need all stars to win. He may be the 4th string keeper. I think Connor Boyce Clark is a better keeper, actually. I don't think he's the 3rd string keeper. I think He didn't help himself. Yeah, CC, but why wouldn't... if I was Jamali Wade, I would want to start for Jamaica. Jamali Wade is a good keeper. And Jamali Wade is better with his feet than Blake is. But Blake is a better shot stopper. Jamali Wade is a much better with his feet than Blake is. But Blake's a better shot stopper. And Blake's going to play. It must be the most frustrating thing as a keeper if you're very good to sit behind somebody who's always going to play. It's tough. Yeah, I can't disagree. I thought he would have gotten a look in, gave him the unpleasant situation, but that didn't occur. Somebody asked the CC about stocks in Jamaica. Maybe you guys can invest now. Chung is going to be the head of the investigative division. That's an interesting one. I wouldn't mind having that job, you know. Maybe I should have applied for it. The head of the financial investigative division in Jamaica. That's not a bad situation. Football guru hasn't done anything to stop your nastiness towards people. At the end of you sheep, if you don't look like you're a cracker or drinking too much, you look like a bum recently. Fix up. Who is he talking to? TikTok, who are you talking to? TikTok, who are you talking to? No, TikTok. Let's be free. Who are you talking to, TikTok? TikTok, I want to know who you're talking to. No, seriously. I'm not going to cancel you yet. Who are you talking to, TikTok? Who are you talking to? I don't know who you're talking to, TikTok, but we're not in the same league. TikTok, let me tell you this, TikTok, we're not in the same league. I look like a bum. I look like how I look. You don't like how I look? You look man now? A man thing you up on TikTok? In TikTok? You watch man now? Stop watch man. People, let's keep going. Let me just block this fool. Let me block this fool. I don't deal with fools. TikTok, I can't me talk to TikTok. Can't me talk to. I can't me talk to. Ban. People don't understand this. I have a program, right? You don't like me on my program. Go someplace else. You're not wanted. It's like a girl tell a man, say, me done with you and the man still like anchor around. Go away. Stop follow man. Go about your business. Go away. You're banned for life. I don't want to deal with you. You're a cancer. I don't deal with cancers. I don't need you. Don't subscribe to my program. Don't come on my channel. Go away. I don't want you. I don't like you. You're not part of my domain. So let's keep on with the program, people. I overstayed my, I was going to done with Champions League. Yeah, I don't. Why is this person? What's this person's problem? I look like a bum lady. I have this look for a reason. I want to look this way. What's this man talking about? Man, get over yourself. Yeah, but why you keep coming to my channel if you hate me? Right? Max City, I don't understand Max City. I said go away, leave me alone. I ban you. You come on a different names to come in. Why are you here? Jesus, Lord, he's a stalker. He's a stalker. Man's a stalker. Why I dyed the beard? So why I get out of question what it looks, man, so me look like a bum. I love this look. Anyway, no, I dyed the beard because I didn't dye no beard, CC. I'm out of town. I'm in Georgia. Went by my sister's house. She wasn't buying the great thing. She sat me down and dyed my beard. She beat me up. It's my older sister. So we just do what she said. She put me out of manners. She said she wanted to dye it and see how I look. So it is, should I go no beard, gray beard, or black beard? That's what we're working on. So this is the black beard saga. If you see me next time, I may have no beard. But she's like, I don't like the gray beard. You need to change the beard. So she dyed it. It's going to fade out at some point. We'll see how it goes. Before the game is asking you a question, Max, if you don't rate CFAS. Bless up Dean Fraser. Thanks for joining me. First of all, people, I want to say this. I appreciate everyone who came on the channel today, and including Ohain Blake. Ohain Blake, you know, you don't come on my channel now, so I appreciate you being here, sir. And I sorry I didn't take your call earlier, but I got to go soon. And I should have gone already, but I'm waiting for something. My son just called me, cursing me out because He thought it was going to be done 2 hours ago. I am not done yet. Dean Fraser don't like the graveyard. So she bossed me up and says she went and buy the die people. I had no choice. And, I respect my older sister and her opinion. So I'm going to go with it and see what it's doing. So if I look like a bum, I can live with it. People, I'm retired. I can afford to look like a bum. I'm not in corporate anymore. We had to go, what people go, this fool man, don't match one thing, my youth. No, I have it in front of me, Dr. Dad. I have the game in front of me. I'm watching the game, but it's delayed. So before the game, people are very you know what, Max, this is funny. So I asked people to predict the score in this game, right? Jamaica versus Nigeria. And I got 5-1. I said 3-2. I thought we'd lose 3-2. I got 5-1, 3-1, all sort of scores. Not in Jamaica's favor. I understand that, given the pedigree of the players and all that, how we've been playing. But I think people looked at the Ghana-Trinidad game and said, Ghana destroyed Trinidad. We have to be fair to Trinidad, though. Even though most teams don't have the best players, they only played 3. I think they had, 3 players from the normal starting 11. So it's not their best team. But also Ghana missed a lot of players, right? So they said if Ghana beat Trinidad so much, and then Ghana, then Nigeria destroyed Jamaica. And we struggled somewhat with Trinidad, let's be honest. We were the better team for part of the game, but Trinidad midfield was better to me. And even though we scored 2 goals and then won the game, it wasn't as if we dominated Trinidad. We didn't. So if you extrapolate the game, you would say, yeah, Nigeria going to beat us a certain way. But we had pride, and the players mostly play in Europe. So, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. But then, here's what I think about it. Because I didn't see the kid from... Did the kid from Crystal Palace play today? I don't remember him playing for Trinidad. He was the best player for me for Trinidad. Think about this being all JPL players, or mainly JPL players. That's why I think about it. Trinidad probably had mainly local players, local league who's playing. So we shouldn't be shocked at the outcome. We didn't play a lot of JPL players. We had good JPL players. We had King on there, Biziakis came on, but we didn't have a lot of JPL players. And what I'm surprised about is all these players from JPL flew to England and didn't get much game time, which is interesting. Yeah, Trinidad rotated heavily because it's fair to, you're not going to try to win the game. It's a third place game. You want to give everybody a game. The JPL players must be frustrated. If you're McCullough, for example, if you're Chambers, for example, you go all the way to England, and Chambers could be deemed to be as good as Davis, you get no game time, you can't be happy. Brandon Cover, no game time, you can't be happy. Right? So McLaren got caught up in the moment trying to win, and there are some players who may have deserved some game time who got no game time. Right? That may not be fair to some of those players. If you look at both situations, you're just like, I'm in the JPL, I'm going to England, I feel good. I'm going to get 20 minutes, 0. No game time. Coach wanted to win. Yeah, and you know what? It would not be a far stretch to say, I thought Nigeria was going to beat us, but people think that way. I thought Jamaica, look, they're in England, people. All these players, they're not intimidated. If you're a Russell, if you're a Palmer, if you're a Holgate who's playing EPL a long time, right? If you're a Borrell, they play against some of the best players sometimes. If they play FA Cup, they may play some of the Premier League teams. They play in Championship with some people are EPL players. They're not intimidated. And they're at home. They're used to the weather, they're used to the brilliant field. They're used to the ball bouncing through. They're not intimidated. And if you're a Cephas who's playing in Turkey, you play overseas, and Dixon, who's at Charlton, you're not intimidated. So at the end of the day, you're going to feel like, you know what, I can compete. And they may play us against some of these players. So I think they did. Jamaica should be proud of the team. Really proud of the team. But there's always going to be something you got to question. Was it fair to bring all the JPL players that far and give them no game time? I'm not sure it was. They should be extremely disappointed. Was it fair for Brandon Cover, who's been looking forward to playing for the Reggae Boyz, not to get 5 minutes? Was it fair to Ravel to flew from the Middle East and get 50? Well, you know what? Ravel should be happy because he was not in the squad in the first place. And he got, between 2 games, maybe 40 minutes. He didn't look out of play. So yeah. No, the point I'm making, Jay, is that you flew how much thousands of miles, 9 hours, 18 hours going to try to fight each way, and you didn't get 2 minutes. No matter how we want to view the players and the ability. Yes, Simon, especially Chowixi, I think his name's spelled a little bit differently. He was ridiculous. Even though I thought the 2 goals they scored, look, people, Nigeria didn't get a lot of chances, you know. Not like Nigeria got 10 clear-cut chances, you know. The first goal they scored is poor defending on our part. King playing offside trap, but leading wrong way. And then the second goal, Chukwueze can't dance through 4 people the way he did. Somebody got to go block him. Right? They got a couple more of the chances, but not like Jamaica got so dominated and they got a lot of chances. We didn't get a lot of chances, but we had 2 brilliant goals we scored based on 2 brilliant play by Cephas, in my view. Yeah, Jay, I can hear you. And they get to travel too. And you know what I think too, people? When I look at all the videos, the camaraderie in the squad is great, which is what we also need. We need players to want to be around each other, want to engage with each other, love the environment. And we're seeing more of that with the national team over the last 2 years than we see in the previous past. We still have this dissect and the contention between local and diaspora. I don't see that in the camp. We may still have in the fan base and some of the administration. I don't see that in the camp. And by the way, people, you know, I saw when Palmer scored how he kissed the badge. Those local individuals who are anti-diaspora got to give some more love to the diaspora. Guys, more love to the diaspora. What else comment I hear before I close this thing down? WeMax said Tolu had 5 chances. They have chance. They no chance. Come on, WeMax. They ain't getting no chance. Like, you know what? Guaranteed. I didn't see that. I thought Ming did okay. I thought Ming was very aggressive, by the way. I thought Ming did okay. Much more aggressive than Dexter. Dexter struggled. JPF players, they didn't hurt themselves. Right? There were not a lot of JPF players, you know. What is this? There weren't a lot of JPF players. Think about it. So we had Ming, we had Davis, we had King. Those are the 3 that I can remember. Brown came on, but Brown didn't get a chance to play. I like Brown, by the way. So King, I think, did fine. King didn't hurt himself. Ming didn't hurt himself. Davis was a hit and miss, dropping balls sometimes. He made maybe a couple of good saves. I thought Davis could have done better from a confidence standpoint, and his distribution wasn't good. King was fine. We played Nigeria. We gave up 2 goals. We played Trinidad. We gave up 2 goals. So we gave up 4 goals in 2 games. Not great for our defense. But defense is not just defenders. Defense is the entire team. And I never give a hard time to penalty takers because anybody can miss a penalty. So Busy went back in his rocking chair. So he was nervous. You could see it. But should Busy take the penalty when we had Madison who's a penalty taker? Is Busy a penalty taker? Don't know. Yeah, and DeJohn should stay on vacation. I think he's injured, right? What other question here? No, I don't blame people who miss penalties. Penalties are if and miss. In today's football, it's not like before where the goalkeeper had to stay on his line and he couldn't dive early. He kicked the ball over the bar, which he shouldn't do, actually. But I watched the Euro final and saw Rashford and Saka and Sancho kick away penalty. It happens. And then they get blasted and they get all the racist comment. If you have never taken a penalty in your life, then you wouldn't understand when you go up there to take penalty. Nerve-wracking. Because you know you get 1 kick. Especially if it's a shootout, you get 1 shot. Not like you kick a penalty in a regular game and it can ricochet. Penalties are nerve-wracking. Yeah, I wasn't shocked he missed it. I wasn't shocked he missed it. I'll be honest. I thought he looked a little bit nervous. So we should ask the question, who picked Busy to kick the penalty? That's the question. How would I rate McLaren? I don't know how to rate McLaren. Even now, I'm almost a year in. I think McLaren is okay. I don't know how to rate McLaren. Let me not say it's okay. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. Let me be honest. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. When I saw us play the US and he making no decision in the first half, and Robinson running wild, and he did nothing to change the situation, I was like, okay. Then I watch him in other games. I don't know what a startup plays. I don't know what he's trying to achieve. I don't know. I think he said he needs better players, which I agree with, but I don't know how to assess him because I thought Roberts get more game time. I thought Cover should get game time. I thought Russell should have been changed earlier today, even though he scored. So when I watch him play, his substitution pattern reminds me of Arteta. I don't rate those substitution patterns. But I rate the fact that we played Nigeria and did really, really well. We beat Trinidad. So the record is not a bad record, right? But then again, I don't know some of the decisions that he makes. So it's hard to rate him. Yeah, I've said from day one that they should do this tournament every 2 years, not every 4 or 5 years. They need to. Right? If you do a tournament every 5 years, there's only 20 times you're going to do it in a century. That doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. Because the vibes was great. People in London come watch their team. They cheer their team. It was a big party today, you know. They were partying for about 8 hours, 9 hours. It's a great thing. Loved it. Loved to see the vibes in the diaspora and them showing that they value Jamaica as much as, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let me close down, people. First, I want to say this. I appreciate every one of you who came, watched this stream, participated, got involved. It's awesome, right? And I don't take it for granted. I truly appreciate you being here. I appreciate every one of your comments, except for one person, or maybe the same person twice, because we are not on the same page. The man is criticizing my physical dimensions and how I look, as if I give a damn, right? I'm no longer in corporate. I can look how I want to look. I look like a bum if I want to. Get over yourself. Don't come back to my channel. We don't get along. We'll never get along. You're a biased person. You're the same person beating Chung and beat Simon, who do some of the best job in the administration. We know where you're aligned with. We know who you are. Stay away. Go support the person who is incompetent in the JFF. Go support him, which is what you do all the time. Make excuses for him. We want people in this channel who are opinionated. They have their own views on things. It may not align with the majority, but it's their perspective. We value that. We don't want something that's monolithic. We don't want people who all think the same way and operate the same way. Even if the opinion is diverse and maybe so extreme, we want the different views. What we don't want are cancers. We're not into the cancer business. Cancer destroys people. We don't want you. Right? So Kevin says, Max, I agree that Marcel should have taken the penalty. Yeah, I'm surprised. Does Marcel's double-figure goal, Max, doesn't he have like 4 penalties or so in there, 3 or 4 penalties? I thought I read something on him about that. Maybe surprised you didn't take it. And Busy took his penalty. Hayden's penalty wasn't that great, you know. I watched the penalties. Hayden's penalty was that great. King takes a really good penalty. Ravel knows how to kick the ball. I don't think Hayden's penalty was great, but it scored. Doesn't really matter if it's great or not. Busy, come on, Busy, you gotta lean over the ball. But I'm not gonna curse. I'm not gonna give Busy no. 6 of 11, yeah. 6 penalties, yeah. He has to take a penalty. But I keep telling people, the coach doesn't know his team. Keep telling people this. They don't believe me. Coach don't know his team. No coach in their right mind would not have him take a penalty if he scores 6 of 11. If it's 11 goals, 6 of penalties. No coach. We're talking about Busy Atkins. Can't blame the coach. Can't blame the coach. Why not? The coach supposed to know his people and know who can take penalty, who can't take penalty. Somebody says, well, maybe Madison didn't want to take a penalty. He's a penalty taker. What do you mean? That's what they do. They love these moments. So you should, first of all, you should be practicing penalty before the game as part of what you're doing, because there's not a time to go train. You should have a list of how your penalty takers are and the order of the penalty takers. and somebody drop out because of substitution like Palmer did, yeah. So yeah. Can't blame Busy, blame the coach. No. I agree with that. No, you can't. No, you can blame Busy too. Come on, Jerry. You can blame both. Why did I say blame both? Penalty taker shouldn't kick the ball over the bar. Let the keeper make the save. That's my view on penalties. You're a professional football player, can't kick the ball over the bar. Sorry. Hit the target, and if he save it, he save it. Can't wait for June 10th. Yeah. You know what? I gotta go buy my ticket. No, you guys remind me. I'm buying my ticket today. I messed up. I'm gonna buy my ticket today. June 10th. I have to buy my ticket. I gotta buy a couple tickets actually. Yeah, but the penalties have been worked out before the game actually. Now, but I'm saying Jay Ross, if he knew his team, then he would have picked Madison, right? Yeah, he would have picked Madison. Yeah, when you take penalty, you got to hit the target. I can understand if it was poor penalty, you got to hit the target. If you don't hit the target, you can't score. The keeper can make a mistake, you know. Ball can go on the legs on there. You see the Trinidad goalkeeper, the ball went through his leg today. If you don't hit the target, you can't score. Yeah, and he should be nervous. I'm not giving Busy a hard time at all. I'm not. Look, we lost on penalties. Nigeria won. To me, penalties never the way I criteria I judge any outcome, because it's a hit or miss. It's a hit or miss, people. We gotta understand that. When it comes to penalty, it's a hit or miss. Yeah, there's no guarantee when it comes to penalties. You see some of the best penalty takers miss. You see some people who look confident. They go up there, keep it the right way, but you have to hit the target. You cannot afford to miss the target. Ala Madrid, Madison didn't get a chance to play. He didn't get no service. Brown, Muddersill, even Burrell to me, didn't get enough service to give a good assessment of their performance. I know Waymack saying Burrell played well in the first game. If he had 10 touches, he had a lot of touches. The JPL players didn't get a lot of chance, actually. Conroy says, coach. No, I'm not going to beat any player who missed penalty. You know, people out of their mind, because those people have never taken penalty in their life. You go take a penalty, you're nervous as hell. No matter how confident you are, still nervous. The question is, how do you manage your nerve? That's why they have a psychologist in the camp. It's not that you're nervous, you know. It's how do you block out everything and focus. And some people love the moment because they focus on the outcome, and it's positive versus focus on failure. Some people focus on the failure. That's why they struggle. I don't know about that, Dre. I think Brown is in the mix. Maybe not Busy, but I think Brown is in the mix. So before the games, put me on the spot. Cranky, if you were in charge of an MA and want to change your national team coach and have World Cup qualifiers and Gold Cup, then would you make the change? Wow. If the coach is going to hurt me and didn't add a value, of course you make the change. Levy fire Jose Mourinho before the FA Cup final or semi-final? FA Cup final? Was it FA Cup or Carabao Cup? You have to make the decision what's going to give you whatever decision going to give your team the best possible outcome. You have to make the decision. So it can't just be the time or whatever it is convenient. If the coach is going to help me get to my destination, he's got to go. But, and I said this to Rudolph Speed, so I'm gonna call his name. I said this to Dennis Chung. When they hired Hogginson, when they hired McLaren, they should have 3 or 4 coaches lined up who they believe can be, and they should be spitting them out. You should always have succession planning. You should know 3 or 4 coaches lined up in some hierarchy who they're gonna be when you hire the next coach. That's good planning. That's good thinking. That's good decision making. No, cranky not rich, cranky poor. No, but I would think I'm rich in Jamaican dollars. I am very rich in Jamaican dollars. I must say that. I'm beat my chest. I'm rich in Jamaican dollars, but I'm not rich. Rich in Jamaican dollar. If I saw no one define rich, I think rich in the US is about, it depends. People have different view. It's between, say, 2 and say, well, it depends on you want, the rich, ultra rich or whatever. 2 million plus. I'm rich in Jamaican dollars. We can't say that. Nah, no check. Rich in Jamaican dollar. I'm comfortable. Yeah, of course I'm comfortable. You see me have my hat and the man say me look like a bum. Me look horrible. Like me here. Eh? Show off. I'm rich in Jamaican dollars. You can't talk to me. Oh, so what Robinson is saying is this. You can't just fire coach. What the JFF does really well nowadays is they don't fire coach people. Well, they fire them, but they'll say they don't renew their contract. Right? Which is true. JFF, and by the way, I called this out for the JFF. When they got rid of Hogrimson, they were beating their chests without paying Hogrimson nothing. And then the rest of Hogrimson played them really badly. Hogrimson played them. Because if JFF had waited and said, "We now let you go," the Irish FA would have to pay the JFF. So they missed the trick. But that's how you go. They missed the trick. There's no way somebody going to retire from the job and the same job lineup. So when they retire, you say, you know what? I'm going to see if I can watch what you're going to do. He can't work for you because he's on a contract. But they felt good. And the question is, who you guys think is a better coach, Hogrimson or McLaren? If you guys were to pick one of the two, which one do you think is a better coach? Yeah, but I would agree with you, Rob Smith, about that, which is you have to consider he's what? He only has a year. Yeah, you'd be paying him a few $100,000. It'd be tough. It'd be tough. Oh, someone say Hogrimson. Yeah, Hogrimson, I think, you know, when you are not around anymore, you're more appreciated. Sherman Scott says McLaren. Max says Hogrimson. Third option is Paul Hall. It's an interesting one. Paul Hall is days of the past. I don't think they go back to Paul Hall. Before the game says Hogrimson. I think Hogrimson gave us a lot of stability. Hogrimson was progressive. Hogrimson focused on, my understanding was, Hogrimson wanted to make sure that when he leaves Jamaica, we qualify for the next 3 World Cup after the 2026 World Cup. That was my understanding. So that's how he was thinking about his team. So he wanted to bring in young players and give them opportunity. So I think Hogrimson may have been the right approach. This is a little bit different. McLaren just want to get to the World Cup. Here's the question. What happens after the World Cup? Rob Smith, I am the opposite on that, sitting in the stands. I think the sitting in the stands for him was the right approach. Give these games. If he did in a regular season, in a World Cup qualified game or Gold Cup, I would lose my mind. But no, I think he did the right thing. He's trying to assess players, people. We're best to assess them than sitting way up high and seeing the whole field. When you're at field level, you missed a lot of stuff. I have no problem sitting in the stands. You think we would have started 8 players? I don't agree with that. By the way, people, if you have not subscribed to the channel, unless you're a Press On Football Guru, please do so. Those 2 people, they don't have to subscribe. Football Guru, TikTok, Reggae something when call name, you can stay where you are. If you're a Press Up, we don't want Travis, we don't want the problem. We like, all right, so I was gonna close down now. 433, what you have to say?
Big up to Rob Smith, because finally somebody shared the same opinion as me. And that's very rare to find sometimes.
Which is?
Right? The stance thing, but not great.
I disagree with you now. I disagree with both of you.
I mean, fair enough. But
so before you go further, don't you guys watch NFL football?
And personally, I don't watch NFL.
Oh, so you're very limited in the sports you cover.
No, I watch other sports.
So NFL football people, the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator were calling the games. They sit up a lot of times, not all the time. Some of them will sit way up in this. You know why? They want to see what the opposition is doing. They want to see the field. They want to see the strategy. They want to see what's being done. They want to see your players are playing. The view is great when you sit there. It's like a TV view, except you're at the game. You can see everything. If you're down low at field level, you can't see much. Too busy with all the noise and distraction. You can't concentrate. You want to take your time and assess the field in the game. I have no problem with it. But go ahead. I have no problem with it.
I think McLaren is reminding me of Arteta just trying to overcomplicate the game. But anyways, listen, I think in many aspects, Cranky, this Unity Cup was a positive in many aspects. Local fans, the perception of the team, diaspora fans, their perception of the team and the players, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think other positives would have included the performances of certain players. You know what I'm saying? Now, obviously, Lembikisa for me didn't really have a good game in both games, right? But that's just the nature of football. Sometimes you have good games, sometimes you don't, right?
Yep.
And when you're not on form, then it's a huge contributing factor as to why you don't perform well. But in terms of players like Borrell, Ronaldo, Cephas, and those guys, I think they showed up well, especially Cephas. Main criticism for him was his lack of passing in that first game, in which for any successful team, sometimes as a player, it cannot be about you. You know what I'm saying? It has to be about the team. And for me, to see him make those, 2 good passes in this game.
No, two brilliant passes, not good. 2 brilliant passes.
And despite us losing, I think it's a win-win for us in the sense that he did improve in this game. You know what I'm saying? And he did get back Jamaica in the game in which we went to penalties, and unfortunately we lost on penalties, right? Now, the major thing for me and the major takeaway for me with this game is I hope the fans locally have a change of heart in terms of how they support the team. I'm looking at individuals from England, right? And I'm saying, I know for sure most of these people don't even follow most of these players. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Unless they're playing in the Premier League, right? Maybe 1 and 2 of them know some of them from League 1 or League 2 or Championship, right? But I don't think they religiously follow a lot of these players, right? And to see them still come out in those 2 games and show their full support, not for players specifically, but for the team, for the Reggae Boyz, not for Cephas FC, not for Borrell FC, but for the Reggae Boyz team. They came out in their numbers. Not only that, but they brought the energy as well. And to see that we have fans locally where the team used to play majority of the football at times in terms of, maybe Nations League and qualifiers and these stuff. And they fail to go because their perception is that, the team doesn't win, blah, blah, blah. But these same fans in England, they watch this team as well, and the same team, they haven't won anything for years. You know what I'm saying? They haven't qualified for multiple World Cups. They could have just sat home and be like, we're not going to support the Reggae Boyz because guess what? They lose every game. But they didn't feel like that. They have the love for the country. They have the love for the team. And they went out there in the numbers and they supported the team. So I'm hoping that these individuals in Jamaica can view the team in that aspect. That, listen, yes, we want the team to win at times. We want the team to qualify for World Cups. And it can be very difficult when the team is qualifying for these competitions, especially when you have that expectation. But I think the excuses has to stop in terms of why they don't go out there numbers and it's the lack of advertising the games. I mean, yeah, that's maybe one aspect of it because, since 876 came on board, they've done a wonderful job. But I think the people just have to go out there in the numbers and just support the team and bring the energy. You know what I'm saying?
No, look, I think the tournament, as you summed it up really well, actually, which is the tournament, just the tournament itself and how it came across for those who are like external and remote. It just seemed like a vibe space to be. It was today. They were there from. You gotta imagine the people. They're there from about 11 o'clock. Trinidad game was after 7, and they're leaving after maybe 7, 8. Because the last game was at 5 o'clock. So they're spending 8 hours at the field, partying, eating, drinking, just celebrating. The vibes is good. There's no fighting in the stands, at least from what I saw. Right? It's all about vibes. And it's for the tournament that they've had and the way it's worked out, the organizers must be proud. Now that they're making any money or not, I don't understand about the monetary distribution, the fees they generate, but the vibes was really so good. And it's an Africa-Caribbean connection, which we need more of. And the players get a chance to perform on a stage. Some players get to perform in front of their families because some of those players, especially those diaspora players, don't get to play in front of their families, right? If you're born in the UK.
I think Casey mentioned something about
Not only him, Boris' family was there. Not in family. Most of them families were probably there. They get to see the players. And those people were Jamaicans, some who've been to England, never been back to Jamaica, go to England, never go back, get a chance to be in that environment. They love it. They celebrate it. They love Jamaica. So it's sometimes very disappointing when we see the negativity that comes across and realize the potential that's there. Right? And I think people should be happy that we get a chance to experience this and should be supporting and promoting this versus being negative.
Yeah. Leading up to the game or the tournament itself, I was like, it's the young people, it's meaningless, right? But I mean, when you do any sport that you do in life, once you reach out like the final, you want to be confident. You want to win it in some sense. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And in this game for me, I wanted them to win it because, I think for them, it would be a good feeling in terms of like just having the fans like look at you in that glory. In a sense, you know what I'm saying? Despite it being a friend, it's like I think the fans will have a good feeling. I think the fans will have a good feeling about the efforts of the team. Local fans and fans from overseas as well.
Yeah.
So I think all in all, it's a win in a sense. Yes, we did lose, and it's unfortunate. Atkinson. Everybody's talking about Atkinson missing the penalty.
Why are you talking about Atkinson missing the penalty? Why?
That's a lot of fans talking about him missing the penalty.
Hey, somebody got to miss a penalty. Somebody had to miss, right?
I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. People miss penalty. I just say,
But somebody had to miss for somebody to win.
Yeah, the only thing I could say is that in terms of like probability or whatever the case is, was he the best penalty taker to take the penalty? I don't know because I don't have the statistics in terms of his last couple of penalties. Maybe the coach saw something in training. Who knows? The coach obviously have to come out and say like, oh, this is why he took the penalty. You know what I'm saying? But listen, I think for Jamaica, in terms of on the wider scale of things, in terms of what we need to accomplish in terms of like World Cup and going to the World Cup, this is a good platform, or it was a good platform for us in terms of learning lessons. And Nigeria, they gave a good game. They were annoying at times in terms of like we made them want to fight people. I don't know for what reason, but it is what it is.
Yeah, no, look, it worked out brilliantly. If I was the organizer, if I was in England, I would go down to the game. And there was initially complaints about the game not being promoted well. They bring in people like YGRD and others to come in and have to promote it. I think it went really well. It wasn't the biggest stadium, but it was well supported. The vibes was great. The football was good. We saw a lot of goals. We saw a lot of players get a chance to show their wares. Nobody should walk away disappointed.
Yeah, definitely. And even to the organizers as well. Living in the age of social media compared to when they held it the first time. Having social media now and that wide reach to like Nigeria and Ghana.
Right.
So other African countries would have tuned in as well. And having the Caribbean people tune in from like Trinidad and Jamaica. Hopefully this can be a continuous thing come next year or the next like 2 years or whatever the case is with maybe like other countries. Who knows, So
yeah,
big up to the Reggae Boyz and big up to
no close is done soon still. But yeah, man, fortunately. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, people, I just realized I've been on the stream since 11 o'clock today. Well, 10:50 for that matter. So it's about 5 hours, probably my longest one to date. I want to say a couple of things. One is it's been great being here. It's great seeing us as a people, both local, different places overseas, all walking away, losing and feeling good. You hear me, people? We lost a game and we feel good. What that tells you is about the performance a lot of times. Now, if this was a World Cup qualifier, we'd probably lose our minds or even go. But at least we lost in a friendly environment. It was all people of different races come together, but a lot of them were of a certain persuasion and having a good time. On the field, we should be competitive. So you're going to have some situation on the field that you don't enjoy, but it's a great situation. Huh? Have to be Jason Gooder. Jason said, Great Beard couldn't have done this long of a stream. Yeah, you probably, no, Great Beard could have done it. I'm going to go back gray now. I think the grays are more, the black make me look younger. The grays are more distinguished look. So when I'm out of my sister's domain and I'm leaving here in the next few days, I'm going to go back to my normal self. Because whenever she tells me to do something, I just do it. I don't argue with her. She's very domineering, people, very domineering. She's like, I prefer this. I'm on a diet. And I had to say, fine, do what you do. I have time. Because people are saying, some people are saying this made me look younger, even though keeping it groom and XYZ. People, I have had a beard since 2007. Because my beard was going gray then. And I said, I'm not having no gray hair. So it's a different situation. But look, people, first of all, everyone who's been here, appreciate being here. Secondly, you should walk away feeling good about, see, my whole thing is breaking down. My virtual background is open up because I'm not I'm not home in my normal studio. So I'm gonna say this, people. You should feel good about the country. You should feel about the engagement. You should about things are going. You should feel good about how the players play. Most players had a good tournament. There are a few who had a tough time. Even those people who had a tough time in certain segments of the game, they look decent. But we should walk away feeling proud of the country because I'm telling you, some people are very apprehensive about the outcome. Hey, WeMax, what was your prediction, WeMax? You still here? I'd love to know what WeMax's prediction was. Some people were concerned about the outcome, concerned about the result. And frankly, even though the result was adverse, we walk away feeling good. WeMax, what was your prediction for the game? What score you predicted? No, my sister is very religious people. Lord have mercy. And you guys know I'm not religious. So we try to stay away from we talk politics a lot. We don't talk religion. Trust me. You were forced to say Jamaica 2-1? Well, WeMax, it wasn't a terrible. I predicted Nigeria 3-2. I just thought they had more firepower than we did. But whatever score, at least your score wasn't, like I see some people say 5-1 and 4-love. I thought Jamaica, the kids who play for Jamaica play a decent level. They would have more pride to be smashed. And frankly, we should be very proud of the team, people. It's one of the few times I've lost in a game and walked away smiling, saying, maybe we're happy we didn't get slaughtered, put it that way. But we're also happy that we came back, so it's two different games now, people. We led 2-0 in the first game against Trinidad. They tied up and were resilient enough to win. This game, we're down twice against one would say a better team, and we came back twice and could have had a positive and could have won the game on penalty. Right? So I think we should be proud of the team. We should be very proud of the team, and we should let the players know we're proud of them. In fact, you know what you should do? Go in players' DM and big them up. Somebody just wait, people. I just got a text. Somebody said I should do a gray and black beard. And you know something? I thought about it. One side black, one side gray. I may even do that. I'm an experiment. We just got something from I'm not gonna play it though. I must be post-match press conference. Yep. You know what? I'm gonna play it. This is the last event, people. Last event for the evening.
It's Jamaica versus Nigeria in the final of the
post-match press conference. Last event.
The head coach of
Can you guys hear this?
Before we open for questions, we'll have some opening remarks from Coach McLaren, and then
let me guys know if you guys can hear this.
The media. Coach, your reflections on the week.
Yeah, I said when I got the job 8 months ago.
You can't hear?
Wouldn't it be great coming to the UK?
Really?
The Jamaican national team. We achieved that. And I think the experience was even way beyond what I thought it would be. Fans have been fantastic, unbelievable. What an atmosphere. And typical Jamaican, lively, energetic, smiles on the faces. And the feeling is we're a little bit sad for them and sad for the players because to work so hard and then to lose with the penalties was disappointing. But at the start of the week, I said getting everybody together and the squad together was one of the toughest that I've had to get. It's been a tough week. Started with 17 players. We got some reinforcements in. I can't believe how they've come together, which again is probably typical Jamaican.
that they look after each other, instantly befriend each other, instantly have that vibe and that energy, and that's what they've all done. Credit to the senior players, because we had a lot of youngsters coming into the squad, but so proud of the players in terms of their preparation, the 2 performances that they put on. And we talk about fight to the end, and that's what they did. So to lose by penalties was disappointing, but as I said, it was a milestone, and I think one which, especially those who were involved in it, players, staff, will remember for a lifetime. Hope we can do it again soon, but now we've got bigger things. We move on. We've got World Cup qualifiers, and we look forward to that. And if the players we couldn't get for this Unity Cup, they come in with the same spirit and work rate, we'll certainly get the results that we need to get.
Thanks, Coach. So we can now start with questions. Sanjay, you want to speak us up?
Yes, Sanjay Air from Twigo Sports. Coach, congratulations on an amazing tournament. The team really looked well, very organized in defense and in transition. What can you take away from this tournament this past week to better prepare you for the World Cup qualifiers coming up and the Gold Cup?
Good question.
I think, we've shown that there's depth in the squad, that, we've been searching for a long time for players coming in. So we've got that, and hopefully we'll have more players coming in. But, they've joined in like Mothersill. He only came to train with us Thursday, and all of a sudden they said he could play, so he was on the bench and he gets his first cap for Jamaica, so that's a real plus. I think also, since January, I think we've, the local players, the JPL players, we've had a great camp with them. We've taken, I think we had 9 or 10 in the squad for this tournament. What an occasion coming to the UK with the staff as well. And for all the staff, the JFF office staff, from the president who came today, it's been I think an education, which is what I wanted it to be for the local players, for the local staff, for the president, the board, to see what football is like in the UK. We've been to Brentford, we've been to Chelsea with the staff, and that's my job when I came in, was not just the team, but also to educate the staff on what the standards are in the UK. They've seen it for themselves. They've seen the amount of detail and work that goes into the games and training and everything, that this can only be a benefit. It's been a great exercise. I was a little wary at the beginning, but as the weeks gone on, good result against Trinidad and a good performance, gritty performance. I'm pleased, and we've got to look at the World Cup qualifiers, and people will be able to come in. And now I've got a headache because so many people impressed me this week, so I'm delighted by that.
Yeah, Coach, I was gonna go there actually. I was gonna say, that makes the job a little bit harder now, right? Coming out of this tournament, some of the young guys step up, some of the JPL guys are really sure that they could play on an international stage, especially with the short turnaround that we had this week. So now going to BBI and then right back to Jamaica for Guatemala, now you kind of have some decisions to make that might be tough and challenging, but it's still a good problem to have. How do you, give us your thoughts in this whole week and going to the next step with the roster?
Yeah, well, you've been with us all week, and you've seen us grow and come together as a team. Sometimes that's difficult, but with the Jamaican players, they've got it inside them to bond very quickly, and that was the key thing. you know, to be organised, to be disciplined, to show fight and enough quality to win the game on Tuesday and nearly win today. I've got, as I say, it's a quick turnover. I've got a flight on Monday to Jamaica and have to pick the squad tonight or tomorrow. And it's difficult because we've got 5 or 6 coming in. And I've got to pick some from this camp. But it's a nice thing to have. And I think, you know, if we didn't give the JPL players a chance, they would be experiencing this. For me, that's the most important. We're trying to improve Jamaican football, not just globally and not just in the UK, but on the island too.
Yeah. Any further questions?
Yeah, Coach, I would like to highlight Ronaldo Cephas. I looked at all the games throughout the tournament, and to me, based on what I've seen from my experience, he looked like the most dominant player in the tournament. He was unstoppable, very quick off the ball, quick into space. I know, you know, he's coming off the bench, you know, when the A team is up. How could we better integrate, you know, Cephas into a starting position, or how could we give him more opportunities? Because he's such a dangerous player and he plays the same position as Damari Gray.
Look, we had Damari Gray in St. Vincent, and we got Cephas in the team for the 2 games. I like wingers who have got speed.
Yes.
Don't come back, always go forward.
Yes.
So, you know, I watched Cephas on film before I came to Jamaica, and I thought, wow, what's he doing on the bench? And he was an impact player and a very good one, and he's grown and grown, and you know, he's putting in the performance. This is what I like about the wingers: speed, but delivery, execution, but also do the defensive work. So, yeah, it's an interesting conundrum that I've got, because we have Damari Gray coming in, we've got Leon Bailey as well. We've got, you know, we've introduced other people. I was very impressed with Atkinson during training and coming on, did a tough job on that right hand side. And Roman Burrell, you know, has been a big plus as well. And we've got, you know, number 9s who want to run, and that's the key thing. And I think we've, you know, after you know, the US thing, we've sat down and thought, right, let's adapt, and we have to adapt. We've tried to do that and play to the strengths of the players, Jamaican players, which is, as long as they be organised, stay disciplined, and fight for each other. You know, we've got the talent and ability to hurt teams, as we saw today against, I got to say, very good Nigerian team of quality players who play around Europe and UK. And you see the way that they move the ball, they don't give the ball away, and admiring them. But, you know, for our team to deal with that was a credit.
Any further questions? Members of the media, thank you very much. The squad for the World Cup qualifiers will be unveiled on Tuesday. Thank you, Coach.
Tuesday, until Tuesday, thank you.
So I hope you guys could hear that. That was McLaren at a press conference talking about the tournament, giving opportunities to JPL players. Some of the I keep telling you guys, I tell you he loves Cephas, he loves Antonio. These things are not hard to decipher, you know. I mentioned these guys before. You can tell which player the coach really likes, actually. And Cephas and Antonio are 2 of his favorites, and they're gonna play. And as he said, he did play Gray and Bailey and Cephas together. PSG score again? Damn. It's embarrassing. Tell you, Max, Arsenal was good. PSG, Inter make us look good. I told you he liked those players. It was very obvious to me how much he loves Cephas and he loves Antonio. Of all the players that I've heard him talk about, you get that sense. You hear the man said before he came, he's wondering why Cephas was on the bench, given his speed. He loves speed. Speed kills. Right? Speed kills. That must have been a local reporter asking that question too, because we always ask about local players. You never ask them asking about the overseas players in the context of the question, right? But it's a good question, which is, how do you integrate all these players now, given that the volume of players increasing and the quality of players increasing? He's going to say a lot about how he manages this, people. It's going to say a lot about how he manages this. Now, he likes Burrell, he likes Antonio, he likes Brown. Although he likes all of them, he can't play all of them. He can't play all of them, people. I think Bowser is on the outside looking in. Burrell, Mothersill, Antonio, Brown. Those are the 4 forwards. Now, if Greenwood come in and you want to force him in the team, you may put Greenwood in the center forward spot. But we'll see what happens with Greenwood when he comes in too. So things are looking up. So here's the problem we have. We may have all these forwards, but how do we get the ball to them? That's a problem. Can't have all these forwards and you can't get the ball to them. That doesn't make any sense, people. That needs to change. So we got to figure that out as a country, because right now the way it looks, it's a struggle. But anyway, I've overdone my time. 5.5 hours is enough. It's been a long time. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Bless up we Max, Tycoon, R&R, Dr. Don, who's been here through the whole 5 hours with me. Drew Ross, Nitro. I know I see Toffee Rudy, Tycoon. Jason Guna was even here, probably left already, because you know he's getting up there in age. He can't stay too long anywhere. And then he gave me a hard time. Ideal Football, King Jav, Eagle Republic, before the game as usual, give me a hard time about Cephas. Man, stop beating me about Cephas now. Just because me a wagon it sometimes with Cephas. Give me 1 second, people. Somebody must thought I'd die or something. I had to answer that call. So everyone, thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here. And I will see you when I see you. Be good and peace out. Cranky life is the best to be now. For the best sports talk and it's free, yo. Cranky life will be your guiding light by keeping you informed both day and night. Cranky life, tell them. Cranky life, heed them. Cranky life, want them. Cranky life. From the courts to the field, we'll never lose because Cranky has the hottest news. With expert analysis, we break it down. Our in-depth coverage is best in town. Cranky life, tell them. Cranky life, heed them. Cranky life, want them. Cranky life. Cranky life where the sports is spicy and where we keep the discussion lively. Cranky life, get to know the name because cranky analysis is never lame. Cranky life, give me my cranky life. I want my cranky life. Must have my cranky life. Whether it's football or track and field, you know cranky is at the wheel. So join the journey through victory and defeat and subscribe and dumb is a beat of cranky life. Tell them, cranky life. Heed them, cranky life. Want them, cranky life. If you're from England or USA, from Kingston or Bombay, from Kenya or Canada, Lagos or Havana, visit Cranky Live. Tune into Cranky Live. Like up Cranky Live. Subscribe to Cranky Live. Cranky Live coming to you on weekdays. Cranky Live sometimes on Sundays. Pull up a chair and take a seat because Cranky will always bring the heat. Cranky Live. Me say fi tell them Cranky Life. Me say fi heed them Cranky Life. On them Cranky Life.
Cranky life will be around. Cranky life is the best in town. Miss if he eat them, miss if he want them. Miss if he eat them, want them, eat them, want them. Cranky life. Cranky life. Eat them, want them, eat them, want them. Cranky life. Cranky life. Eat them, want them, eat them, want them, eat them, want them. Cranky life. Cranky life. Cranky. Eat them, want them, eat them, want them. Eat, want, eat them.